Hello everyone and welcome to round 1 of our F1 2001 Formula Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here once more in Albert Park, Australia for the start of an all-new season and our 4th season of our F1 Ultimate Career Mode, taking us from 1998 all the way through to 2007. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live last week with the season finale from Brazil, of course, the championship decider between Pedro de la Rosa, Michael Schumacher, and ourselves, I would highly recommend going back and checking out a 3-way scrap for the title. And once again, it was a dramatic season finale out in Brazil. Unfortunately for us, we didn't quite do enough in the end last season. We lost out just to Pedro de la Rosa in that Ferrari car there. You can see this, it's a little bit confusing having a look at the table, so I think we'll ignore that one as best as possible. But yeah, we've had quite a few interesting driver transfers as we head into the new season. Pedro de la Rosa, just like Eddie Irvine before him, won the title and went, you know what, I'm done. Thank you very much, Formula 1. I've got my crown and I'm going to leave whilst being on top there. So that meant Mika Hakkinen, after 3 disappointing seasons with McLaren in this series, he has gone to Ferrari. I have taken his spot over at McLaren Mercedes, so very, very excited to finally have a serious top car inside this series. Further down the order, you can see Jos Verstappen. He's now actually technically back in this game. He has gone over to Sauber. My new teammate is going to be David Coulthard this season as Heinz-Harald Frentzen stays alongside Jacques Villeneuve over at Williams. Johnny Herbert, he stayed at BAR just to try and, you know, keep a little bit of stability inside that team. But we've got a new rookie driver in Juan Pablo Montoya over at Arrows. He's certainly going to be interesting to see how he gets on this campaign. Rubens Barrichello and Jan Magnussen stay at Jaguar before Kimi Räikkönen, another new exciting rookie, joins Johnny Herbert over at BAR. Ralf Schumacher and John Alesi over at Jordan. Alexander Wurz now actually goes to Benetton after we had Wurz in both the Williams and the Benetton last year, alongside Giancarlo Fisichella with another rookie in Marc Genet down at Sauber. Jarno Trulli is joined by Fernando Alonso down at Minardi. So yeah, Minardi last year, they hired both Button and Heidfeld as kind of 2 new drivers that it was going to be exciting to see how they get on, and neither of them. Oh no, there we go. Sorry, Jenson Button, he's down at Arrows. I thought he'd stayed on the grid as well. Of course, this is obviously our alternate timeline in comparison to the real world of Formula 1, so we do kind of embrace the changes that go on inside this series. Of course, Ferrari, 3-time back-to-back drivers and constructors champions. We obviously just came up short last season, but I'm hoping by joining such a legendary McLaren team inside this series, hopefully now we can properly take the fight to them. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs by the end of the year. And let's do this thing. We return to Albert Park, Australia. Well, for the 2nd year in a row then, it looks like wet conditions are going to befall the Albert Park circuit. Ready for the first Grand Prix of the year, but how are we going to get on as we head into qualifying? Of course, new season, new opportunity to try and deliver, but yeah, immediately though, the impression I've got from free practice is I can see why Coulthard and Hakkinen even struggled with this car last season. Clearly Hakkinen feeling it was better to leave the team ready for the new campaign. There was always rumours back then that, you know, maybe we could see Hakkinen and Schumacher on the same team at some point, but we have got that prospect this season with obviously Hakkinen, yeah, heading over to Red. That was a big surprise in the winter break, but of course allowed us to make the move up to McLaren as well. Of course, Williams now properly powered by BMW as well, so they will expect to be even stronger in this new season. But so far, we've seen like 6 different cars that have gone to the top of the timing board. There, Rubens Barrichello in his Jaguar would love to kickstart the season with a big result. Jacques Villeneuve in the other of those Williams as well, of course, did so well throughout the first half of last season, and then that team really did kind of collapse, whereas BAR and Ferrari able to keep pushing right towards the end there. But one more sector to go then of this lap. So far, we've done a pretty good job to keep it clean and tidy. I'm hoping I can get my first ever legitimate pole at some point this season in this series, because it's still yet to happen so far. A little bit of rear locking through the fun, a couple of corners there. Luckily, able to try and use the traction control to really lean on it through the fun, a couple of corners. Jacques Villeneuve, though, he is going to storm to pole position to kickstart the year. We will take P5. Williams claiming a front row lockout to start the new season. Barrichello in P3. Giancarlo Fisichella and his Benetton will line up in P4. They're ahead of myself and Jos Verstappen. Coulthard down in 7th. Schumacher in 8th. Ahead of Mika Hakkinen, who is all the way down in 10th place there. So that is a very, very mixed up grid to kickstart the new season. Fernando Alonso, his first ever outing in an F1 car, will line up last. Juan Pablo Montoya in 16th and Raikkonen in 15th there. Kimi getting the jump on Johnny Herbert. But one-shot qualifying in this series always delivers the drama.
No more testing, no more practice. This is the real deal. And it's make or break here at Albert Park, home of the Australian Grand Prix since 1996. And home to round 1 of this year's Formula One World Championship. Just south of Melbourne's downtown business centre is the one and only Albert Park circuit. 3.3 miles of public roads, closed for the weekend of course, make for a bumpy circuit with little undulation. There are 16 corners around the lake and a couple of good passing opportunities here as well, thanks in part to the DRS zones into turns 1, 3 and 13. A new season then, a clean slate where anything could happen. Anthony Davidson is with me today as we get another year of Formula One underway.
We're into those tense few minutes before the first race then. Everyone's a little bit nervous about reliability. They haven't been running in the hot, turbulent wake of other cars in practice, and they've not been pushing at 100% for long durations. Let's hope no one has to deal with any nasty surprises.
Well, that ITV intro to the Grand Prix might be the most early 2000s thing I have ever seen in my life. But here we are then down on the grid, ready for the opening race of the season. Luckily, the rain has stayed away for Sunday afternoon, so it's going to be a good test to see what everybody's cars are going to be like. I'm going to opt for a lot of spare fuel ready for this opening round. We saw the McLaren last season had a real drinking problem, so I just don't really want to risk it, to be honest, in this opening race of the new season. Obviously, 16 races once again, a slightly altered calendar from last season. I believe we've got, obviously, the return of Bahrain, and I believe the inaugural Singapore Grand Prix coming up later on this season as well there. But what can we do in the opening round? We've got Ferrari way behind us. Hopefully we can beat both of them. A challenge from Williams in front, though. It's 5 red lights. And it's going to be a mighty long hole before it's lights out. And away we go then. Not up to the best start in the world. Frentzen will immediately take the lead off his teammate down in towards turn 1. We will get jumped by Jos Verstappen. Whoa! And David Coulthard there, as there was contact, I believe, with Marc Genet. And we've instantly got a safety car. A new season, and still, that does keep happening. Well, here we are then. I believe this is Johnny Herbert in the BAR. New season, and it's all over at turn 1. Just ran into the side of the Benetton in front of him, and yeah, that's a pretty disappointing way to end your first Grand Prix. Well, if you're new to this series and you thought that seemed like a very, very small amount of contact to rip off a wheel, first of all, hello, welcome on in. Second of all, this mod, the damage model is brutal. One little error can ruin your Grand Prix and completely take you out. These cars are built incredibly fragile inside this series, so we got to be really, really careful even when wheel-to-wheel racing with the other drivers, because one wrong move can be the end of your day there. But Heimtal Frentzen then really wants to try and kickstart the season with a victory for he and Williams. And as we go green flag racing once again then to start lap 4, he will be at the front of the order there. I don't believe... I think every single race last season, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2, ended up with a safety car. That's just how chaotic it can be inside this game. So here we go, Marc Genet immediately... Oh, trying to have a look down my inside at turn 3. They're already, those Williams, that's trying to build up a little bit of a buffer there. As well, Coulthard and I, we need to try and find a way around Verstappen, Fisichella and Barrichello as soon as possible, because I think we have got the pace. We've definitely got the pace to fight with those Williams. Annoyingly, I would assume behind us, so do the Ferraris. So if we don't get on with it, Michael Schumacher certainly will. So yeah, I mean, you can already see how quickly those Williams are bolting at the front. We've got to try and find a way through. I mean, how on earth is Marc Genet so fast in that Sauber car in a straight line? I know obviously they're a Ferrari customer team for a lot of components, but that thing is an absolute missile. Coulthard has already found his way around Jos Verstappen and is now going to try and attack Fisichella there. So I need to try and find a way around the other Sauber car as soon as possible as I can. But of course here you get all the names, all the V10s as well. That is one of the main reasons I love doing this series, is that these cars sound how Formula 1 cars should. But come on, we've just got to try and put the power down, because now we've got Michael Schumacher breathing down my neck. Again, Ferrari, Michael Schumacher, they know how to build a V10 engine, a straight line speed that Schumacher's got there off of that corner, as now we're going to try and have a look for a run. Or past Jos Verstappen, Giancarlo Fisichella doesn't seem to be very fast. So sending it to the inside there, of not 1 but 2. We've got more yellow flags out a little bit further behind on another safety car. And Schumacher's got a penalty and Fisichella's gone. You can see riding on board then with Michael Schumacher, we send it down the inside of a couple of drivers. And Schumacher just gives Giancarlo Fisichella nowhere to go. There's chaos behind as Mika Hakkinen, his debut for Ferrari, gets involved. Both Benettons out of this race. A Sauber's involved as well. There are cars everywhere across the road. I got no idea how many drivers are out, but once again, Albert Park and chaos just seem to go hand in hand. We are immediately going to dive into the pit lane then at the end of that lap under the second safety car of the new season there. Looks like we've got plenty of teams out though coming into the pit lane there, but I mean, Schumacher's taken out nearly half the field with that incident. We're down to just 12 runners already left in this Grand Prix, so we're losing more than a car a lap. This is reminiscent of the real life 2000 season. Listen to that as the Jordan of Ralf Schumacher goes by. It's the fact even all the V10s sound different in this mod as well that I think makes it so cool. But yeah, Button of course scored his first ever points in the season finale last year at Brazil. He's got a golden opportunity to score more here, as it was Raikkonen that had the incident at turn 1, not Johnny Herbert. One of the BAR's strongest characteristics last year was its ability to look after its rubber, so let's wait and see whether this McLaren is going to be anywhere near as good, because if we can, we will try and extend this stint right the way through to the end of the afternoon. But already just left with 12 cars running in this Grand Prix. Michael Schumacher took a lot of cars out in that accident and only a 5-second penalty for it. I think he can count himself pretty lucky. Jenson Button just kind of bouncing around between various backmarker teams. Ooh, he clearly wants to try and score some points early on this season there, as side by side with my old teammate in Johnny Herbert, just about able to stay in front of him. I mean, this McLaren, yeah, like I said, it feels very twitchy early on in the stint. You've got to build up temperature. Well, just based on the wet qualifying times, it seems that even your backmarker cars of, Arrows and Minardi this season might be just a little bit more competitive there, as round the outside of Jenson Button. Again, we're going to try and go. Have we got the downforce in this McLaren? Yes, we do. And up then into P7 once more of the Grand Prix. Looks like Barrichello's early race pace seems to already be coming undone, as we've got yellows and we've got a safety car, and I've got no idea who that was. So this was actually going on behind us then, just riding on board with the Sauber car there, tucked up behind the BAR. Just see gets loose behind him. And that's a really, really odd incident then for one of our Sauber drivers here. Straight into the wall and out of the Grand Prix. We're going to see a flurry of pit stops then under our third safety car of the race so far. So yeah, everybody except for Barrichello and the Williams seem to have dived in then. So I guess we are up then into the net lead of this Grand Prix when they all do decide to pit. Very, very odd call by Williams. I can only assume they were too far round that they couldn't actually pit. What do you do if you're Frentzen and Villeneuve now? Normally inside this game, you can't get more than 3 safety cars.
They're going to be slow.
Well, that is one of the Williams then with mechanical issues, but I could not tell you which one it is. Villeneuve or Frentzen, we will find out, I'm sure, pretty quickly here. Rubens Barrichello as well in the sole remaining Jaguar after a disappointing 2000. Can that team come back strong in 2001 there, as now we're just waiting on Frentzen to unleash the pace at that final corner, and he's going to go. So we're going to try and follow him as best as we can. Villeneuve's done a pretty good job as well there, as Barrichello just might be a little bit vulnerable. Luckily, we got a couple of cars between us and Schumacher, as still say we've got more yellow flags out. I think everybody is able to keep going. Nope, that's Coulthard gone. What on earth's happened? Well, I was hoping that McLaren would actually get both cars to the finish line to kickstart the year, but down the inside of one of the Minardis, and he's just completely misjudged it. That is a rookie error by David Coulthard to go out of this Grand Prix, and I mean, pretty disappointed with that one for our teammate. So you can just see there, I mean, he tries to pull out the slipstream of one of them, but just cannot judge it and completely goes into the back of the other. I guess suddenly, in our first ever race for McLaren, we are going to be flying the flag then for the British squad there, as it's definitely Frentzen with the issues on that Williams car. So race leader Heinz-Harald Frentzen, you can see immediately under pressure from his teammate Jacques Villeneuve as they try and make their way out onto the back straight. I mean, surely you'd be just swapping them over right now, but I guess obviously, you know, BMW, German supplier. German supplier maybe wants to see the German driver do pretty well this season as well. Again, Villeneuve trying to look to the outside of his teammate there. Again, not able to do anything though. Rubens Barrichello just struggling still a little bit behind him. I need to try and get around the Brazilian as soon as I can. Not there. I mean, how long can this battle at the front go on for then? This time around, Villeneuve has a look to the outside of his teammate in towards turn 1. I mean, they've just got to be so careful they don't come together. With only 10 cars left running here, if you finish, you're going to score points. So I think Frentzen realises that and will slot back in. I mean, this could be a huge payday for Minardi to kickstart the year. Of course, last in the Constructors last season. Obviously, every single driver, though, quite interestingly, did score points come the end of last year's campaign. How quickly will Barrichello be able to get around Frentzen as well? That is, I love the fact you can hear other V10s echoing around the circuit. It is incredible. I mean, how quickly Villeneuve's gone. Surely you now just tell Frentzen, you know, just back everybody up as best as you can, sir. Just try and keep as many cars at bay as you possibly can. It really just does not look like Barrichello has got the straight line speed in that car, and we've got nothing against him either. Jacques Villeneuve, 2 seconds clear that lap. So that's how much Frentzen is slowing everybody else down. I mean, if you could get Jacques to about lap 20, you might be able to pit and not come out far behind. Oh, there we go, Villeneuve. Villeneuve into the pit lane then, so yeah, that Williams has been able to get those tyres to about half distance. Admittedly, there have been a lot of safety cars in that time, but for the first time then this afternoon, we are up into the podium places. Williams have still led everything up to this point, but that is about to end. Well, I think whatever was wrong with that Williams, they've certainly now figured out as well, because Frentzen this lap has just bolted free of Barrichello and myself. This is the big test, though. Michael Schumacher, see, as I look round our outside there, we will force the car. Oh! Okay, that's not the big test. Schumacher runs into the side of us. We got another safety car. I mean, what do we say about that? I mean, we only get to see the aftermath of this incident, but yeah, Michael Schumacher, he tried to switch me off the exit of the corner, but just look at where he's aiming for. You know, we're still in front technically at this time. He's got to give us the space, And, I mean, you can kind of tell, obviously, I think he just assumed we weren't going to slow it down on the road. But Schumacher runs into the side of us. Somehow we have survived that incident, but Michael hasn't. And, well, our second Ferrari out of the Grand Prix. And we're down to just 9 cars. Kello and Frentzen will take that opportunity to peel into the pit lane here. But we are going to, for the first time all day, inherit the lead at the front. We've got Ralf Schumacher still out there behind in his Jordan. But, I mean, this just works beautifully for Williams. Well, a Schumacher running up in the podium places is hardly a surprise in this series until you realise it's the Ralf variant running in P2. And Jenson Button in his arrows in P3 there. We saw the, Mika Salo with his miracle run through the early races last year. Could we get another miracle in Melbourne for the Arrows organisation here as we round our way through the final couple of corners? Let's go green flag racing then once more here in Albert Park, and hopefully that is the last safety car we're going to have to deal with today, because let's be honest, there's not that many cars left to crash into each other. Somehow we have seemingly avoided most of the chaos. Admittedly, that last incident with Michael Schumacher we were ultimately involved in, as we've lost another one. I think Jacques Villeneuve's gone. What on earth? Jacques, you've got one job late on in this race. As you can see, trying to line up a move on Jenson Button in towards turn 1. And, oh no, it's Button, sorry, that's gone. It's not Villeneuve, it's Jenson. I'm gutted for him. Got completely the wrong driver there as Jenson Button in towards that first corner. Villeneuve dives him, a tiny bit of contact. And then they were down to 8 as the Minardi's got into him. Both Minardis are out. What on earth? What happened to the Minardis? So all 3 of your back markers that could have caused an upset here. What on earth did they do? Clearly not happy that their Arrows, I mean, they're normally bitter rivals, but clearly this weekend they're working together, and all 3 of them are gone. Cannot believe what I'm seeing. This has been the worst race of attrition, I think, since that 1998 race, where we tried to race at Sepang. Ultimately didn't work, the game bugged out, and I think we ended up with just 3 finishes from that race. So this might kind of be a record, depending on how you view it, inside this series there. We are down to just 6 cars running in this Grand Prix. Myself, both Williams, the Jordan, my old teammate in Johnny Herbert, and one other car that I think is Rubens Barrichello still in this Grand Prix. First gear is not the way to go through the low speed stuff. Well, I'm going to try and burn through as much fuel as I can late on here, but actually this car's done pretty well in terms of conserving its drinking problem, as Villeneuve now will move up into P2. I believe the last race he won was his home Grand Prix last year in Montreal. Could we be about to see Jacques Villeneuve back on top again, and Williams reminding everybody that maybe just abandoning their, 2000 car might have been the right way to go? No, here comes Jacques Villeneuve, and just like we saw with Ferrari so much last year, there's just nothing we can do against that BMW power. McLaren, obviously, they will, Mercedes especially won't be happy about that. Of course, 2 German rival manufacturers now in the sport. But BMW, they have built a monster for Jacques Villeneuve. I mean, look at that. Jacques Villeneuve, 2 seconds again faster than me on that lap. I know, obviously, we gave him a little bit of a slipstream down in towards turn 1, but now Frentzen up into P3 as well. I think the best we can probably do here sensibly is just try and walk away with a podium. We are waiting on some upgrades for this car that will probably appear when we get to Europe. But yeah, at the moment, Williams, they have absolutely reminded everybody of why they are so successful in this sport. Well, if I learned anything last season inside this series, that even when you've got a car that is down, you've never got to give up, but you have got to pick and choose your battles. And today, to be honest, I don't think we can fight with those Williams cars there. Frentzen will move through and up into P2 then. So Williams, despite what looked to be a bot strategy call earlier on, they have avoided most of the chaos today. And it looks like they're going to be set to finish 1 and 2. And like I said, just really mark their authority here in 2001. For us, though, McLaren, they barely finished any races last year. We finished every single race we've ever done inside this series still. So, you know, it was kind of to try and provide a little bit of stability for them. And if we can walk away with a trophy at the end of round 1, I think we can be pretty happy. I must admit, 3 laps to go, and I'm starting to actually get a bit nervous here. Looks like Ralf Schumacher and Rubens Barrichello behind are really upping their pace towards the end of this one. Johnny Herbert, I think, might be the only car out on track currently that is slower than me. And, well, I didn't think that bollard had done much damage to the front wing, but it's certainly making the balance of the car a little bit less stable. This is really, really odd. Look how quick Ralf Schumacher's coming up towards me, right towards the end of this. Trying to look round or outside through the chicane there. That's certainly not going to be a place to try and go for the move. But, yeah, we aren't just going to be able to drive this thing to the flag. We're going to have to defend from that Jordan car. And clearly, this McLaren is not as quick as I thought it would be. Oh, come on, one more lap to go, and here comes Schumacher trying to have a look round or outside. Exactly the same place his brother Michael tried earlier on. Luckily, again, he's not able to make it happen, but we just need to try and defend on every traction zone around this lap. Unlike the BAR car from last season, this thing, yeah, when you put the power down nicely, you have just about got enough to defend from a lot of other cars early on here. We have opted for a very high downforce setup this weekend. I just wanted some stability in the car, especially in the rain. On Saturday afternoon. That feels like a lifetime ago now with everything that's happened in this Grand Prix. But Ralf Schumacher even, he is not going to give up on the final lap of this race. We cannot come together on this last lap. They're around the outside down at turn 3. Schumacher's only gone and done it. And suddenly, from leading this race earlier on, thinking maybe we could try and get yet another fairy tale Australian Grand Prix, this one has given us a stark reminder of just the kind of work that McLaren still needs to do within this series there. For the Jordan to go around me like that is ever so slightly alarming on the last lap here. I mean, I think we are the slowest car left running on the circuit at the moment. Johnny Herbert, that gap has not gone up in the second half of this Grand Prix there. But through the final few corners for Jacques Villeneuve, it has been a fairy tale start to the new season for him and the Williams team there. Jacques Villeneuve will take the win here at the Australian Grand Prix of 2001. Heinz-Harald Frentzen is going to make it a Williams 1-2 and pick up maximum points for the team as they leave Albert Park, Australia there. And Ralf Schumacher in his Jordan. That'll be their first podium since I would have got one back in 1999. For us, though, it is only P4.
Another superb Australian Grand Prix comes to an end, and it's a thoroughly deserved victory. Anthony Davidson, a resounding victory today. What set them apart from the rest?
Well, I honestly feel it was down to the driver and car today. I mean, we can talk driver skill all day, but if you don't have a solid team to back that, you're never going to get anywhere. When you hit that sweet spot of having both an excellent driver and an incredible car, that's when you see results like those we witnessed today.
Red Bull put up an outstanding fight for the front position today, and it's great to see it paid off for them. They do so much for the sport that you can't help but be delighted by today's race win.
Well, there we are then. Williams start the new year in exactly the way they want to go on. 1-2 here in Australia. They're Ralf Schumacher, though, from 17th on the grid to walk away with a podium is a fantastic result. They're ahead of myself, Rubens Barrichello, and Johnny Herbert there. And yeah, you can see, out of everybody that finished, we have the slowest best lap by, well, a second to Ralf Schumacher there come the end of the day. Jenson Button, Fernando Alonso, Jarno Trulli, Michael Schumacher, Coulthard, Verstappen, Fisichella, Marc Genet, Hakkinen, Alesi, Wirtz, Montoya, Magnussen, and Kimi Raikkonen all failing to see the checkered flag. That really was a race of attrition there. Only 6 drivers scoring points. This is like real life 2001 based on that result there. Williams lead the constructors, though, with more points, I believe, than every other team combined this weekend. No, they're 1 point short of having as many points as everybody else put together there. Is a fantastic result for them. But for us at McLaren, we have got a lot of work to do before the next race out. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns. I believe we're heading to Bahrain. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we'll return with round 2 of our F1 2001 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in Bahrain. If you missed out on the video that went live last week from Albert Park, Australia with the season opener, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We did our debut race with the McLaren Mercedes Formula 1 team. We learned a lot. It was decent. We obviously scored some good points, but ultimately it actually gave us a couple of warning signals as well there. In terms of how many cars were left running by the end of the afternoon, we were not particularly quick. Jacques Villeneuve took the win ahead of his teammate Heinz-Harald Frentzen there, giving Williams a 1-2 to kickstart the campaign. Ralf Schumacher finished in P3 ahead of myself there with just Barrichello and Johnny Herbert, who also made it to the finish line. Michael Schumacher caused basically carnage early on in the GP there, leaving Arrows, Minardi, Ferrari, Sauber and Benetton walking away with 0 points from the opening race weekend. Now, we are working on some upgrades to the car. Behind the scenes, we have got a big aero upgrade, which should be arriving in time for the next race out in Barcelona as well. But yeah, early on, this car, it seems quickish, but not rapid in any kind of elements. I'm hoping Bahrain will be a little bit of a better race weekend for us. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you get yourself subscribed to the channel as well. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs by the end of the year. But anyway, let's head out then here to Sakhir. Well, as nightfall has descended then here in Sakhir, this McLaren looks absolutely fantastic under the floodlights out in Bahrain there. Michael Schumacher and Ferrari, though, they'll be looking to try and have a better weekend than they did last time. Of course, Schumacher involved in 2 separate accidents that ultimately meant that neither Ferrari got to the end of the season opener in Albert Park. But will we see Williams once again really maintain that momentum that we saw in that opening race as well there? I mean, we just want to try and just showcase what kind of pace this McLaren's got there. Is that Villeneuve? That Williams, you see how quick it is through the twistier sections of this lap there. I think they've got enough to fight Ferrari in a straight line, but through the corners there is just nothing that comes close to that car right now, as making our way through turn 9 and turn 10 there. Again, just bouncing over the curbs on the exit. These old V10 cars were so light. They really do just bobble around, it feels like, off the exits of corners there, and you just got to be so careful with the curbing and also with the oversteer. This thing is still definitely a handful, so you can just see they're leaning on the traction control as we make our way up in towards the final sector. Just keep it clean and tidy as we make our way down. Just one more corner to go then. It's again not going to be a particularly brilliant qualifying effort. Hopefully we will still see ourselves inside that top 10 there, as through the final corner we'll go. Mash the foot to the floor. It is going to be, I believe, P10, P11 on the grid. That is disappointing. Williams again then with a front row lockout here in Bahrain. Michael Schumacher will line up in 3rd ahead of his teammate Mika Hakkinen. Barrichello again gets another good qualifying effort under his belt there. Coulthard in 6th. We were down in 11th there, which is really disappointing, but we weren't a million miles away from our teammate either there. As you can see, both BARs, both Arrows and Minardis at the rear of the field. Qualifying times seem to be a lot closer this season, but boy oh boy, Villeneuve is dominant.
The stage is set for another enthralling race here in the Kingdom of Bahrain. A Ferrari stronghold in years gone by, but will they be able to add to their record today? We'll be racing around 3.36 miles of the magnificent Bahrain International Circuit today. Keep an eye out for drivers locking the front left down into the tricky braking zone of turn 10. A warm welcome to Anthony Davidson, who's beside me in the commentary box today. Let's talk about Mercedes. We have a number of changes to the aerodynamic regulations this year, and the signs haven't looked good for them so far in terms of getting to grips with those changes.
It doesn't look promising for them so far. And if the new regs have hit them as hard as we think, well, I suspect they may need a few late nights at the factory to get back on track.
Well, we are that McLaren Mercedes team in question then between Crofty and Anthony Davidson. So yeah, goes to show, I think, amount of work that we've still got to try and do inside this series. We did learn a lot, though, from that opening race, as well as the fact this car is actually very good on its fuel. So I'm not going to bother putting in like 5-6 laps worth of spare fuel this weekend. We just want to stay out of trouble. We just want to try and get some more points on the board. Clearly, this car is not competitive as we'd hoped early on this season. 5 red lights here on the grid. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go there. And again, just struggling to put the power down in towards turn 1. Looks like Hakkinen hasn't done a particularly good job either there, as we're going to be under... Whoa! A little bit of pressure from behind. The second weekend in a row. I mean, that's just chaos. I think that's Hakkinen that's gone into the side of Michael Schumacher. And we're going to definitely get a safety car there. Chaos at turn 1, but it's worked for us. I mean, let's ride on board then with Mika Hakkinen. He saw an avenue down the inside there. I think he actually got pushed into it slightly. But big contact with his teammate. I've got no idea how he didn't get involved in that one as well. Let's see, does the Benetton run into him? Yes, he does. So he kind of forced Hakkinen in there. Somehow the Benetton getting away with that one. Not for long, though. As Schumacher again will come in contact. So I think that's only 2 cars, though, out of this race. But again, another safety car on lap 1. Well, I can only assume Marc Gené's picked up damage in all that commotion at turn 1 as well there, because how slowly he's going through the corners, and he's not even able to keep up with those cars in front, even when we're all bound to safety car delta here. Are we going to see anybody into the pit lane, though? Yep, Gené in, to the surprise of nobody. Looks like everybody else has stayed out there, though, so from 10th on the grid to P6, that's not a bad lap 1. Oh, Schumacher's breaking down. Michael Schumacher's gone. What? Okay. I mean, he's tried to take Coulthard with him, it would appear. He's taking Kimi Räikkönen with him. What on earth has he done? Michael Schumacher is mad. Kimi Räikkönen then didn't even see turn 2 last weekend. This time out, he's barely going to make it to the end of lap 2 here, as Schumacher just decides to break down on the racing line. Luckily, I think because he's ghosted, everybody else has navigated it, but not very well. I think Marc Gené might gain quite well out of all this. Yeah, Marc Gené has just got a free pit stop. Oh no, there's bigger problems. I don't think any AI can get round, and there we go, Jenson Button's made it through, as well as a handful of others, but after we finished with just 6 cars last weekend, about 6 cars have been disqualified here, because Michael Schumacher's parked it on the racing line. We've got 9 cars left again. I love this mod, but I hate this mod. You guys know I don't like restarting on these games or anything like that. It's a really silly glitch, but luckily it hasn't affected many of our front runners, I don't believe. I mean, look at how much debris is there through that final corner. I mean, we're genuinely having to avoid stuff to try and not get a puncture. What on earth has happened here? This is so stupid. Safety car's going to be coming in then at just the end of lap 4, and we're down to just 7 cars left in this race. As I've said, this mod is great fun, but it certainly does have its issues as well. But ultimately, yeah, I just don't like restarting races inside any campaign. I like to always try and keep what happens. I think the less said, though, about all the carbon fibre through the final couple of corners, probably the better. Hopefully, someone is going to get all that cleared up, but we are going to go green flag racing once again then. And I'm expecting to see the Williams bolt away there, as here we go, Coulthard immediately trying to look for a move on Barrichello in towards turn 1, and Frenson's gone. We've got another one out, and that is one of the Williams there, so immediately Williams Civil War descending upon us here in Bahrain. And then, just like Albert Park, we're left with 6. Oh, Coulthard there, just a little bit of a mistake as they try and make their way out onto the back straight. I can't help but feel that he and Barrichello, once again, are going to have the pace over me. Hey! I can only assume that's for Frenson's stricken car down at turn 1, but this is gotta be one of the weirdest races I've ever had in this game. Well, there we go. Jacques Villeneuve into the pit lane, so I'm going to join him at the end of lap 5 here into the pits. Not sure why nobody else is going to be coming in just yet, but yeah, there we go. One McLaren and one Williams diving straight into the pit lane. I mean, I think if we thought last season was going to be all about trying to score points consistently and everything like that, the fact that we've had 28 retirements in the opening 2 GPs, as of now, probably goes to show that this season it's going to be even more important. Well, Villeneuve and I then are both going to be trying to save our tyres right the way through the rest of the afternoon, but at least our teammate David Coulthard gets to lead a few laps here as well, then, as I want to try and get the jump on Jacques as soon as I possibly can there. That's not what's happened though, and immediately I'm sure he will hang Jenson Button in towards someone. There goes Genet, trying to fight for a podium place as well against Rubens Barrichello, and I just pray everybody can make it through these first couple of corners without issues. I mean, the fact that the entire field is right in our view here, this feels like a slowly failing junior Formula Series, never mind the pinnacle of open wheel racing there. But yeah, DC out in front though, so that's worked out quite nicely for him. And I mean, yeah, Villeneuve all the way up then immediately into P3. So that Williams, I think we're probably going to see Jacques Villeneuve, claim his 2nd win in a row early on in this season. But yeah, as you just see there, I mean, Genet's just basically jumped out the way. Barrichello's going to have to try and look back past him as well. But at the moment, I can barely match Button. No.
No overtaking. Reduce your pace.
Oh, I think we've got a bad glitch. A really bad glitch. Luckily, I think there can only be a maximum of 4 safety cars in a GP. But yeah, we have broken this mod once more. Well, I believe the maximum amount of safety cars you can get inside this game was 4. Now, this mod, I don't believe, can change that. So even if we do get another safety car, hopefully that'll be the last of the afternoon, as this time around we're going to try and time our run on Jenson Button. There we go, up into P4 then we'll go. Maybe we can try and look past Rubens into turn 1. Nope, Coulthard's going to send it. And completely take Rubens out. And then there were 5. I mean, David Coulthard, that was a little bit rude in turn 1. But I guess that increases Button's odds of getting a podium for Arrows. This race is beyond belief. Coulthard there did genuinely just do his best wrecking ball impression, as Marc Genet, I think rather wisely there, will just decide to back out of that one. Will we get another safety car though, as we make our way down this back straight? There we go. Hopefully, that'll be the last one. Well, Marc Genet then is going to take the opportunity to dive into the pit lane as well. May as well have the free stop, and that now means Jenson Button up into P4 here. I tell you what, as bad as this race has been up to this point, it is good for our team. McLaren there, yeah, we didn't even get a win last season, of course, with the McLaren team. So there's a good opportunity for that today. And, of course, our constructors' hopes. Well, I really pray that this is the last safety car restart of this Grand Prix, but there is still plenty of debris down at these final couple of corners, so I'm not entirely convinced just yet. Waiting on Jacques Villeneuve to go. I have not judged that one very well, and we're going to be under pressure, probably from Jenson Button this time round, as Marc Genet also trying to look for a move. I guess our best hope now is that maybe Coulthard and Villeneuve can keep battling with each other, and then we can just try and hang on to them as best as we can there. As it looks like Genet's made the move on Button fairly clean and tidy. Let's wait and see. Will we get a 5th safety car in just half a Grand Prix? Oh, here comes Marc Genet though. Will he get in front? Will we get a safety car? Oh, we have. Oh, no. And if we keep getting safety cars, this race is going to take me like an hour and a half. And I tell you what, I'm already so bored of sitting behind safety cars here. Like I've said, you know, I love this mod. You've got to appreciate the work that's gone into it. But ultimately the F1 games can be fairly limiting. Well, maybe I just remembered it wrong. Maybe 5 safety cars is the all-out limit on this game inside this series. Maybe now we'll get clear running towards the end of the afternoon. I mean, worst case scenario, we can only afford to have 4 more safety cars anyway. But yeah, we have got to try and think about holding on to positions as best as we can there, as Marc Genet tried to have a look down the inside of turn 1. Not able to put the power down on the exit, though. Seems like him and I might be the only real battle towards the end of this race, though, as Jacques Villeneuve definitely has got the legs over our teammate David Coulthard. So Genet there just tries to give me a bit of a squeeze out. Whoa, and then we'll absolutely sit on the apex for the very next corner. Impressive to think, isn't it? Had Genet not had that front wing damage on lap 1, he'd probably be out of this race. 5 might be the limit. 5 might be the all-out limit inside this game. Maybe now we can then try to enjoy the final 12 laps here without a safety car. Admittedly, there's not many cars we can enjoy it with.
We can turn up the engine to mix mode 3 if you need it. Turn fuel to rich.
But let's try and keep up then with Marc Genet over these next few laps. I want to have a battle here, and I really don't want to lose to an Arrows. Villeneuve's pit. What on earth? Why is Jacques Villeneuve pit in this race? David Coulthard to the lead for McLaren. That is fantastic news for our teammate, I suppose, but that is a very, very odd choice by the Canadian and Williams. Maybe picked up a puncture going through all that debris, I don't know. But either way, Villeneuve and Button are in. So we're up into the podium places. And, well, I guess the question now is, can Jacques Villeneuve close back in? There we go. Villeneuve has appeared about 20 seconds behind us then. So he needs to go 2 seconds a lap faster towards the end of this race. That was about the same pace as he had over us at Albert Park. And honestly, this weekend, I feel even less confident in the car. The setup tweaks I've made aren't working whatsoever. Well, it's the first time we've had a seriously competitive teammate inside this series, and I tell you what, David Coulthard is looking absolutely rapid in that McLaren right now at 33.0. Meanwhile, we do a 34.4. I feel like we can match Marc Genet if I nail it. But yeah, Villeneuve is still running 2 seconds a lap faster behind, so he's probably going to catch me by the end. Well, this lap is quite critical then, because we've actually gone quicker than Marc Genet, admittedly only by a couple of tenths. But Villeneuve already is only 11 seconds back, and as we make our way through turn 1, he's setting fastest laps every single time there. That lap, again, 2 seconds faster than us. I mean, last season we saw this with Schumacher and Pedro de la Rosa. When will I pick a good car inside this series? Well, one of the things I've got to try and get used to with this car, and which I feel like I'm slowly learning here, is just how late you can brake into the corners, of course. I know about mashing the foot to the floor on the exit. I know about obviously leaning on the traction control, but this McLaren, unlike anything I've really experienced before, it just feels so light on, you know, you can throw it in, brake 20, 30 meters later than I was expecting, and it just slows down. Well, the fastest laps have stopped from Jacques Villeneuve behind me, but he is still looking very, very quick. We're pretty much matching our PBs. As soon as I say that, Villeneuve goes and sets another fastest lap of the day. He's had about 6 laps now where he hasn't gone faster. And now suddenly he's decided he's going to up the pace once again. Less than 3 laps to go of this Grand Prix. This is going to have to become the widest McLaren you've ever seen. That Williams is just so impossibly fast to compete against in a straight line. I really did think going to McLaren this year we would have a good car in a straight line. But 2 laps to go here in Bahrain. Are we going to be able to try and defend from Jacques Villeneuve? Of course, took the win in the season opener last time out in Albert Park. He's not going to get the win today, but he is certainly going to try and fight for a podium still, as we're going to try and go defensive up the top of the hill there, just parking on the apex. Don't allow him to get the switch back off the corner. Surely in through the S's we're going to be a little bit more safe.
5.7 seconds.
I mean, that car has reliably been 2 seconds a lap faster throughout most of the afternoon. I mean, he won't, even if he does get past us, you know, he's not going to get up to Marc Genet or Coulthard, so this is solely about trying to defend our own position towards the end, and it's the second half of the lap that I'm much more nervous about there as well. We just cannot put the power down. We will try and go defensive of Jacques Villeneuve there. You see he gets right the way around the outside, but we will defend. Chuck it over the curbs through the next couple of corners. He knows a DNF here is not worth having. He'd be better off bringing home P4. And as David Coulthard even looks set to claim McLaren's first win of the 21st century, I want to try and join him on the podium here. One more lap to go of the Bahrain Grand Prix, and maybe I'll remember now why we didn't feature this track in the F1 2000 season as well. I can't help but feel, though, as we start the last lap of this race, there's a sense of inevitability about this. Jacques Villeneuve to our outside in towards turn 1. His top end speed isn't that much more than ours. We're going to send it into the apex there. Try and hang on to the car on the exit of the corner. Villeneuve's gone round me, though, and up into P3 will go the Williams man there. Jenson Button, 33 seconds behind. He will just be having a day out of it over in his Arrows car there. But huge oversteer moment at the top of the hill there. But unless Villeneuve can make a little mistake somewhere, anywhere on this final lap, I just don't really see a way back through for us. But we've got to try and stick close to him. It's not unheard of. The AI do really struggle inside this mod sometimes. Perhaps if he runs deep down at turn 10. But Villeneuve, he gathers it up nicely. We are the ones struggling through the braking zone there. And, well, after just complete chaos throughout the opening half of the race, I'll be honest, with 5 cars left, it's quite a surprise just how entertaining the second half of this GP has ended up being. But through the final couple of corners, David Coulthard, he and McLaren had a terrible 2000 season, not walking away with a single victory. Coulthard's going to bring McLaren, though, back to the top here in the 21st century. I'm sure it took much longer than they wanted, but David Coulthard, the Scotsman, back on top once again through the final corner. Jacques Villeneuve's going to come through for P3. I'm gutted. It's our second P4 in a row.
Smiling faces on the pit wall after a superb win here at Sakir. And rightly so. What a brilliant effort from the whole team. Anthony Davidson, how do you think they were able to set themselves apart today?
I think a large part of the result comes down to temperament. They were able to keep their heads when everyone around them was losing theirs, and that's allowed them to get the best out of the car, to maximise the strategy, and to stay out of trouble.
And I can see the drivers starting to approach the podium for the victory celebrations. A real team victory today. Everybody played their part. Congratulations then to Mercedes, your race winners today.
Well, there we are then. David Coulthard takes the victory here in Bahrain ahead of Marc Genet and Jacques Villeneuve there. We come through for P4 ahead of Jenson Button, and once again just a sea of DNFs for various drivers there. Barrichello, Frentzen, Schumacher, Ralf Schumacher, Verstappen, Fisichella, Raikkonen, Alesi, Montoya, Herbert, Wirtz, Hakkinen, Alonso, Trulli, and Jan Magnussen all failed to see the checkered flag this evening's Grand Prix there. What does that do to our championship standings? Well, it means, yeah, Jacques Villeneuve at the top still on 41 points there. David Coulthard with that win gets straight up into P2 ahead of myself there. Frentzen and Genet tied on 18 points ahead of Ralf Schumacher and Jenson Button there, with Barrichello and Johnny Herbert still only 9 drivers have scored points so far this season as well there. Constructors-wise, Williams have a 10-point lead over McLaren as well after a couple of really good races to kickstart the year. Sauber now up into 3rd ahead of Jordan and Arrows there, with Jaguar and BAR with points on the board there. Just Minardi, Ferrari and Benetton yet to score after the opening 2 Grand Prix. But once again, you know, I do kind of apologise. There were quite a few glitches with that game, you know, with that race in the end, annoyingly. But like I said, you know, we kind of try to embrace the carnage as well where we can with this career mode as well. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready to Barcelona. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 3 of our F1 2001 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in Europe for the Spanish Grand Prix. If you missed out on the last video that went live last week from Bahrain, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. It's safe to say the opening couple of Grand Prix have been very much attrition-based affairs. As in, 6 cars was the most finishes we've had so far this year. Only myself and Jacques Villeneuve have finished both Grand Prix in this campaign. And the Canadian does lead the World Championship there on 41 points. David Coulthard, though, got McLaren's first win of the new millennium last weekend now. And we have 2 4th places in a row. Ultimately, it does feel like the car is lacking a fair amount of pace early on this season, but I'm hoping as we return to a couple more high downforce circuits, maybe these can play into our hand as well, of course. If you're new around here, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed as well to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs before the end of the year as well. So yeah, we're really going to try and smash towards that target, so any help is greatly appreciated. But yeah, let's head out then here to Barcelona. Well, I forgot to mention in the intro, but we've also brought quite a few upgrades to the first leg of the European season. Hopefully it's going to make the car just that little bit quicker with some major chassis and aero overhauls, and obviously especially around a track like Barcelona, you get to test a lot of different aspects of the car. Of course, there's the reason where wind testing is done so often around this circuit. Of course, nowadays it feels like Formula 1 has generally moved it over to Bahrain. But yeah, I don't know why, but I just get the sense that Jacques Villeneuve this season, it is just all gonna be about him and that Williams team now. Ultimately, I just feel like we're a little bit too far away, but if we can keep bringing major upgrades to the car, then hopefully it is going to make us more and more competitive, and maybe we can try and bring the fight to them. I mean, through the corners, you can see there how much time we gain on the BMW Williams driver, but it is just about, you know, the all-round performance of the car. Bit like our BAR from last season, we are way down on straight line speed, which is a bit of a shame. It was one of the big reasons I moved to McLaren this season, as I was hoping that we would actually now have, you know, straight line speed to compete with our top runners there, but just making a little bit of a mistake through that final corner. We're going to end up, I think, it's still a very good qualifying, actually. P4, that's way better than we've done in any of the first 3 Grand Prix. Well, there we go. Williams once again lock out the front row for the 3rd race weekend in a row, but McLaren, that is a really strong sign there. We definitely could have gone quicker than Frentzen in that qualifying there. You can see Barrichello up in P5. Hakkinen, P13 in his Ferrari. Better than Michael Schumacher, though, who goes P18 in the end. So both Ferraris are going to have to try and fight their way through from the back of the field there. Button and Juan Pablo Montoya, as well as Johnny Herbert, ahead of Schumacher. But I'm just praying we can get through the first couple of laps without a safety.
With Texaco.
The Spanish Grand Prix has been a permanent fixture on the Formula 1 calendar for over 30 years now, and for good reason. Do you remember Michael Schumacher's absolute dominance here in that rain-soaked Grand Prix in 1996? That day he took his first ever victory for Ferrari, and we've had many more iconic moments since. The Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, a track that will certainly force the drivers to push themselves. It consists of a very impressive main straight going into turn 1. It's a straight that also offers a DRS zone, so it's likely to be a hot spot for overtakes.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, and after we finish P4 in both of the opening 2 Grand Prix, that's exactly where we're going to start in round 3 this weekend as well. Their tyre wear here is obviously, the strategy is quite important around this circuit, but obviously, you know, with tyre wear being pretty low on this mod, hopefully it's not going to be too much of a concern. What is going to be a concern, though, is how difficult it is to overtake. Ferrari, I think they're in for a long afternoon further down the order, but I'm just praying we can get through the opening 2 or 3 laps without a safety car. It is 5 red lights, and it is going to be lights out, and away we go. Oh, here in Barcelona there as we'll try and just cover the inside line down in towards turn 1. There goes Rubens Barrichello, straight round our outside into the braking zone, though we're going to send it very, very late into that, well, first corner there, nowhere near the apex. But as we go through turn 2 and turn 3 there, can we try and find the grip the long way around the Brazilian there? Make sure we try and keep the wheel inside the white lines. But I tell you what, Barrichello and Jaguar, 2000 was a really disappointing year for them. They have absolutely come back in 2001 there, as down the inside we're still going to be, a little bit of contact. Oh, that's really disappointing. And we might have to make the switch over to hard compound tyres on just lap 1. I mean, we were lucky not to lose a wheel in that moment there, but you just see going up through Campsa, we've got nothing at all there, so unfortunate. You know, I thought Barrichello would give us the room down the inside, but apparently not. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, we should be able to take the hards to the end of the afternoon, but it's going to leave us with some very lonely laps early on in this Grand Prix as navigating our way through. I mean, can we tell the team to box?
Okay, the start was fine. Let's try and move forward. Understood.
The start was most definitely not fine, Mark, and into the pit lane we'll go at the end of lap 1. Yeah, that is a real disappointment for us. Make sure I don't get done for speeding, as we'll hear everybody else scream by. Hakkinen up to P12. Schumacher's gained a couple of spots as well on lap 1, as Fernando Alonso, obviously first home Grand Prix for him, the first Spanish driver in who knows how long inside the sport. And yeah, say he's only down in P18 at the moment, as Schumacher, you can just see on the on the MFD even, just making up more and more spots early on in this race. But we're in for a lonely early laps.
Let's get some heat into those tires.
I mean, hopefully we can undercut Barrichello. It's going to be a tall order though. But yeah, I think it's going to be a fair few laps before we even see the Minardis. Either that or we end up with a safety car. But it was always going to be the case, wasn't it? The first time we get a clear start in terms of these races, of course, is always going to be the one where I end up with front wing damage. That was nobody else had an accident on lap 1, apart from myself. I mean, we took 4 or 5 seconds out of those Minardis, so it won't be long before we're with them. But I think Villeneuve set a fastest lap of a 22.3. So those are the kind of times we're chasing. There we go. Villeneuve then at 22.3. We only do a 23.5. So there is going to be a lot of watching the lap times early on in this race. But yeah, I think those Williams still have just got a bit extra in the back pocket. I mean, the hometown supporters, there isn't going to be a lot to cheer for Fernando Alonso today. That car is pretty terrible. But he is ahead of his teammate Jarno Trulli there, as we will try and go around the outside of one Minardi down the end of the back straight. And you can see, yeah, when we're using the rich revs, we're actually very competitive with those times set by Jacques Villeneuve earlier on. So this race might not be over just yet, as we'll try and get around the outside of Alonso. Absolutely send it over the curbs there through the final chicane. You've got to make the moves. And we are up then into P18. I think, yeah, that Minardi is a little way off the pace of everybody else. Although I've been a little bit disappointed with this McLaren's pace so far this season, leaving BAR, it's safe to say, was certainly the right choice, though. Johnny Herbert, last year here, he was fighting for podiums. This weekend, he's only down in P17 and barely able to keep up with the Arrows cars early on in this Grand Prix. I also believe this is our 50th race start in this series. Of course, we did lose that one in the 1998 season. So yeah, I believe this is our 50th start inside this series there, as moving past a couple of cars into the pits nice and early on. So we're still ahead of Ralf Schumacher and Jos Verstappen. I mean, yeah, tell you what, this car today, this might be the first real time all season we've been able to really fight there. And, well, I'm hoping Johnny Herbert, being my former teammate, will kind of just let me by I've got to be a bit careful, though. As we saw earlier on, the AI can be a little bit unpredictable. That was, again, sometimes you... Ugh! I haven't done the move yet, Mark or Jeff or whatever your name is on this year's game. We get a warning for a collision. Oh, come on. Johnny, please, man. Just work with me here. Up in towards Cancer side by side. We will get around him, but... Yeah, sometimes you have to dive bomb the AI. Otherwise, they just kind of turn in on you. If you kind of get far enough alongside or even ahead of them, then they do often kind of back out of it and realise. Well, we're going to see a load more cars then into the pit lane as well here. I think we'll still be out behind our teammate Coulthard. Yes, we will, but we have gained a couple more spots then over those last couple of laps. So we are slowly moving up. I wish I knew where DC was so that we could see if we could chase him down. Well, hindsight is a beautiful thing, and I think in 2001, if people saw a lineup of Montoya and Button, they wouldn't assume too many great things out of it, but probably two of the most loved Formula 1 drivers for completely different reasons, these two. And Pablo, of course, just for his brutal nature. Oh no, that's Coulthard gone. What's happened? I was trying to work out who it was. Well, here we go then. DC following Mika Hakkinen down in towards the final few corners there. His old teammate just misjudges where the Ferrari's going to break, and David Coulthard out of this race. That is a heartbreaking end. As well, that does kind of screw us over here. It'll allow everybody else to claim a cheap pit stop in this race, but yeah, I think that's going to mean that Williams... I mean, actually, that might work out for us. If we can come out in P3, being ahead of just about everybody else, then this might not be the end of the world, and hopefully we can try and fight with those Williams cars throughout the second half of the race. As, yeah, everybody in. Maybe Magnussen Wirtz were ahead of the pit lane entry line, but either way, we're up into P7. Well, I actually think then that neither of the Williams cars were able to pit under that safety car either on the opening lap, because we've actually been allowed to go back around the safety car in this Grand Prix. There we go. Maybe they've come in, maybe they pit now. Are we going to see Wirtz and Magnussen do the same thing? Well, as a safety car about to come in then, approaching half distance, I don't believe any of our top 6 cars were able to get into the pit lane then before that safety car came out. They were ahead of the line when the safety car was called. So I think, yeah, both Williams, both Jaguars, and both Benettons have a lot of work to do still. Jarno Trulli's been really unlucky to end up going a lap down because, of course, he was able to pit, but would have got caught up behind his teammate Fernando Alonso. So he's going to have to try and jump out of everybody's way as soon as he possibly can. And now as we go green flag racing once again then, we've got to see if we can really try and attack some of these other cars as well there. As you see Magnussen. Oh, Jarno, please don't do that in towards someone there. It's Fisichella trying to have a look past Rubens Barrichello. I also had not expected him to slow down there. As Wirtz now, trying to attack the Jaguar. You see the Williams are both absolutely bolted off the restart. We're lucky to keep all 4 wheels on the wagon as we make our way through the next couple of corners there. But we've got to try and find a way around Jan. Scared, of course, to try and dive bomb those Jaguars, because we saw, obviously, what happened with Rubens earlier on there. But round the outside, down the hill we'll go. Will we be able to get it hooked up? Try and use the camera to the corner? Yes, we will. Up into P6. Barrichello and Fisichella both almost run off down the bottom of the hill there. So Alexander Wirtz will say thank you very much and try and make the move on his teammate there. But you just see we're almost 3 wide. Shades of Barrichello. When he went past, I think it was Michael, and it might have even been Ralph, actually, through that hairpin here many a year ago as well. But are we going to see cars into the pits? Yes, we do. Giancarlo Fisichella is in. I believe as well, Jan Magnussen behind us is into the pits. Jacques Villeneuve is into the pits. So out of nowhere then, we've gone from being last on lap 2 to potentially in the net lead. Well, I've got to try and find a way around Wirtz, even though I think he's going to be into the pit lane at the end of this lap. I mean, Jacques Villeneuve, just like we saw in Bahrain, he will continue to hound us towards the end of the afternoon there as getting the move done on the Benetton. He didn't want to make that one easy for me, but we are through. There we go. Frentzen in. Rubens Barrichello into the pits then. So as we round the final corner, like I said, lap 2, we were in last place here. 16 laps later, we are into the lead of this Grand Prix. Jos Verstappen and Mika Hakkinen have really won out because of this as well. So Ferrari certainly now with a chance for a podium here. But how quick will those Williams come back through the field later on? And have McLaren really taken a turn with our performance? Oh, there we go. That's what we want to see. New fastest lap of the day then. Onto a 1:22.0. So the pace is absolutely coming alive in this car. Now we've got clear air up at the front. There goes Villeneuve though. Again, half a second faster. Well, I've only just realised as well, I've got no idea how long it's been up there for, but Jos Verstappen, he's actually got a 5-second time penalty here. So yeah, the Sauber driver might really struggle towards the end of the afternoon. I mean, yeah, the big question for us though, of course, is, I mean, this car genuinely, if I had to guess, feels close to a second a lap faster than the one we drove at Albert Park in Bahrain. So that's just the leap forward the upgrades have made. But will it be enough now to really try and fight with Williams, even on even footing? We've got another safety car. We're riding on board then with one of the Jordans there through the first couple of corners. And, oh, just a little bit of contact. It makes all the difference. He's lucky to not get collected in that one. I know it's not Ralf Schumacher, so it must be Jean Alesi that's gone. Well, 11 laps to go then here from Barcelona. And I tell you what, after we have, what, 15 and 14 retirements from the first couple of Grand Prix, the fact that at this stage we've only had 2 today, at this point I would quite happily take another couple of safety cars, as long as I'm not involved in them. But yeah, get ready to go green flag racing once again then. We obviously got to try and make sure that we get the jump on Jos Verstappen in that Sauber car. That thing is looking very, very racy early on in this campaign there. I mean, the fact that Hakkinen hasn't been able to get round him, I think goes to show just how quick that car is. As once again, we've got a really nice jump. Are we going to see Jos challenge us in towards someone? That thing is very, very fast. Mika Hakkinen as well, trying to hound him in towards that first corner. Luckily, we have got clean air and breathing room in front and behind. But, I mean, Jacques Villeneuve, he will just be looking to try and get past as many cars as he can. Or maybe Williams just running a little bit slower this weekend. But, like I said, I genuinely feel this McLaren car has taken a huge leap forward in terms of performance. 21.2 as the fuel is burning off. We are getting faster and faster. I mean, that lap alone, we put 2 seconds on Jos Verstappen. Could it now really be McLaren versus Williams in the championship? Well, I don't know whether Mika Hakkinen's got mechanical issues here, but Jos Verstappen just genuinely seem to have the pace over the Ferrari. So this is not, I mean, so far this season, Ferrari have just not looked like they've got the fight in them. Just have not worked out these new rules for this 2001 season. But if Mika Hakkinen can kind of keep getting the elbows out with Ralf Schumacher behind, maybe Jos Verstappen's 5-second penalty will become irrelevant. Well, I tell you what, of course, after losing that final chicane in IRL Formula 1 over the last couple of years, sadly we can't mod that in to F1 2020. It really does make the race go by a lot quicker. I mean, we are counting down the laps here at the moment, but it feels like a much, much kind of longer race. Obviously, with that chicane still there, but 4 laps left of this Grand Prix. Still no sign of Jacques Villeneuve, though, on the relative. I really do think, you know, those opening couple of races were more about learning, everything like that for us, but this car suddenly now is a joy to drive. As we all know, it is never over in Formula 1 until you reach the checkered flag. I believe it was exactly this race where Mika Hakkinen was dominating and then broke down on the very last lap. So that would have been this very car, because of course we've taken Mika's seat ready for this season. And I mean, there's still a lot of races still to go. We haven't really battled with the Williams today. We just got a bit lucky with strategy. I'm not going to sit here and suddenly say McLaren have done it. We've got the fastest car. Let's go for a world title. Because it might still be, you know, that Williams is just that little bit faster. We have to keep working. We have to keep improving to try and make sure that we get the ultimate prize this season after so much heartbreak and disappointment over the last couple of near-miss campaigns. It's a good feeling. Finally, I feel confident I can say it, that we have got a car now that is worthy of fighting for a Formula 1 World Championship, and hopefully that's going to be what we can try and deliver as well over the course of this season. But as we make our way through the final few corners, we did admittedly win one dodgy race with arrows. We won races with Jordan. We won races with BAR. And now, as we make our way through the final couple of corners, this legendary British team, we are going to win a race for McLaren as well there through the final corners. A dominant display after being last on lap 2. It is P1 in Barcelona.
You worked hard for that one. Congratulations.
Another Spanish Grand Prix is over, and what a special race it was. Tell me, Ant, how do you think they were able to deliver such an incredible result today?
Without a doubt, the safety car changed everything today. The key to their success was keeping calm and reacting to the situation quickly. We've seen teams in the past throw away wins because they were too hesitant, but here they were decisive, and that's allowed them to take the advantage.
So after a magnificent race, we can now see the drivers making their way to the podium. Once again, it's the Silver Arrows who take top spot, a well-earned victory for Mercedes.
Well, there we are then, and after a maximum possible 9 different podium finishes so far this season, we've had 8, which is quite an impressive feat there. We take our victory, though, this weekend. Of course, McLaren now make it back-to-back wins with Coulthard's dub in Bahrain there. Jos Verstappen in P2 ahead of Mika Hakkinen there, 13th to 3rd. He had a really, really good race out, beating out Ralf Schumacher. Marc Genet makes it a double points haul for Sauber as well, ahead of Jacques Villeneuve there with Schumacher, Frentzen, Kimi Räikkönen, I believe that's his first career points as well, ahead of Giancarlo Fisichella. And after all the craziness of the opening couple of Grand Prix, it's nice that we have one today that was a little bit more normal there. Further down the order, Wirtz, Button, Alesi and Coulthard are 4 drivers that failed to see the checkered flag. Jarno Trulli, the only man to end 1 lap down as well there. But what does that do to our championship standings when it's all tied at the top between ourselves and Jacques Villeneuve there? So after the Canadian start of the year really, really well, we are coming back swinging there. Marc Genet now consistently paying off up into P3 ahead of Ralf Schumacher there and David Coulthard. Frentzen down in 6th ahead of Verstappen and Hakkinen there with Button and Barrichello rounding out our top 10. Michael Schumacher all the way down in P12 currently, only ahead of Räikkönen and Fisichella there, as well as everybody that hasn't scored so far this campaign, which is both Bernardis, Montoya, Alesi, Magnussen, and Alexander Wirtz. Constructors-wise, McLaren, we do lead that title, so I think we're going to be in for a fight this year that is hopefully going to be very, very entertaining. Sauber up in P3, ahead of Jordan and Ferrari there, and just Minardi, who are yet to get a point on the board. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready to the jewel in the crown. We'll be back for the Monaco Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 4 of our F1 2001 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend at the jewel in the Formula 1 crown. It's time for the Monaco Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Barcelona, from the Spanish GP, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. As we get up towards the Christmas period now, obviously, Season 5 of our driver career mode. Obviously, we've still got plenty of videos coming out from that. But obviously, yeah, we're going to be doing a few more videos from this series as well, of course. Currently, I'm still on my travels. I'll be back in the new year. But yeah, I'm recording this in November. I'm hoping, obviously, I'll have enough videos to keep you guys waiting until the new year as well there. But yeah, Barcelona though really was a turning point. After we struggled for pace in the opening couple of rounds of the season, we are now tied with Jacques Villeneuve at the top of the table. 49 points apiece there, ahead of Marc Genet on 28, Ralf Schumacher and David Coulthard, as well as Heinz-Harald Frentzen not too far behind. Obviously, only myself and Jacques have finished all 3 Grand Prix this year, so we could be in for quite a good title fight. Obviously, Monaco last season, if you missed it, It was arguably the craziest race I've ever had in an F1 game. Changeable conditions meant that cars were spinning off everywhere during that one, and strategy just went completely out of the window. It was basically the 1996 Monaco Grand Prix repeated again. But I'm hoping this season we're going to have a car that's competitive. 50 Grand Prix into this series, I'm still yet to claim a pole position. Maybe today can be that day. Well, here we are then, ready for the most important qualifying session of the year, and probably our best shot ever to try and claim a pole position inside this series. We all know just how difficult it is to get a lap nailed around this circuit, but I'm hoping that the high downforce setup that we've got on the car is going to work wonders here. Obviously, V10s around the Monaco streets was really a sight to behold as well. I would highly recommend going back and watching either some of these classic qualifyings or even some of the classic GPs as well, because it really was a sight to behold there. But as we make our way down through Portier, of course, it wasn't that long ago McLaren were winning this race with Ayrton Senna behind the wheel of the car as well. A little time has passed there, and yeah, McLaren, of course, especially in this alternate timeline, have not seen much luck since. There is almost putting it in the wall. Down through the chicane, through to back will go though, just shut the car in right up towards the barrier on the exit. You can see it is sliding around all over the show there, but trying to dance between the Armco barriers there. Through the Rascas we go, nice and easy. Someone's binned it in qualifying, that's quite impressive. But up towards the line though, we are just, I think, going to miss out. Jacques Villeneuve's done it, but Williams don't get another front row lockout. Well, there we go then. Jacques Villeneuve yet again. Williams getting their fourth pole position of the year, but it goes to show the pace is real in these McLaren cars there. Myself in P2 ahead of David Coulthard. Heinz-Harald Frentzen will line up in P4 there. Quite a few surprises though up and down the grid. Juan Pablo Montoya in his Arrows qualifies inside the top 10. So that's a fantastic effort done by him there. Jos Verstappen all the way up in P8. And again, Ferrari only quicker than Minardi in qualifying. I've got no idea what has happened to those cars at the moment. Alonso out-qualifies Trulli, and it was Marc Genet in the second Sauber who binned it on that lap.
Formula One on ITV in association with Texaco.
Nelson Piquet once said that driving the Circuit de Monaco was like riding a bicycle around your living room, and it's not hard to see what he means by that. There's no more prestigious a Grand Prix victory than Monaco, but also none so challenging. We're on the French Riviera once more this weekend at the 2-mile-long Circuit de Monaco. The cars will climb around 40 metres up the hill, past the casino, and then descend downwards towards the harbour through Sector 2. It's a very short run from pole position to the first of the 19 corners at Saint-Devote, and don't expect to see much overtaking here today. Anthony Davidson is alongside me as usual for the race today. Can we talk about Mercedes? We have a number of changes to the aerodynamic regulations this year, and the signs haven't looked good for them so far in terms of getting to grips with those changes.
It doesn't look promising for them so far. And if the new regs have hit them as hard as we think, well, I suspect they may need a few late nights at the factory to get back on track.
Well, last time they were moaning about Ferrari. This time round they're saying that we haven't nailed the aero regs. If anything, I think we've done the best job. It's just BMW have brought a more powerful engine as well to the grid. But 39 laps ahead of us. Unlike last season, it is meant to be sunny skies right the way throughout the Monaco Grand Prix. And I'm going to not underfuel the car, but I'm not going to put any spare fuel in it either. I think today we could be quite economical here. We just want to try and get a good start against Jacques Villeneuve down in towards turn 1. The 5 red lights come on here for the Monaco Grand Prix. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go there. And annoyingly, Villeneuve responded fantastically well there. Coulthard and Frentzen are going to try to look down or inside at the first corner. No, sorry, I think that's one of the Jaguars there. Rubens Barrichello trying to get a look through the opening couple of turns. We've got to give him the room up the hill. So DC there just running a little bit wide. And that's allowed Villeneuve just to scamper away at the front of the order there immediately. So yeah, Jacques Villeneuve, of course, I don't believe he ever won this Grand Prix, if I remember correctly, in IRL Formula 1. I could be wrong on that one, but I don't think he ever won this race. Maybe today is going to be his day there. As, I mean, yeah, bad start for us, though, going behind our teammate. Of course, David Coulthard won this very Grand Prix in the 2001 season. Obviously, twice a winner here on the Monte Carlo streets, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, he'll be looking to try and get a big result as well this weekend. But if we're going to be in a title fight with Jacques Villeneuve, then, of course, you know, how early in the season do McLaren start making calls about #1 drivers and things like that? DC, of course, was the #2 to Mika Hakkinen for so many years. He would not be happy with his organisation if they immediately started giving us the #1 role as well. But we've survived lap 1. That's the other important bit there, is we've already lost one driver. I've got no idea who that is. But it was only a very minor incident then for Johnny Herbert. You just see makes his way through, glances the barrier through to back there. And I think he's actually just got a puncture. Maybe he's broken a suspension arm on that BAR car. But here's our first casualty of the afternoon, out on lap 1. We did put half a second on our teammate David Coulthard in qualifying, so I would hope we're going to be quicker than him in the Grand Prix as well, as we got a safety car. I mean, I'm going to take the opportunity to pit if we can. I think that's a Ferrari gone. Oh, so here we go then, riding with Michael Schumacher, following his teammate Mika Hakkinen down in towards the back. Just runs a little bit wide there in the dirty air, and that is the Ferrari instantly out of the Grand Prix. And if ever you needed an example of how brutal the damage model is on this game, there you go. Well, we are going to peel into the pit lane, though, and immediately slot down into the McLaren box here. Of course, we can take the hards to the end of the GP. The only real question is obviously, you know, how badly will we get held up, potentially behind some other cars as well. There we can see Marc Genet, Fernando Alonso a fair way off the back of the field at the moment, so maybe we'll come out ahead of them still. Yes, we do. We do often see effectively no-stop strategies here at Monaco, and if it works at Spain, I see no reason why it can't work for us here as well. As Jacques Villeneuve then is going to be leading the cars through those final couple of corners. We are stuck behind 2 of the Finnish drivers. Obviously, no Mika Salo on the grid this year after his explosive 2000 campaign. But as we go green flag racing once again then, this is going to be really, really tough over these next few laps there. The pace spread between the entire field is not that big, but Villeneuve, I'm sure, will still be able to pull away. It is so tricky to try and go for moves in track conditions like this on a circuit as tight and narrow as this one, with a damage model as brutal as it is. One wrong move by the AI, and it can not only obviously be their day over, but yours as well behind them. We want to try and get a run on Hakkinen there, but again, you've got to avoid the walls. They seem to really be struggling through to back at the moment. There's see Hakkinen again, just leans up against it, so we're going to have to be really careful there as Hakkinen again just parks it on the apex of the next corner. We've got to try and find a way around him, as already you can see Villeneuve pulling away once more up at the front of the order. That Ferrari, not only is it not particularly good through the corners, but it's also not as overpowered in a straight line. So you just see, it looks like Hakkinen and Raikkonen both trying to avoid the bumps on the apex of the top of the hill, as we will send it down the inside of Hakkinen there, just about keep it out of the barrier after giving the room on the exit. But, I mean, you can't not make a clean overtake with this mod around this circuit, but we've done it. I'm hoping Hakkinen is going to be one of the most difficult drivers to try and get around early on in this race. I'm hoping everybody else, we should just have a little bit more kind of natural pace in the car over. So you can just see Kimi Raikkonen making his way up towards turn 1. Still only 10 seconds behind our teammate there, but we will get the run on our second Finnish driver of the day. We'll be able to go around the outside there as wheel to wheel we rub against the Armco barrier again. But around the outside, up through Casino Square, that was a brave one. Oh, we got yellows. Has someone binned it on the exit here?
There's an incident in the next part of the track. No overtaking through the yellow flags.
Someone's definitely gone off somewhere. There it is, Jos Verstappen out of the Grand Prix, so disappointment for him. That looks, though, like it's a mechanical failure. I guess what's good for us, of course, is it's one less car I need to try and overtake. Well, looks like we've got even more chaos then. Kimi Räikkönen appears to be breaking down in this GP. And look at this, Häkkinen following him around. And Räikkönen just tries to move out of the way through the final couple of corners. And the Ferrari goes with him. What a bizarre little incident through the final couple of turns here. But that's going to, like I said, bring out another safety car. Not really sure what Kimi was trying to do. I think he was just hoping the Ferrari would go around in there. But yeah, Häkkinen just into the back of him, and the Finns have crashed into each other. Oh, there we go. DC's in. David Coulthard into the pit lane then, so that's going to be really interesting to see what happens. Montoya in as well there. Jenson Button in the other Arrows car opts to stay out, but has Jacques Villeneuve pit then in this Grand Prix? There was Coulthard. I don't think he has. So strategy here is becoming very, very interesting as we're down to just 13 runners. Well, Williams have really rolled the dice with the strategy here. I think they're hoping for a few more safety cars and things like that. Either that or they're hoping it's completely clear running and they can just pull away whilst myself and DC have to try and fight our way through slower traffic once again there. But the green flag waves once more here on the Monaco Grand Prix circuit. And are we going to be able to try and have a look for a move on Alex Wurz quite quickly? Of course, that move that we made on Räikkönen really has given us the confidence now that we can try to attack more AI.
We won't be making another pit stop.
What I think, though, has happened here is there's quite a few cars that are obviously very, very loose to drive, and quite a few of them that are very, very kind of... they seem easier to drive for the AI. I wonder if pretty much all of the loose cars have binned it, so your Ferraris, your BARs, all that kind of thing. And now we're kind of left with sort of 12 or 13 runners where all their cars are actually fairly sensible. You can see, for example, Wurz and Button, they're not running really wide up the top of the hill. So I wonder if these guys are going to be a lot more composed and therefore a lot more difficult to overtake. I say that, immediately Alex Wurz there just makes a little bit of a mistake in his Benetton. That could have been game over for us. So we get actually contact from Marc Genet behind. So the AI really giving us the hurry up there. Genet immediately will dive into the pit lane. So that means we've got DC now breathing down our neck. But it was almost, yeah, obviously the McLaren that we obviously saw last year. That seems to be more like the Ferrari, the BAR and the Minardi this year. Just complete handfuls that the AI can't wrap their head around. Wurz, though, in that Benetton, unless he locks up or does something like that, that thing seems pretty composed. Can we get the run down the hill? Get down the inside there once again, avoid the wall on the exit, and we're through. Oh, we got yellows, I think, out behind, and we got another safety car. Who now has binned it? It's Coulthard, no! We're riding on board then with our teammate DC. Maybe my theory was wrong there, just trapped in the dirty air of the car in front. And while that is reminiscent of an incident we saw in the early 2000s here, if I remember correctly. Just see the Jordan unsighted behind him, not enough time to get the yellow flags out. To be fair, actually, had probably time to avoid him, but that's not happened. And David Coulthard is out of his second Grand Prix in a row. As we found out in Bahrain, there's a maximum of 4 safety cars, I believe, in a GP. We've already had 3 of them, and we're not even at half distance yet, and already we're down to just 10 runners. So once again, another Grand Prix proving to be a race of attrition in this series. I really thought that maybe Barcelona was going to kind of bring a new age of stability inside this series, rather than just chaos at every single Grand Prix. Looks like Monaco has got... I mean, Monaco, to be fair, is a bit more tricky and things like that, so hopefully it's not going to be the long term there, as Jean Alesi, just the up and run, struggling a little bit in that Jordan's car. We've got to find a way around Jenson Button as soon as possible there, because still it is Jacques Villeneuve that leads the way at the front of the order. But when he pits, hopefully we will come out in P1. Villeneuve, there we go, another new fastest lap of the day by the Williams driver, so, I mean, he's basically just hoping now we get another safety car, and, well, I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I would assume we're going to get a fourth safety car in this race at some point there, and Jean Alesi definitely is struggling a bit more, so I think that Jordan car, again, is a bit more like some of those others that I mentioned. We're just struggling a little bit more with tyre wear at the moment, trying just to see if I can throw Jenson Button off. Was in his second year, got points for arrows already this campaign, but he's just not budging, and fair play to him. Well, I'm sure Jacques Villeneuve is just going to be using the Pedro de la Rosa school of winning a world championship. Just got to finish every single race you can and make sure you score points in all of them. Of course, Pedro, 15 finishes last year out of a maximum 16, and then he would have been all 16 had I not collided with him at Suzuka. We were the only driver to finish every race last campaign, and well, so far already this season it has only been myself and the Williams that have survived all 3 Grand Prix. Down the inside a Button will finally go. That was a bit more of a tidy move. Haven't seen much of the Jordan team so far this year, but again, they are another organisation, a bit like BAR, that we certainly came and left at the right time there. As well, Lacey into the pit lane then, so that works out beautifully for us. So, have we got anyone else in the pits? No, we don't, interestingly. So a lot of the AI is still trying to continue on. Next up is Giancarlo Fisichella, and then I believe it's both Williams and both Jaguars in your top 4. Oh, there we go, first driver dipping into the 116s this afternoon. Goes and reminds Williams again, just the pace we have got when we're finally out in clear air here, as we are near enough now at half distance. As always, these races feel like an absolute marathon throughout the first half, and then things tend to calm down. Well, that Benetton is another car this season that just seems to have got itself a little bit closer to our front runners. Without the dominant force of Ferrari, it really has given a lot of teams a lot of opportunities there, as Jan Magnussen into the pit lane, and so is Jacques Villeneuve. So we are almost up then into the podium places. And we should get a big jump on the Canadian then, but of course we've seen before how quick he can be in the second half of a race. Another one we've seen how quick can be is that Sauber car, Marc Genet. He has pit, and he's now up into what I would assume is a net P2. Oh, there we go. Oh, Fisichella just broke a little bit more than I was expecting him to on the racing line through those last couple of corners. But into the lead we go then of the Monaco Grand Prix. I mean, I don't know whether Genet will have to pit again. He's only 8 seconds behind. How far back is Jacques Villeneuve in this Grand Prix as well? Because, of course, that's the other big one. Villeneuve is only 12 seconds away. So it's not out of the realms of possibility that if he could find a way around Marc, maybe he could close back in on us. Or I do something like that and bin it. Oh, okay, we're flying.
Keep this up.
We are flying along at the moment then. New fastest lap of the day. I mean, yeah, even on that lap, we've gone quicker than Jacques Villeneuve, who's on fresher tyres than me. I just think this car around this circuit is a bit, again, a bit like our BAR last season. We've just got the downforce. We don't need as much power here. It is not a hindrance. Well, I tell you what then, just flying around this circuit at the moment. Obviously, these 2000s cars, they really did evolve very, very quickly. Obviously, they've had the engine power in these V10s since, you know, the late 1990s. But obviously, with the introduction or the reintroduction of traction control and some of the other electronic aids, this honestly now is starting to feel more like a modern F1 car. Yes, we've still got a lack of grip being provided by the tyres, but it's starting to feel stable and predictable, and you can see why, you know, when you get to sort of 2003, 2004, why these cars were so fast and so highly rated. They really were kind of the introduction of modern Formula 1, as even as we still know it today. But yeah, we've got about a third of this Grand Prix left to go. I'm kind of hoping now it's fairly predictable towards the end, because we are just pulling away from Marc Genet, and now he is holding up Jacques Villeneuve. Okay. What's happened? Oh, we got... Who's got... Oh, no! Loads of drivers have gone. What on earth has happened? Well, riding on board then with Marc Genet running up in this P2 position, holding the Williams at bay, but he just nudges the wall, and he's taken both Williams with him. Will we see? The Jaguar, I think, has been able to avoid it there, but, I mean, look at this here from Frenson's point of view. He's just making his way through following his teammate, and just both of them have collected with the Sauber there. So suddenly, like I said, I think the Jaguar's going to be able to make it through all this without any major problems, but we're down to like 6 runners. Well, as we catch up to the back of the safety car then, Giancarlo Fisichella has taken the opportunity to move back up into P2, but we had close to a 40-second lead over the Benetton driver here, and, well, as long as we can finish this Grand Prix now, we're going to be the only driver that has survived all 4 races at the start of this season. What an absolutely wild campaign it's been so far. Well, coming round then to start lap 36, we've only got 4 laps to go with this Grand Prix, so luckily there's not time for another safety car, even if we get more incidents here, but just controlling the pace once again. Just got to make sure that we get the tyres up to temperature off of this restart as we try and open up the line through that final corner. Try and get that throttle down there and escape from Giancarlo Fisichella. I'm sure he'd love to try and claim the victory here, just like he did IRL in... Was it? Yeah, was it Giancarlo? Was it Jarno Trulli? I can't remember which one it was. That obviously took the victory here in 2004. I think it might have been Jarno, to be completely honest. I think Fisichella did win a couple of Grand Prix when he was a Renault driver in, obviously, the mid-2000s, but yeah, as we just control the field then once again off of this restart. Now, of course, as long as I don't do anything stupid, we should be safe. As we round the final couple of corners then to start the last lap of the Monaco Grand Prix, we haven't needed to take any risk towards the end of this one, but it hasn't stopped us pulling out a 7-second advantage over the rest of your runners, and if that goes to showcase the pace this car's had today, then I don't know what will there. We have 5 finishes in Bahrain, 6 finishes in Albert Park, Australia, and we're going to get 7 finishes today at the Monaco Grand Prix. I really do hope things become a little bit more normal in the next couple of rounds, but yeah, today really has been a race of attrition and trying to avoid chaos. And of course, Bahrain was a bit of luck for McLaren to take the win. Spain was, you know, good strategy call. I think here today, we have just had the pace to control the field once we got back out in front there. Yes, Jacques Villeneuve and Williams butchered their strategy a little bit. Of course, yes, Jacques should be getting a podium here, but he's not going to, thanks to Marc Genet stacking it. But as we round the final few corners of the Monaco Grand Prix, we are going to get our 2nd win in a row around these famous streets. The 2000 season saw all kinds of weather thrown at us. This time round, the sun has been shining here around Monte Carlo. At the final corner, McLaren, they are back on top at the Monaco Grand Prix.
That's a race win. You've really been great today.
They've done it then. They've won here in Monaco with an emphatic performance and a victory they can be proud of for years to come. And talk to me, what do you think it was that sealed the win for them?
Well, the safety car completely changed the race, didn't it? It's hard to say exactly what would have happened without it, but there's no question that they came out of that situation in a good position.
After an excellent performance at the Grand Prix, I'm sure there'll be plenty of celebrations tonight amongst the Mercedes team, and they certainly deserve it.
Well, we become the first repeat winner then of the 2001 season as well there, and happy to claim back-to-back Monaco Grand Prix victories. Giancarlo Fisichella will come through for P2 ahead of Jan Magnussen and Jean Alesi there. Barrichello, Button and Alexander Wurz all seeing the checkered flag there, with Genet, Villeneuve, Frentzen, Coulthard, both Schumachers Montoya, Alonso, Trulli, Raikkonen, Hakkinen, Jos Verstappen, and Johnny Herbert all failing to see the checkered flag. What's that going to do to our championship standings? Well, it means we've now got a 26-point buffer over Jacques at the top of the table as we head to his home Grand Prix next time out there. Genet still in P3, ahead of Ralf Schumacher and Coulthard in the championship. Barrichello up into 7th there as Fisichella leapfrogs his way up into 8th place, now tied with Jenson Button. You can see Magnussen gets ahead of Hakkinen, and Lacey gets ahead of Herbert and Schumacher, and we're just left with both Menardis and Montoya, who are yet to score points in this campaign. McLaren to the top of the constructors as well, on 100 points there ahead of Williams and Sauber, with Jordan, Jaguar, Benetton and Ferrari there. Arrows ahead of BAR and Minardi, yeah, without any points to their credit. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. Like I said, we're going to be having, I think, 2 of these videos going out a week between now and the end of the year. So thank you everybody for the support, and we'll be back very soon in Montreal. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome back to round 5 of our F1 2001 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in Montreal for the Canadian Grand Prix. If you missed out on the last video that went live from Monte Carlo, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. It's safe to say this McLaren car is absolutely coming alive at the moment. 2 wins in a row for myself, and of course an extra one for David Coulthard in Bahrain means that this team now has won 3/4 of the races so far this campaign. We're the only driver to have finished all 4 Grand Prix. I think that is a little bit more to do with this mod than anything else, but we have now got a 26-point buffer over Jacques Villeneuve in the championship. He was admittedly quite unlucky in Monaco, was following Marc Genet towards the finish before, annoyingly for him, Genet stacked it and Jacques had nowhere to go there. But as we make, we're a quarter of the way through this season already, things are looking very, very good for ourselves. Of course, not long left of 2024, but obviously, we're getting closer and closer. I'm recording this a month in advance. Hopefully we're getting closer and closer to 140,000 subs. That's the goal by the end of the year. So if you want to help us out and help us get one step closer, it would be greatly, greatly appreciated. But yeah, I'm expecting Montreal to be a bit of a tougher circuit for us this weekend. And of course, with it being Jacques' home Grand Prix, I think he's probably going to come out the gate swinging. Well, here we are then. We've already seen Williams claim every pole position so far this season. We narrowly missed out on Monaco last weekend. Could today finally be the day we get our first pole inside this series? Of course, Niki Lauda, he did win the 1985, I want to say, World Championship. It might have been 1984, despite not taking a single pole throughout the campaign. So it's not impossible, it's not unheard of. But it certainly makes life a little bit more difficult there, as Heinz-Harald Frentzen so far on this lap looking very, very racy. Like I said, I expect this weekend our car just to struggle a little bit more, but I was pleasantly surprised by the top speed it was capable of in free practice there. But Frentzen, obviously the only time a Williams has not been on the front row was Frentzen last time out in Monaco. Both myself and David Coulthard got the jump on the German, who still desperately needs to prove himself on his return to the Williams Formula 1 team there. But making our way then down in towards the wall of champion chicanes, well in excess of 200 miles an hour before we slam on the anchors at the 100-meter ball. They're nice and tidy through the curbing, both on entry and on exit. Where are we going to end up on the grid, though? Frentzen storms to pole. We only line up P6. Well, there we go. Williams back to fighting form at the front of the order. They're 1 and 2 on the grid for the 4th time in 5 races. But Ferrari are back. They're obviously on a power-orientated circuit like this one, and admittedly a lot of the ones coming up inside this series. Ferrari are going to be able to fight, I'm sure, back at the front of the order there. Again, Sauber looking really, really racy in P7 and P8 there. You can see ahead of a whole cluster of other cars. It's a little bit of a shame for Minardi, the fact they are pretty much as far away from arrows as arrows are from everybody else.
Formula 1 on ITV in association with Texaco.
Bonjour! It's time once again to go racing here in Montreal, the second largest French-speaking city in the world, and home since 1978 to the Canadian Grand Prix. With top speeds of around 210 miles per hour heading into the overtaking opportunity of turn 13, the 2.7 miles of the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve are some of the quickest on the Formula One calendar. There are 14 corners in total, with 60% of the lap taken at full throttle, and average lap speeds clock in at about 130 miles per hour.
Well, back-to-back victories in the last couple of races, obviously coming after back-to-back P4 finishes, so I guess wherever we finish here is also where we're going to finish next time out in La Castellet. But once again then, obviously the one-stop strategy is going to be the way to go. I feel like carrying a little bit of spare fuel though here might be useful. Obviously a lot of straights, so we can use the rich revs to give ourselves the power advantage as well. But how are those Ferraris going to get on today? The first time it feels like since probably Albert Park, where they've been well and truly competitive at the front. They got a very quick car in a straight line, but nothing through the corners, as Monaco and Barcelona have recently proven. Waiting on the grid, though, for those 5 red lights here in Montreal. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go there. Both Williams get off to a fairly clean and tidy start at the front of the order. Both myself and Schumacher struggle a little bit. It's Genet. He's going to send it there in towards turn 1. Hakkinen will stay ahead of his teammate. There was Coulthard, would immediately jump up into P3, but we just seem to struggle so much off the starts in these races. We're going to very aggressively send it back down the inside of Giancarlo Fisichella there. Looks like Jos Verstappen has taken some grid penalties this weekend as well as, oh no, just snapped around the rear end. That is so annoying. It does it occasionally inside this game there, and to the back of the field we go on lap 1. Just occasionally you get those moments where the traction control just cuts the power and you go for an incredibly lazy spin. And well, for the second time in the last 3 Grand Prix then, we obviously ended up at the back of the field in Barcelona as well. We have ended up at the back once more. More painful though here, because it's going to be much more difficult to try and get back to the front. The most important thing when you end up with a moment like that is you just stay calm. You don't try and do anything stupid. You just keep the car away from any other danger, and you just try and get back on the road there. I mean, it hasn't taken us long before we've closed back up to the Minardis here. Of course, every race this season, we just seem to watch them drop away from the Arrows cars as everybody else early on. It seems like Arrows here are competitive enough. So there we go. Oh, Jarno! why on earth would Jarno truly try and defend that? Surely he doesn't believe, well, he can keep me at bay for the remaining 33 laps or so in this Grand Prix. You can just see how slow that Minardi is in a straight line.
Between you and the car behind by a few seconds per lap.
They've just got, I mean, they've got no control over those cars when you follow them round, and they've got no straight line speed either. It's probably the worst car we've seen in this series. But already we can see, based on the fastest laps, that Villeneuve is really trying to hound his teammate Heinz-Harald Frentzen at the front of the order there. But despite the fact we're having to carve our way through traffic, we've still definitely got pace here. Montoya has often been a little bit overshadowed by Jenson Button so far this year. Of course, the only driver outside of those Minardis that hasn't scored points in the opening few Grand Prix there. As it's just this corner, we cannot. I just seem to be trying to carry too much speed into the apex, and that's making our life very difficult. And combined with the fact the Arrows actually, yeah, it's a very decently all-round package this season. I just want to try and find a way around the Colombian here. Maybe we can go for a send down into the hairpin. We seem to have, yeah, very, very good straight line speed this weekend. But we will claim another one, as actually, look at that, Montoya trying to come back at me on the exit. Luckily, we've got the power. You can just see, we're still only the early laps in this Grand Prix, but Button really does seem to be able to kind of hang on to the coattails of a lot of other drivers here, as again, going to try and do the same thing we did to his teammate. This time around, though, try and get it slowed down onto the apex. Don't allow that switchback. And I mean, I think we should still score points here unless something wild happens. But every car is just going to be a little bit more difficult to overtake. Jaguar's another one that's been quite strong in the early races, but I think here will really suffer. And again, it's just the straight line speed that seems to be the problem there. Barrichello losing plenty of ground to my former teammate Johnny Herbert. I mean, we're hoping that Johnny Herbert's going to make my life slightly easy for me. It is such a weird feeling for the first time ever with this mod. Feeling like we got good straight line speed in the car as down the inside of Herbert we will go. Again, you've kind of just got to send it into the corner so the AI don't try and switch you on the exit there, as we just nudged the wall actually on the exit of that corner there. But I mean, all our top guys trading times in the high 115s. We are not a million miles away from that, especially when we're still having to fight our way through. But I mean, this car in the opening few races was only capable of doing like 190 odd. Now it's approaching 210 down some of the straights here. Again though, the oversteer seems to be getting worse as Johnny Herbert, he will say thank you very much through the exit of turn 1. Can I try and get back down the inside? Send it. Thank you. That was scary. Well, I think our best place to make overtakes today has got to be down at the hairpin. There is down the inside of Jean Lacey. We'll have a look. Can we just get the power down on the exit? Yes, we can. So, I mean, you can just see there the AI kind of sensed that I'm going to go for it and tried to let off the brake slightly into the corner. It's just one of those things that F1 2020's AI. So can we try and have a look past Kimi Räikkönen then out of that final corner? We'll go to the outside. Luckily, we have got good braking performance there as we get 2 wheels out over the grass. But again, we just about get it stopped. And now we've got a bit of breathing room to Ralf Schumacher and Jos Verstappen. I don't believe Jos actually had grid penalties. I think he just had a bad start. Our first lap then in clear air in this Grand Prix. What is the time gonna be? 16.2. I'm not really seeing the AI set flying laps anymore as much at the front. I don't know how kind of close they all are, or maybe they're spreading out a little bit. I also don't know how much time we're losing to them, but it's very much just the case of almost a bit like in the late 2010s with kind of Ferrari, Red Bull and Mercedes. If they pull away early on and you're not with them, they absolutely just never really get a look in. There we go, David Coulthard going to be one of the first into the pit lane then. So yeah, I mean, he's not a million miles. I mean, he's got, what, about 10-15 second advantage over me early on in this race. I mean, we're just now catching up to this big train of cars, as some of these guys are going to start to pit. They're trying to avoid the Wall of Champions chicane on the exit, but you just see trying to get around Ralf Schumacher in towards turn 1. I've actually lost a pit stop to some of these guys. In fact, yeah, DC's come out in front of me. So we've lost an entire pit stop early on in this race there. I mean, I don't know which of those Ferraris it is as well. This coming right behind not Jos Verstappen, sorry. The other Benetton driver of Giancarlo Fisichella. But yeah, I'm surprised they pulled away that much. Down the inside of Alexander Wurz. We'll have a go then. I mean, again, that is very, very aggressive there. And Wurz will kind of see that one and switch us off the exit of the corner, though. Will throw his line off slightly, so we're able to get the power down and get around him. Jacques Villeneuve setting the new fast lap of the Grand Prix there as Coulthard trying to make some moves through some of these other slightly slower cars. Whilst Barrichello's definitely struggling a bit further down. Jan Magnussen's still flying the Jaguar flag this weekend, and what has been, yeah, a really decent resurgence so far this season. But again, I mean, I think Jan just kind of expected that one there and didn't really want to fight it. But up another one then, and hopefully we'll be able to get around Giancarlo Fisichella down in towards the final couple of corners. I think if we can get around him now, then I probably will try and dive into the pit lane as well, just to try and, know where we're at, ready for the rest of the afternoon here. Is can we try and get a run on Fisichella here? See how much time we gain on him. Fisichella's going to try and go a little bit defensive on me there, but we are going to dive into the pit lane. I love those classic cars. In a modern Formula 1 car, there is no chance you get that slowed down there. So we've got yellow flags out. It's DC new fastest lap. No idea who's brought out the yellow flags. But where these cars are so light, you can slow them down into the corners so easily. I don't know whether it wasn't Schumacher that's been there. I don't know who's brought out the yellows, but it's certainly still causing problems. It is Ralf Schumacher, I think. Yep, Schumacher's out, and we got a safety car. That is terrible timing for me. Well, what this does do is it allows both of those Williams to get a bit of a free pit stop here, as I don't think either of them had pit yet, and hopefully We're going to get the undercut, I guess, on a few other drivers as well. So we shouldn't be getting too much traffic. There's everybody else making their way through the pit lane. What it also does is obviously bunches up all of our front runners. So we'll gain quite a lot of time out of it. As we're back up into P8. Well, as we're just over half distance then when the safety car is going to be peeling back in. Jacques Villeneuve still leads the way ahead of Mika Hakkinen and David Coulthard there. But yeah, that safety car kind of came at a very good time. We'd already moved past all of, well, pretty much everybody else apart from your big four teams. So now obviously we've just got a chance to try and chase once again here, as Villeneuve leading his home Grand Prix through those final couple of corners. I've been really caught out as we try and get the jump on the restart there. Luckily, we're not going to be under too much pressure from the cars behind. But what are Sauber going to be able to do in the second half of this race? Obviously took podiums back at Bahrain and at Spain. Should have obviously had a podium last time out of Monaco as well. So it would have been 3 podiums in a row for the Sauber organisation. Both Marc Genet and Jos Verstappen really seem to be able to maximise everything in that car right now. Maybe they could be a championship threat if things go wrong for Villeneuve and I. Well, Jos Verstappen just broke a little bit earlier there than I was expecting him to, so we will have to rather forcibly send it down the inside. But up into P7 we'll go then of this race there, as I think Frentzen might be having some issues. He cannot keep up with Ferrari's, our teammate, and his teammate here. So already, yeah, we're just starting to see a little bit of a gap forming between Frentzen and our top 4. So is that going to leave him vulnerable that maybe we can try and go for a move? As Villeneuve again just pulling away at the front of the order. The braking performance of this car is just second to none. But when you're close behind the AI, I'm just so scared it's going to catch us out. Well, there we go then, right up behind Marc Genet as well. I think we all know what's coming next. Down the inside. Don't run into the back of Frentzen. That was so close there. Well, on the exit of the corner, we'll get the power down. So, I mean, the Saubers on paper should be the easiest ones to navigate out of this route. They're pretty quick now, but they're not quite as quick as everybody else. They are in a straight line, though. See Genet actually taking time out of me, so that thing must be getting close to 210 miles an hour. And, well, Ferrari power clearly paying dividends as well there. Frentzen, though, needs to try and get the hammer down. Of course, I'm sure his team will be telling him, try and keep us at bay as best as he can. Tell you what, watching Frentzen going round right now, he might still be able to make it a Williams 1-2. As we've lost another driver then from this Grand Prix. It's not one of our big hitters, though. So I'm not going to worry about it too much. In fact, I think that might be Kimi Räikkönen that is out of this Grand Prix. But yeah, Frentzen, he is flying along at the moment. Just this turnaround of pace suddenly. Now we've gotten away from the Saubers. And now, yeah, it's the battle of the Germans just in front. But I think Frentzen's going to get the jump on Schumacher pretty soon. Is he going to be able to do it down in towards turn 1? Not quite close enough. Oh, Schumacher! Schumacher now locks up. Ferrari, the bottles are happening late on in the day there, and somehow Frentzen not able to make the move happen just yet. He's surely going to try and have a look past him, though, down the end of this straight there. As I mean, these two battling as we almost go into them there. This has been so much fun to watch. I just want to try and find a way around them before the end of the afternoon there. But Frentzen, he's just got to try and chuck one up the inside somewhere to scare the German. But, I mean, yeah, we don't see many mechanical failures inside this series. Ultimately, because most of the time the cars have crashed out before the engines can brake. But, yeah, both the Williams and the Ferrari still a little bit quicker than us in a straight line. We definitely still need to work on powertrain upgrades, as Schumacher again slow out of that final corner. But Italian horsepower just seems to be a little bit better than German. Oh, Frentzen definitely now seems to be struggling once again in that car, so he seems to be so confidence-based inside this series at the moment. And just after a couple of little moments with Schumacher there, his rival now really just starting to struggle towards the end of the race. Every single lap, I sort of think, oh, maybe we could have a look down the inside of someone there, but just doesn't seem to work for us. But yeah, Frentzen now dropping away from Michael Schumacher, so he's going to go in and try and pursue our teammate David Coulthard. Meanwhile, all this going on behind, Jacques Villeneuve has just that clear running since the safety car restart. He's only got 5 laps to go, and he will become, I believe, the first ever winner in Canada. Obviously, well, sorry, since his dad, of course, won the Canadian Grand Prix back in, I think, 79, but I could be wrong. Well, definitely our best chance to try and go for a move on Frentzen is down at these first couple of corners. I think he's just worked those tyres too hard, and he's really struggling there as well. Try and have a look around the outside through turn 2. Can we try and put the power down on the exit? Yes, we can. And will we be able to get the long way round? Oh, big moment of oversteer there just to scare him into submission. But finally, we are up into P4. We've got just over 1 lap left to go then, and I think what's actually happened is the Williams here just cannot look after their tyres. Coulthard has closed onto the back of Jacques Villeneuve. Schumacher not a million miles away from either of them. Unless that's a lapped car that I'm looking at. I think it is. Oh, damn it. Oh, 1 lap to go, and it's the Minardi we've caught, not Jacques Villeneuve there. I really thought we could have been in for quite an exciting battle. Either way, yeah, Frentzen has really dropped away towards the end of this one, back in towards the clutches of Marc Genet there. But yeah, it's Jarno Trulli in the way, not Jacques Villeneuve there. So yeah, the Canadian, he has absolutely dominated this one, and looks like he's set on claiming his 2nd Grand Prix victory of the year. And just reminding everybody, the last few races might not have gone his way, but yeah, when that Williams car gets it hooked up, they are easily the fastest on the grid there, as we're going to try and navigate Jarno Trulli without too many problems. Always got to be careful, because the AI will let you by and then try and dive bomb you into the very next corner there. But yeah, we saw obviously his dad win here so many years ago, a circuit that I believe obviously bears his name as well, the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, of course. But this weekend, it is going to be his son, Jacques Villeneuve, who's going to walk away with the victory here in Montreal. The Williams driver out of the final chicane, up towards the line. That is going to be a hugely popular win here. David Coulthard comes through for P2. Michael Schumacher gets his first podium. For us, it is P4.
All right, race over. Take care of the car on the way in.
It was a magnificent race and a drive right out of the top draw to take the win for Red Bull today. Anthony Davidson, a resounding victory today. What set them apart from the rest?
I'd say it was down once again to good, consistent driving, nailing the corners, working to the track conditions and perfecting the team's strategies. They got all of these things right today, and the results speak for themselves.
Red Bull are our winners today after showcasing some incredible driving. There's been a huge push from them lately to stay competitive with the other teams, and they're certainly proving themselves.
Well, there we are then, the end of the Canadian Grand Prix, and Jacques Villeneuve, like we said, that'll be a hugely popular win up and down the paddock there. David Coulthard in P2, ahead of Schumacher and myself there. Frentzen did just hang on ahead of both of those Saubers, with Fisichella, Raikkonen and Alexander Wurz rounding out your top 10. So yeah, big points for Kimi there. Did a really good job in his BAR car. Just Hakkinen, Button and Ralf Schumacher that all failed to see the checkered flag. What does that mean though to our championship standings? Well, it means our gap at the top has been slashed to just 13 points ahead of Jacques there. DC now ahead of Marc Genet, with Frentzen still in P5 ahead of Ralf Schumacher there. Michael, like we said, his first big points of the year, gets himself up inside the top 10 there as well, jumping past a lot of drivers further down the order. Even with those points though, Raikkonen still only in P17. Constructors wise though, again, Williams do take a few points out of us there. The gap down to just 24, with Sauber and Jordan still ahead of Ferrari, Jaguar and Benetton there. I mean, look at that, 4 teams covered by less than 10 points. That could be a really, really interesting fight over the course of the season. BAR, they're taking points out of Arrows. It could still be that Arrows end up finishing in P9 by the end of the year. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the French Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 6 of our F1 2001 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the French Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live earlier on this week from Montreal, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Of course, it's safe to say this season is really throwing up quite a few interesting twists. Before we come to Le Castellet, though, we've got to try and sort out a couple of upgrades on the car. If we learnt one thing from that weekend, it's that the only thing we seem to be lacking on this car at this point is just a little bit of engine power. So we're going to try and bring a couple of major upgrades to the car in the next few races. Championship-wise, we've got a 13-point lead over Jacques Villeneuve after he claimed his second victory of the campaign, of course, at the circuit that bears his dad's name last weekend there. We've only finished 4th or 1st so far this campaign, so maybe that trend will continue this weekend as well here in France. But of course, obviously, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs by the end of the year. We haven't got long left of 2024, so I'd love to finish the year with a bang. But yeah, let's head out then here to Le Castellet, and hopefully we can have a good Grand Prix. Well, here we are then, ready for one-shot qualifying at Circuit Paul Ricard, and I'm hoping this weekend can really try and suit our car. I would expect Ferrari to be quick here. I would expect Williams to be quick here as well, but I'm hoping through Sector 1 and Sector 3, hopefully we're going to have a car that can really fight here. Last weekend really did kind of show, of course, we've got a lot of fast circuits coming up on this calendar that, you know, this season we could really have a interesting kind of 3-team fight where we're all competitive enough with each other in all aspects, but obviously all just have different strengths and weaknesses against the other teams as well there. Of course, for me, if we somehow don't get a pole position this season, then I'm going to be really gutted with myself by the end of the campaign there. Just navigate our way up through the chicane. You can just see Frentzen once again. Obviously took pole position last time out, but struggled a little bit for race pace come the end of the afternoon there. It still seems like Jacques Villeneuve has just got the one up on his teammate, but can we try and get closer to the German as we make our way into this tight technical Sector 3. I say tight and technical by Paul Ricard standards. The rest of the circuit obviously is very wide open, but you can see here there's a wall. There's a wall near the circuit, and that's pretty scary around this venue there. But through the final couple of corners, Williams once again, I think it is probably both of their drivers in control. They're huge snap of oversteer as we try and put the power down up towards the line though. We are going to end up in P3. That's pretty good going. Well, there we go. Only 3 cars separated by less than half a second there, and a 6/10 gap to my teammate David Coulthard, who lines up P4. Ferrari, I thought they'd be quick here. Apparently not. They just cannot get qualifying laps hooked up at the moment. Schumacher down in 13th place, just ahead of Mika Hakkinen there, ahead of both BAR, both Arrows and the Minardis at the rear of the field. But once again, Ferrari just don't nail it on Saturday and give their drivers so much work to do come Sunday afternoon.
Formula 1 on ITV in association with Texaco.
Welcome along then to France, host of the world-famous Tour de France. But we're not talking two wheels today, we're talking four, in a country widely thought of as giving birth to the art of motor racing back in the late 1800s. We've come a long way since then, and you're about to find out how far. It's time for the French Grand Prix. 6 lefts and 9 rights give us a total of 15 corners here at the Circuit Paul Ricard, and a lap covers an overall distance of 3.6 miles. Average speeds will be somewhere in the region of 142 miles per hour, and they'll be maxing out on the Mistral Straight at around 205 miles per hour. A warm welcome to Anthony Davidson, who's beside me in the commentary box today. Let's talk about Mr. Monaco. What do you make of their performance so far this season?
They've been avoiding mistakes and have had solid pace, so it's been a good season so far, but whether they can keep that up long term remains to be seen.
Well, Anthony Davidson then clearly just questioning my abilities behind the wheel of a Formula 1 car. I know we came up short last season, but I think that was more down to the car's inherent lack of pace rather than my own lack of skill. Maybe you guys will disagree, though. We did bottle it early on in the Canadian Grand Prix last time out, but we might be the only driver that can really challenge Williams today, and that's exactly what I want to do. We can't let Jacques Villeneuve start stringing together victories and getting too comfortable at the front of the order there, but it is his teammate Frentzen on pole yet again. 5 red lights here at Magny-Cours. That's the wrong circuit name, but it's going to be lights out, and oh wait, we go there. Maybe my 2000s knowledge just a little bit too much there as David Coulthard instantly trying to be the hero down in towards one. We are going to get mugged. Oh, by Marc Genet as well there as actually Barrichello goes around the outside. Where did he come from through that first corner there? Barrichello suddenly up into P4 then. So a really, really good start by him as David Coulthard further up the order as we've already got a virtual safety car. And I believe that is Jenson Button out of the race. Well, I was completely wrong. Sorry, it was Jos Verstappen who's our first casualty of the afternoon. Just everybody nip and tuck. And he runs into the back of the Benetton in front of him. And Jos Verstappen at a very early exit out of this Grand Prix. Well, we are going to go green flag racing once again. And once more, Marc Genet really trying to attack us here. That Sauber, whoa, is so fast in a straight line. This car is incredibly loose. Through Scene Corner there, up at the back end of the circuits. We've got more yellows out. Have we had another casualty out on lap 1? Yes, we have, and that's a Ferrari. Well, this, I believe, then Mika Hakkinen making his way in towards the final sector of the lap there. Just gets out a little bit wide, and one of the, I think that's a BAR car, runs into him there. Yeah, just see, trying to avoid too much understeer there, and they both just get wedged on the racing line. And plenty of other cars going to be involved in this one. So once again, we've seen a lap 1 pile-up. I've got no idea how many cars are involved in it. But that is a scary, scary shunt. At least about 6 or 7 cars involved. But if all of these cars are already out of the Grand Prix, then I've got no idea how we haven't got a safety car there. As Coulthard into the pit lane at the end of lap 1. So I guess our teammate must have made contact with either... Well, I would assume it would have been Jacques Villeneuve on this opening lap as well there. So plenty of chaos. Somehow only 4 cars out. I thought there were at least 6 involved in that one pile-up, but apparently, yeah, some of them have got away with it, I suppose. And now the safety car comes out. That might really save David Coulthard here. As, I mean, if he can no-stop this to the end of the afternoon, our teammate might have a massive upper hand. But what I always forget about Le Castellet is how long the final sector is. Safety car's meant to be coming in, and yet we're still just all following it around. I'm hoping, though, we can try and get back around Rubens pretty quickly, because I'm genuinely just nervous about Marc Genet behind. That Sauber car seems to be very, very quick at this early stage of the afternoon there as well. We were lucky to catch that slide as well as we did through the final couple of corners. Can we try and get the power down, though, against Barrichello? Of course, we can't jump him before we get to the line, but as soon as we go over it, we put alongside him there, and we will get around the outside at turn 1. Just about able to commit there around the outside through that first corner. And now, your top 3 as they were at the beginning of this race, and we've got to try and attack Villeneuve, and hopefully Frentzen won't pull away. There we go, we've moved past Rubens, so now has Marc Genet, and I'm going to be interested to see if he can catch back up to us here. Just does not feel like at the moment we've got the pace to match those Williams, as luckily, seemingly that Jaguar wants to make it difficult for him a bit further behind. I can hear a little bit of wheel banging. Looks like they're both still going though, so Not going to try and ask questions about what's going on behind us in this race. I just want to focus on these top two. Oh, well, we've got more yellows. We've got a safety car. I think that's Barrichello that's gone. What on earth is going on? Well, it wasn't Barrichello, sorry, but it was Barrichello involved in it there as the Jordan tries to make it 3 wide up the back straight there. Yeah, Giancarlo just nowhere to go down the end of the straight. We'll have a look at it from his POV. You just see Barrichello in the middle getting absolutely sandwiched. Let me try and get a better view of it from behind. And just, I mean, he's over the white line anyway, but he just gets squeezed out, and that is going to be another safety car. No, that's bad. Mark Genet, Ralf Schumacher both into the pit lane. We've opted to stay out. I was going to follow the Williams here. Whatever they did, I was going to do. But it looks like other drivers might get the jump on us as Barrichello has picked up a 5-second penalty for his troubles. Can't say I disagree. Yeah, I think that one's perfectly fair. But yeah, by following Williams, have I made a big strategy blunder? Well, I've got to give Michael Schumacher some credit. Of course, after yet another terrible qualifying, he's avoided the chaos early on and has moved his way up the order pretty nicely early on in this GP there. But as Frentzen once again is going to lead us around these final couple of corners, just got to try and make sure I'm nice and tidy on the throttle there at the final turn. And hopefully, again, we're going to be able to try and keep up with those two Williams cars there. Barrichello kind of left a little bit in the dust. Maybe we'll see Michael Schumacher try and get the run on him down in towards turn 1. Still feels odd, of course, in this series. The fact that those two have never been teammates, such a quintessential lineup of the early 2000s there. But Barrichello, he's going to try and keep Michael Schumacher back. And that allows us to attack our front two. Oh no, we've got more yellow flags. What's gone on? Please don't tell me there's another car out. Yep. I don't know who that is, but are we going to see another safety car in this Grand Prix? Yes, we do. Well, what do we make of this one then? I believe this is Kimi Raikkonen going side by side with Jenson Button. They just kind of met in the middle. And that's going to be Kimi going for a spin and is out of the Grand Prix there. I'm guessing he stalled that car. But yeah, I mean, that was such a small amount of contact made between the pair of them there, as you can just see making their way in. Just kind of met in the middle. Yep. Oh, no, he's lost the rear wheel. That'll explain it. But, yeah, we've got another safety car. Well, we might not have taken the opportunity last time round when the safety car came out. I'm not going to make that same mistake twice, though. We are going to dive into the pits at the end of lap 9. Will we see either of those Williams in? Yes, we do. So, Jacques Villeneuve as well into the pit lane there. And I swear he just sped. He was definitely going quicker than 37 miles an hour into that pit lane then. But Magnussen behind us, following us in. Schumacher looks like he's going to stay out there. So will we get held up behind some other cars? No, we won't. But annoyingly, neither does Villeneuve there. Both of us cutting it very, very fine into the pit lane. But, I mean, this is safety car number 3 of the race. It is still the thing that bugs me the most with this mod, is how many safety cars you end up with because of it. But we can only end up with one more. To be fair, when you look back at those 3 separate incidents in this Grand Prix, I think it's safe that all of them probably should have been a safety car there. I mean, Raikkonen was right in the firing line down at the hairpin, but yeah, it's just obviously, you just get so many stop-start Grand Prix, it feels like, still, with this mod. It is a little bit awkward there, as I've got my foot to the floor. Why won't the game let me keep up with all the runners in front there, as we are pretty much going to be green flag racing down in towards the final couple of corners. Has Frentzen, though, just been hung out to dry by the Williams team there? Have they just prioritised Jacques Villeneuve as we make our way through the final couple of corners? Not quite able to put the power down out of that final turn, though. And as we go green flag racing once again there, you can see immediately Villeneuve is going to try and go on the attack against Jarno Trulli. We're going to try and follow him by there around the outside of the Minardi. A little bit more awkward for us. But we do make it through. David Coulthard now is up to about P5, and of course he has pit in this Grand Prix, so our teammate might be able to go to the checkered flag, but how will Villeneuve be able to try and cut his way through? He's going to have a big advantage, surely, over a lot of these cars, especially in a straight line there, but yeah, the AI don't tend to be as brave, trying to go for moves through the corners. You can see again, though, straight to the inside of Jean Alesi, as we make our way up the back straight. I'm trying to find an 8th gear that doesn't exist there, and Villeneuve will say thank you very much. Of course, yeah, he saw at Monaco why, you know, he doesn't want to have to follow other cars for extended periods of time. We can thank Marc Genet for that one, but can we now try and get a run on a Lacey as well, up in towards this final sector there? Just a little bit of a blend. Try to keep the back end in check through here, but surely we can try and chop underneath there as well. Villeneuve trying to do the same to Ralf Schumacher just in front there. Both Jordans seemingly going backwards on this restart lap, but it is a big push between myself and Villeneuve here to try and carve our way through. We need to try and get around Ralf, in through the final couple of corners as we got another one gone.
Okay, box. We're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Full course caution. The safety
How on earth are we not out?
Keep an eye on
How on earth are we not out of this Grand Prix? I've picked up a 5-second penalty, but I thought that was going to be game over in this GP there. We will limp into the pit lane at the end of that lap. Of course, we'll serve the penalty now, but David Coulthard just in the middle of the road. I cannot believe we have survived that one. Is David Coulthard? Surely David Coulthard's out of this Grand Prix. I mean, yeah, there's only 10 cars left running, so taking the penalty, I suppose. This is going to be a very long pit stop, but that is the last safety car we can get in this Grand Prix, and somehow we're still in this race. But as long as both Minardis then can get to the end of the afternoon, they're in for a pretty good payday here, because both cars still running, and with only 10 cars left, everybody that's still in this Grand Prix, if they get to the finish, they are going to score points there. Frentzen, though, still leading the way at the front of the order. I've got no idea whether he's pit yet at all. Michael Schumacher following him in P2 as we want to try and get around as many cars as we can, as quickly as we can there. Villeneuve is still down in only P6 as I cannot jump past Jarno Trulli until it's green flags again. So there we go, straight up into P9. And then we've got to try and find a way around Alonso down at the first couple of corners as well there. I mean, yeah, that Minardi is just so slow relative to everything else on the grid at the moment. Alonso will try and go defensive as well there, but it's kind of really worth it for him. I mean, this is the guy they want to try and keep up with, Jenson Button. They can somehow outscore him today, and they could be on for a, try and take some points out of BAR and Arrows in the championship. But already, Jacques Villeneuve, though, making moves further up the order. He's now trying to look around the outside of Alexander Wirtz, who also has a 5-second penalty here. But Frentzen, he is bolted off of this restart. Oh, Wirtz has gone. We can't get another safety car. There's been too many safety cars, I believe, in this race. So Wirtz now out there after contact with Jacques Villeneuve, so that's disappointing for him. And we've lost Alonso as well. So I can only assume Alonso's crashed into Wirtz after this restart. But honestly, there's been so many incidents. It's hard to keep up with them all. It's almost into the back of Button. We will get through there, bobble over the curbs on the exit. JB will try and come back at me, but we are through. We got more cars into the pit lane as well then. Is this going to put Marc Genet up into P1 there as Barrichello's in? Michael Schumacher's in even. And yeah, there we go, Frentzen's in. So Marc Genet for Sauber now leads this race. And as we saw with Frentzen against Schumacher at Canada, the Ferrari-powered cars are very quick right now. Just Jacques Villeneuve might genuinely struggle to get around him. Or, as soon as I say that, Jacques Villeneuve, he's going to put alongside Marc Genet, and, yeah, he's going to make light work of it. I mean, these two, though, still side by side up into the chicane. Could we see some wheel banging? No, Marc Genet appreciates how good of an opportunity this is once again for Sauber, so we'll just back out of it. Oh, there we go, that's good. New fastest lap of the day, so maybe we have got the pace to try and fight with Villeneuve towards the end of this one. The car is still racy, while Villeneuve's still trying to just build up a gap at the front of the order there as we are now all over the back of Marc Genet. So clearly that Sauber, not a million miles away from your top teams, but yeah, definitely still a noticeable step down here, and it's through the corners where we really notice the difference against, I believe, was he? Yeah, I think he was, I want to say he was, no, Spanish, wasn't he, Marc Genet? Surprised me, I only found this out recently. For some reason I had in my head that he was German or Austrian now. I think I was almost getting him muddled up with Alexander Wirtz, but yeah, Genet, obviously a Spanish driver, as well, Villeneuve's just completely gone and destroyed my fastest lap. So I think any hope we have of trying to keep up with him towards the end has pretty much been eradicated immediately. Now you can start to see why we're trying to do so many power upgrades to this car. We're very, very good on the high downforce circuits, but again, with the likes of Silverstone, Spa, Monza all coming up this season in a straight line, we just have not got enough still to keep up with that Williams there, and even the Sauber can be quite difficult to try and find the way around as we will try and put the power down out onto the Mistral straight. This time we've got the slipstream off of Genet as well, as we see tucked right up behind him. 207 miles an hour up at the red line. Just be careful that we don't run into the back of him here, but this has often been a good traction zone for us. As we'll try and get the power down on the exit there, and you just see able to put alongside him there, wheel to wheel with Genet, and well, that thing's just got the power. How on earth has he been able to go straight back past me again? I mean, we got the better run off the corner. Can we try and have a look down the inside here? This is probably going to be our best shot. Oh, into the twisty stuff. Down the inside we'll go. And we are up into P2. No. That's not good. We've lost 6th gear. I don't think it's going to be the end of the world late on. There aren't many parts of this circuit that are 6th. And luckily, again, these engines are so torquey that we can kind of fight around it. It's not perfect, as Genet's in. Why is Marc Genet pitting again? Well, for those of you that have stuck around this series for a long time, you'll remember this was a big issue that we kept having with the Jordan car in 1999. So many races we would lose a gear. It wasn't a problem at all in our BAR car last season. But clearly, yeah, this McLaren's still lacking just a little bit of reliability. Can we just appreciate Jenson Button in his arrows? He's currently running P3. Oh, literally, we got 6th gear back and now I've gone and lost 4th. This is not good towards the end of the race. I'd argue 4th gear is probably an even better one to lose, though, late on. Because, again, where the lower gears are so short, you don't really notice much of a difference. What this is all doing, though, is giving Frentzen an opportunity to try and get close to me by the end. But the pace still seems pretty good in the car.
Some information on Leclerc. They are out of the race.
What? Schumacher and Genet have come together. What on earth is happening? Right, well, I am incredibly confused watching this from Michael Schumacher's POV. He runs wide, almost rolls it before Genet gets collected. I mean, look at this from Genet's POV. Schumacher's up on, like, completely up in the air. That is incredible. But, I mean, they'll both still score points because they've made 90%. But what on earth is that? Well, that must be then one of the weirdest crashes I've ever seen inside this mod. And that's saying something because there's some pretty weird ones inside this game. But I was watching the gap between Schumacher and Button. Schumacher was barely going quicker than the arrows. That just goes to tell you how much Ferrari's pace this season has completely fallen off a cliff. You know, occasionally they're fast, but you come to any circuit with high downforce corners, and they've just got nothing. Sadly, all of those gearbox problems have meant that Jacques Villeneuve, we haven't really been able to challenge him towards the end of the race, but luckily for us, Frentzen has been far enough behind. But for the second time this year then, we're going to be left with just 6 runners come the end of a Grand Prix, and well, once more, it seems like we've had another race of attrition there. This one was kind of just a bit more like Albert Park, Australia, in just a chaotic race, rather than where at Monaco and Bahrain. Well, Bahrain was a glitch. Monaco, we just saw a lot of drivers having sort of incidents by themselves, just nudging the walls and things like that. But yeah, I mean, also, fun fact, this is going to be the first time this season that Jacques Villeneuve and I share a podium. I did wonder whether we would get a similar recreation to what happened between Jacques and Michael in 1997. Of course, the 2 championship protagonists, fun fact, never shared a podium throughout the 97 season. They were going to, obviously, in the very last race, but then obviously Michael Schumacher crashed into Jacques, or attempted to on purpose, which obviously ruined any chance of that happening in that last Grand Prix as well there. But for Villeneuve, it has been a real turnaround over the last couple of race weekends. Just when I thought this McLaren car was getting really, really strong, Villeneuve has reminded us that when Williams get it hooked up, they are still the team to beat this season. And it's a good job we're hopefully going to be bringing some power unit upgrades to the upcoming races, because boy oh boy, do we need them there. Villeneuve, fastest lap at the end, just goes to hammer the point home. He will take the victory, and Williams 3rd of the campaign there at the final corner. It is P2.
Red Bull pulling out all the stops today. What a great win. Tell me, Ant, how do you think they were able to deliver such an incredible result today?
Without a doubt, the safety car changed everything today. The key to their success was keeping calm and reacting to the situation quickly. We've seen teams in the past throw away wins because they were too hesitant, but here they were decisive, and that's allowed them to take the advantage.
Red Bull put up an outstanding fight for the front position today, and it's great to see it paid off for them. They do so much for the sport that you can't help but be delighted by today's race win.
Well, there we are then. Jacques Villeneuve, win number 3 of the campaign there, and reminds everybody that he is a force to be reckoned with this season. We come through for P2. They're sandwiched by those Williams cars. They're gutted for Button because he absolutely deserved a podium with the way he drove today. I mean, Frentzen, when is he going to get that first win, though? That's the other question on everybody's mind there. Barrichello beat out Jarno Trulli, who gets a point, or gets many points on the board for Minardi come the end of the weekend there. With Schumacher and Genet, like I said, both classified in the end after that very weird incident. Alonso, Wirtz, Schumacher, Coulthard, Magnussen, Alesi, Raikkonen, Fisichella, Hakkinen, Herbert, Montoya, and Verstappen, who all failed to see the checkered flag. I'd love to just get a few races in where we only end up with like 2 or 3 retirements, if possible. With that result, though, we jump over the 100-point barrier there. Just 6, though, the gap between ourselves and Jacques Villeneuve. Frentzen still in 3rd ahead of DC there, with Genet dropping down into 5th. Button now up at a 6th place. So he is basically Mika Salo reincarnated inside this game there. Barrichello tied with him on 31 points there, now ahead of both the Schumachers, who are tied on 27, as Jos Verstappen drops down to the last place inside the top 10. It now just means that Alonso and Montoya, 2 of our rookies, are the only drivers yet to score. Constructors-wise, 2 points in it between us and Williams at the top of the table there, as Sauber still ahead of Jaguar and Ferrari, as well as Jordan, Arrows, Benetton and BAR there. But I tell you what, BAR need to be a little bit nervous, because if Minardi can survive another couple of Grand Prix, they might be able to get the jump on our team. Of course, we almost won the Constructors title last year, and suddenly BAR unable to do anything in this season. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns, ready, I believe, next time out we're at Silverstone. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome back to round 7 of our F1 2001 career mode. We return this weekend here to the Styrian Mountains for the Austrian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed that on the last video that went live from La Castellet a few days ago, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. We're almost halfway through this season, and it's safe to say things are certainly heating up at the top of the table. Just like early on last season, it is myself versus Jacques Villeneuve in the fight for the crown. We have just a 6-point buffer over the Canadian, though, as we return to the Austrian mountains this weekend. It is McLaren Williams, Williams McLaren at the top of the table. 2 points in it between our 2 teams in the Constructors' Championship. Unlike last season, Ferrari are still seemingly nowhere. Michael Schumacher down in P9 behind his brother Ralph. Mika Hakkinen all the way down in P13 overall in the standings. So yeah, it's safe to say things are going pretty well for us so far in this campaign. We finished 4th and 4th. First and first, I then thought we were going to get 4th and 4th again, but I managed to get a P2 finish last time out in France. But Villeneuve has got a bit of momentum behind him. 2 wins back-to-back in the last couple of Grand Prix, so we need to try and make sure that we beat him here today. Of course, if you're new around here as well, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs by the end of the year. Obviously, I'm recording this in like the middle of November. I'm still away on my travels when this video goes live, so hopefully we're getting fairly close now. But yeah, just thank you to everybody as well for a brilliant 2024. I reckon 2025 is going to be a good year as well. But anyway, let's try and continue on into the Austrian Grand Prix. Well, heading into qualifying then, and we haven't seen it since round 1 of the year back at Albert Park, Australia, but rain is expected throughout the Grand Prix this afternoon, so anything can happen as we return to this circuit. I'm hoping it might play into our hand a little bit. This car, of course, we've seen how good it is in the higher downforce sections, so obviously the rain, yeah, requires more downforce than the dry, so I'm hoping that maybe this weekend we can try and get another big result there and start just to shift the tide back in our direction once more. I'd also expect at least qualifying to be a pretty good one for Ferrari. There you can see Hakkinen trading fastest so far with Jacques Villeneuve early on. It's obviously a very, very short lap here in Austria, but a very, very fun one. That does sometimes go to show that, you know, sometimes the simpler tracks are the more fun ones. There is a little bit of a moment to try and make our way out of Sector 2. I'm hoping at the very least we just end up behind kind of both Ferraris, both Williams and our teammate there, but lines like that aren't going to do us many favours. Through the final corner, foot to the floor, down towards the line. We're going to end up P4 on the grid. I'm happy. Well, I really don't get how, you know, Mika Hakkinen, he was leading halfway around the lap. Where has he gone and lost a second and a half to Jacques Villeneuve there? But it will be both Williams ahead of both McLarens once again. Looks like Ferrari still are going to spend more of their weekend fighting with Sauber than at the front, which is rather odd. Jan Magnussen, though, good qualifying effort by him to end up P5. But, like I said, rain inbound for Sunday afternoon. Anything can happen.
Formula One on ITV in association with Texaco.
This is it then, race day in Spielberg for this year's Austrian Grand Prix. The grandstands were a sea of red in 2019 thanks to the commemorative hats in honour of the late great Niki Lauda, who took home victory of course back in 1984. And it's a sellout crowd once again here today. It's a short lap here in Spielberg with just 10 corners, 7 rights and 3 lefts, making up the total distance of 2.6 miles. And expect to see a lot of cars running wide today, especially through the last corner, as the wet conditions make the cars skittish through the downhill sections. Anthony Davidson joins me again for the race today. Let's talk about Mr. Monaco. What do you make of their performance so far this season?
They've been avoiding mistakes and have had solid pace, so it's been a good season so far, but whether they can keep that up long term remains to be seen.
But as we sit here on the grid, it really doesn't look like there's that much rain falling around the venue. But yeah, the wet tyres are certainly going to be the ones in use throughout most of the race, of course. I mean, you can theoretically no-stop this, but it looks like the rain is meant to stop by the end of the afternoon. So perhaps making a switch to dries is going to be the way to go. Also, as we found out with the F1 2000 mod season, things can get a little bit unpredictable in the rain. Sometimes the AI's tyre wear is very good, other times it's very bad, sometimes our tyre wear is very good or very bad. It genuinely, as always seemingly in this series, is a step into the unknown. But as we wait then on the grid for those 5 red lights here in Spielberg for the Austrian Grand Prix, it's going to be lights out, and away we go. They're off to a fairly tidy getaway. Looks like Coulthard's actually got a good jump on Frentzen down in towards turn 1. Will we see much commotion behind us there or through the first corner as we try and put the power down alongside Ralf Schumacher? That Jordan, obviously, yeah, Ralf would have come second at the IRL to, 1998 Belgian Grand Prix. Funnily enough, commentating and trying to drive this car in the rain is quite a handful.
Great, but it's not terrible. Stay focused.
It's Coulthard already then moving past Frentzen and up into P2. But of all the races this season, where you would expect to see an incident. Surely this one is right up there, as I almost caused an incident at the very next corner. But it hasn't happened many times this year. But it looks like we might stay green on lap 1. We've had like 4 or 5 safety cars, I think. Must be 4 safety cars from, I think, the first 6 Grand Prix on lap 1. As we navigate our way down through the end of Sector 2, you just see how quick this car is. Well, despite Williams definitely still having the upper hand on 1 lap pace, especially in these conditions, it really does feel that now McLaren, we are here to fight there, as all Coulthard just makes a bit of a mistake through turn 1. Still got to contend with a lot of spray around this venue as well. As here comes Frentzen to the outside as they make their way up the hill. I mean, strategy today, of course, as always in this series, is probably going to make things very, very interesting. But we're just trying to keep the car nice and settled. I set it up so hopefully we wouldn't get too much wheel spin. We'd be able, sort of able to push and lean on it without it being undrivable. But Frentzen will move back through then and make it a Williams 1-2 once again. As pretty much right the way into turn 4, we're on full opposite lock. Oh, David Coulthard, he's just all over the road right now. We cannot afford to spend too long behind him. If he's going to be driving like this, we've already seen Frentzen just bolt away. So we make our way down the hill in towards the final sector. And well, I said about how Williams and McLaren, we might be quite close. David Coulthard just definitely has not got enough in the car early on here. Of course, we've seen before, obviously, races in years gone by where McLaren have come together at this circuit. I believe it was 1999, where obviously Coulthard put Hakkinen into a spin on lap 1. So we need to try and make sure that when we make the move on DC, that we get round him pretty comfortably. But at the moment, I mean, look at that gap that Frentzen has built up there, as that is not the line into turn 1. Yeah, that Williams is rapid. We need more upgrades. Oh, Coulthard again just has a little bit of a slip up down in turn 1, and we will say thank you very much. And straight up then into the podium places. You can already see Jacques Villeneuve, though, 7.5 seconds up the road. So don't have a look for it, please, David. Just work together here, sir. I can try and drag you to Heinz-Harald Frentzen. But already it seems like the rain starting to be a little less persistent. Could we see a switch to dries earlier than originally thought? Well, we're not even on lap 8 yet, and already I'm starting to realise we might have a bit of a problem with this car today. Tyre wear is astronomically high. As in, take a look at that. We're at 48% on the rears. And it's just any time you get a little slide like that through turn 1, immediately just the rear tyre wear skyrockets. So we're going to need it to dry up later on in this race. Otherwise, yeah, we're going to run out of wets. It does look like it is drying up, though. So we could try and go for an... Well, I don't think we can really go for an early call here. Because we've got to try and get all of the life out of the wet tyres we can. But if we can just get these to sort of lap 12... and take another set to about lap 24... it might not be too bad there. It's really just trying to stop the sliding with the rear locking. Just keep the car stable. Oh, we've got yellows. Who's that? Oh, it's just Coulthard pitting? Okay, so clearly, yeah, the game... F1 2020, Austria was a wee bit broken. The game there always thought someone was having an accident whenever they pit. But nice to know that DC's tyre wear is as bad as mine. But as we approach 1/3 distance then of this race, it actually looks like Frentzen seemingly has a little bit more pace over his teammate Jacques Villeneuve right now. Everybody is kind of just struggling around with the conditions. We are starting to see more and more cars peeling into the pit lane. I'm just trying to extend this stint as far as I sensibly can. I reckon we've got one more lap on these tyres before we start risking a puncture. But obviously safety cars, things like that, they can always happen inside this series. So, you know, although we don't have the kind of the race pace against Williams, we do know that strategy can change everything. You've just got to be there.
Our gap to the car in front is 9.9 seconds.
And as soon as I say that, we got a safety car. Well, here we go then. It is Michael Schumacher that is going to be our first casualty of the afternoon. Up the hill, tries to have a look down the inside of the Jordan. And I believe that's actually his teammate Ralph that he's... Sorry, his brother Ralph even, that he's collided with there. But just way too hot on the way in. And Schumacher is our first retirement of the Austrian Grand Prix. We are going to take this opportunity, though, to peel into the pit lane at the end of that very same lap there. So that's going to bunch up the entire field a whole lot and really give us a chance against Williams again. But, of course, yeah, if our tyre wear isn't good enough, then we might just not be able to do a lot. Magnussen's into the pit lane as well. Maybe Alex Wirtz will dive in. We'll wait and see. Perhaps those Benettons have decent tyre wear here. Yeah, there don't seem to be many pit crews out there. Wirtz is going to dive into the pit lane, so we should still be out in P3. So we really haven't lost anything. As Coulthard's in again, he will be out of full wet tyres. Well, safety car's going to be peeling back into the pit lane then at the end of just lap 15 here, and already we've got some cars that are going to be in the way of myself trying to attack Frentzen and Jacques Villeneuve there. More interestingly than that, though, is the team are seeing a dry spell on the radar, so we're only meant to see about another 7 or 8 laps, and then we could see a switch to dries for the final third of this Grand Prix, as I'm hoping Trulli, Button and Genet all jump out of the way nice and quickly here. Let's just wait and see. Button will stay off the line. That's good. Thank you very much. So will Jarno Trulli there down in towards turn 1. As always, just got to be careful that you don't get collected by them, and you can already see Frentzen perhaps getting a little bit more slowed up by Marc Genet there. We've already seen the Sauber, you know, being so quick so far this campaign. Look at that, he's actually fighting with him up towards the top of the hill. What on earth is Marc Genet doing? I mean, the race hasn't gone well for you so far. You're not going to be quicker than Villeneuve. You know, he's not going to be able to get himself back on the lead lap, but still, Genet is trying to battle with Heinz-Harald Frentzen here. Does he not know he's a lap down? He does finally dive out of the way there, as I almost careen into him. But certainly, yeah, Frenzen's been left feeling very vulnerable here. And Williams, they never pit under the safety car. So we have got fresher tyres. Well, I can only assume that Williams are trying to get both of those cars now to the dry period, avoiding making the extra stop here. But yeah, now our pace looks to be very competitive with the pair of them. We might be able to try and find a way around Frentzen pretty soon. And even Coulthard, obviously he's not closing in, but he's not dropping away either. Oh, there we go, Frentzen. Heinz-Harald Frentzen, he can't make it. So instantly the German is into the pit lane, and Villeneuve's in as well. Why on earth have both of them boxed at the same time? Surely you'd be telling Frentzen just to stay out there one more lap, but into the lead we're going to go then. For the first time today, both of those Williams cars are going to have a lot of work to do, as Coulthard's in as well. Are they going to dries? Surely it's still a little bit too early to be opting for dry compounded tyres. Well, having a look on the MFD then. Wirtz is up now into P2. Juan Pablo Montoya in his Arrows car is up into P3.
10 more minutes of rain. 10 minutes.
Team definitely still think there's going to be a bit more rain, so at the end of this stint we're just going to box for the dry compound there. As you can see, Montoya then sadly is going to dive into the pit lane as well. So yeah, the AI really conflicted on strategy here. But I've now just got eyes on Villeneuve taking time out of me everywhere. Well, Villeneuve then is still lapping over a second a lap faster than me, so this could still end up being quite a close race by the end of it. 15 laps left of this race after this one. The gap 14 seconds. David Coulthard now is back up into P4. We've got the upper hand, but we are certainly far from home and dry. I've got no idea what's going on with David Coulthard. He's boxed again in this GP. So is he trying to make an earlier call over onto the dries? It's really not actually drying up as quickly as I thought it would. Still a fair amount of spray being kicked up by this set of tyres. We can afford to extend the stint a little while longer, but it won't be long before we've just got to take the call because the time loss won't be worth it. Wonderful. Wait, is that to dries? I don't know. I don't know whether that means dries or not, so we'll stay out. I'll wait and see whether Villeneuve and Frentzen are going to pit, because yeah, I'm just not quite convinced we're fully there yet.
Some information on Vettel. It looks like the
No! Safety cars deployed. That is a big problem for us. Well, here we go. It's our second Ferrari of the day. This time round, it's Mika Häkkinen right up behind his ex-teammate in David Coulthard. And just like that race in 1999, well, it's Häkkinen and Coulthard coming to blows at the top of the hill. Maybe Häkkinen looking for revenge. But all he's done is take himself out of this race. Well, that has not actually been the end of the world for us, because we've actually got out ahead of the safety car here, so it means we'll lose less time, but we will dive into the pits at the end of this lap. Interestingly... Oh, Villeneuve's gone. What's happened? Or is that Villeneuve then making his way out of the pit lane here? He's stuck behind the safety car. He's going to crash into the safety car. What on earth has Jacques Villeneuve done? He's just driven into the back of the safety car. The safety car doesn't brake or anything. He just hoofs it into him. I don't think I've ever seen that in this game. Well, we've still got 15 runners in this Grand Prix then. We're going to dive into the pit lane at the end of lap 24, but Frentzen now, he's going to have to try and fly the Williams flag here, and irrespective of what happens, we will leave this Grand Prix still with the World Championship lead there. I cannot believe we've just seen Jacques Villeneuve do that in this Grand Prix. That could have huge championship ramifications, as I think we are going to be one of, if not the first car on a set of the dries. I've got to hope it really starts to dry up before the safety car peels in. And I've got to make sure I don't bin it on pit exit. That is incredibly close. Will we stay out ahead of ahead of Frentzen? Oh, just about. We get a warning for crossing the pit line exit line. But we are out in P1. Well, with less than 10 laps to go then, I thought this was a fairly safe move to go onto the dry compounded tyre, but nobody else has followed us yet. Is this a big, big gamble towards the end of the Austrian Grand Prix? I mean, the rain stopped, the circuit's looking pretty dry, but still, nobody else has joined us just yet. Nobody else has the confidence or the belief. I mean, one wrong move in these conditions and it could be game over for us. But as we go green flag racing once again through the final couple of corners, let's just see what it's like trying to put the power down there. It feels okay on the initial phase, in towards the first corner, a little bit early on the brakes. Just got to take it nice and easy. It doesn't feel any worse than the wet conditions. I feel like I can get on the throttle at about the same time there, but is Frentzen and Alexander Wirtz behind? Just want to try and get around us as quickly as possible. You know what? I reckon we're okay. I reckon this car has got enough at the moment. There it's a little bit squirrely up over the top of the hill, but it feels decent. It feels drivable. Oh, there we go. Are we going to see other cars into the pit lane? I think Fisichella is, Barrichello is, Montoya is. So we are starting to see some into the pit lane then. Frentzen now is definitely losing time to us here, but he refuses to box just yet. So I think Williams, have absolutely botched the strategy, and maybe they wanted to kind of split their eggs before Villeneuve binned it, but Frentzen cannot keep up with us. What on earth's gone on here? Jarno Trulli's just abandoned his car. I'm not quite sure how that isn't a safety car, but Trulli seems to be having problems. And we've got another safety car. That's annoying. That gives Frentzen a chance to pit then in this Grand Prix. Is Alexander Wirtz, I think, has had a retirement. Frentzen's still not pitting. What on earth is going on? Finally, Heinz-Harald Frentzen's decided to pit. I've got no idea how it's taken him that long in this Grand Prix, but what that's going to do is promote Johnny Herbert, my old BAR teammate from last season, up into P2. BAR have had a pretty torrid start to the campaign this year, but great to see it for, well, a good friend inside this series. But with just 3 laps left to go then, will the Austrian Grand Prix deal one final twist here? I'm hoping that as long as we can keep Frentzen just behind Fisichella and Herbert for a little while, we can just scamper off into the distance and not have to worry towards the end of this one. But getting ready to go green flag racing here, finally, in dry conditions. Changeable weather always creates a bit of spice inside this game, but up to this point, it's worked pretty well for us. We have not had the pace against Williams this weekend, but when have we had the pace against Williams so far this year? Either way, it looks like we could be on for our 3rd win of the campaign. Now, I tell you what, though, Herbert looks pretty quick in a straight line. That really got a really good jump off of the restart there, so we've got to really try and push on through these first couple of corners, just break away. I mean, look at, that BAR straight line speed is phenomenal. Johnny Herbert here is actually still going to be hounding me by the time we get to the top of the hill. Luckily, he's not able to do anything, but neither is Frentzen. Frentzen's still stuck in P4. Come on, let's just try and walk away. As we are about to start the last lap then of this Grand Prix. Disappointing to see Johnny Herbert just dropping away here, but Frentzen, he has moved his way up into P2, and it looks like we are going to have a last lap battle for the victory here. The Williams has absolutely rocked up to the back of us. Admittedly, his tyres aren't much fresher, but look at the speed. Frentzen trying to have a look to the inside in towards turn 1. He's slightly later on the brakes there. We'll try and switch him on the exit of the corner, but I just don't think we've got enough to try and battle with the German here. Can we try and send one up the inside at the top of the hill there? We will try and have a look, but not close enough. And I could just tell the body language of that Williams. It was just going to turn in on me, and we were going to risk losing a wheel there as Heinz-Harald Frentzen, it looks like he's going to become our 4th different winner of the year. He'll make it both Williams and both McLaren drivers who've stood on the top step of the podium inside the first 7 Grand Prix. As he winds his way through, Williams, they've absolutely had the car to beat this weekend, and when Jacques Villeneuve crashed into the safety car, I thought that would invite an opportunity for us, but once again, this is going to serve as a reminder that we need more upgrades on this car. Frentzen rounds through the final couple of corners. It is going to be P1 for Heinz-Harald Frentzen there. For me, agonisingly, it is going to be our 2nd P2 finish in a row.
Red Bull pulling out all the stops today. What a great win. Tell me, Ant, how do you think they were able to deliver such an incredible result today?
Without a doubt, the safety car changed everything today. The key to their success was keeping calm and reacting to the situation quickly. We've seen teams in the past throw away wins because they were too hesitant, but here they were decisive, and that's allowed them to take the advantage.
Red Bull are our winners today after showcasing some incredible driving. There's been a huge push from them lately to stay competitive with the other teams, and they're certainly proving themselves.
Well, there we are then. Heinz-Harald Frentzen. What a drive that was right at the end there. He carved his way through some of the slower traffic, took his opportunity, and absolutely got the elbows out against us there on that last lap. The Williams man will get his first win of the campaign and remind everybody why you can't discount him there. We come through for P2 ahead of, Johnny Herbert. That is a brilliant podium for a struggling BAR this season. Coulthard, despite being on a 7-stop strategy, still comes through for 4th ahead of Barrichello and Giancarlo Fisichella. Montoya, I believe those are his first points of this series, beating out Ralf Schumacher, Jos Verstappen, and Jean Alesi makes it a Jordan double points finish there. Wirtz, Villeneuve, Hakkinen, Magnussen, Raikkonen, and Michael Schumacher all failing to see the checkered flag, so yet another weekend to forget for Ferrari inside this series, and it means we've now got a 24-point lead over Jacques Villeneuve there, who himself only has a 26-point lead over his teammate Heinz-Harald Frentzen. David Coulthard still in 4th, ahead of Barrichello there, who is now best of the rest, ahead of Genet and Fisichella there, with a 3-way tie between Fisichella, Schumacher, Ralf Schumacher and Jenson Button. Still ahead of Michael there, as neither Ferrari inside the top 9 in the championship. It is just Alonso who is yet to score points in this campaign there. McLaren, we do extend our gap over Williams at the top of the table. Admittedly only now to 6 points, but that could still prove useful by the end of the year there. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns, ready, I believe, for the British Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 8 of our F1 2001 career mode. Yes, we've reached the halfway stage of the season and we are back at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. Of course, my home race and McLaren's home race as well. If you missed out on the Austrian Grand Prix that went live last week, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. We've got just, like I said, this this season so far has been wildly, wildly unpredictable. We've had 4 different winners in the opening 7 Grand Prix, and all of them have driven either a Williams or a McLaren Mercedes there. But we have a 24-point buffer over Jacques Villeneuve at the top of the table. Heinz-Harald Frentzen got his first win on the board last weekend, so he will be looking to try and remind everybody once more what a force he is inside this series. David Coulthard, he's been a little bit more up and down. When he's finished quite well, but 4 DNFs from the opening 7 Grand Prix for our teammate is really not the season so far that he would have wanted. Of course, we are just a few days away from 2025. I'm really, really excited for the new year and obviously to bring you guys loads more content. So if you're excited for that, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourselves subscribed to the channel. I think 2025 is going to be a really, really good year for Formula 1 content. I remain optimistic, so hopefully you guys are going to enjoy that. But we've still got a couple more races to do in 2024. Let's head out into qualifying here for the British Grand Prix. Well, we've won our fair share of races so far in this series, but here at Silverstone at home, still a Grand Prix that we are yet to win, of course. Another incredibly power-orientated circuit here at Silverstone. So, yeah, we've brought another couple of powertrain upgrades to the car this weekend, you know, just in that fierce development race with Williams as well. Then we just got to keep trying to bring as many upgrades as we possibly can. Of course, this is a track on paper that we would expect Ferrari to be pretty competitive at as well, but yeah, it's pretty impossible to predict their performances so far in this campaign. Of course, David Coulthard, I'm sure he'd love to try and get a win as well this weekend. I'm still chasing my first ever pole position inside this series. More than 50 Grand Prix in, we have never ended up P1 at the end of a qualifying there as we make our way through the old turn 1. Absolutely sending it on the entry there, and you can still see Ferrari, Williams and McLaren all fighting at the front. Williams has still claimed every pole position so far this year, but will that record extend this weekend? Looks like David Coulthard has got some pace as we make our way down in towards the final few corners of the lap there, well in excess of 200 miles an hour by the time we get down the end of the Hangar Straight. Will it be Coulthard, though, that is going to end Williams' dominance of a Saturday afternoon through the final couple of corners? Will Coulthard storm to pole position? No, he won't. Villeneuve sneaks it away at the line. And once again, we end up P4. Well, that has got to be one of the closest qualifying sessions we've seen since 1997 there. 200ths of a second covering our top 3 come the end of that session. But once again, it is going to be Jacques Villeneuve that takes pole position here. It just goes to show this McLaren car is very, very quick. Sadly for me, 6 tenths away, but I'm sure we can try and find a lot of that pace as we head into the Grand Prix there. Fisichella, Ralf Schumacher, Janae Hakkinen all up inside the top 8 as well, as Michael Schumacher, again, only lines up down in P13.
Welcome along then to Great Britain and the Great Silverstone Circuit for today's Grand Prix. The 3.6 miles of the Silverstone Circuit in Great Britain is hallowed ground to the Formula 1 faithful. We have 18 corners that wrap around this former World War II airbase and some good passing opportunities at the end of the DRS zones.
Well, at least based on qualifying then, this is the closest McLaren have been to Williams in terms of raw pace all season long so far. And boy, oh boy, do I want to try and capitalise that and use it to our advantage today. It's meant to be sunny skies throughout the entirety of the Grand Prix here at Silverstone. So let's try and fight for the victory. I'm willing to put it all on the line this weekend to take a sniff at the win. It is 5 red lights here on the grid. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go then. Not off to a particularly great start as we make our way down towards turn 1. Giancarlo Fisichella, whoa, will really try and suck it in front of me through that first corner. And might even try and have a look for a move on Frentzen as well there. A little bit of a lock-up from the second Williams driver down at those first couple of corners. But will we see that Benetton car quite strong early on here? Of course, Frentzen had a good race out last time in Austria, avoided the chaos, which seems to pretty much be the key all season long so far. But you can already see Frentzen trying to hound our teammate Coulthard, and we got yellows and we got a safety car. Of course we do. Who's binned it? Well, here we go then. Riding on board, I believe this is with Jean Alesi. He's got one of the Ferraris having a look down his inside, and, well, just completely miscommunication there. That's just the second weekend in a row we've seen a Jordan and a Ferrari come together. But yeah, he is out on lap 1. Well, I'm going to take a bit of a gamble then, and I'm going to dive into the pit lane at the end of lap 1. But this is actually more to do with the setup of the car. I don't think we've got enough straight line speed. So I'm going to actually opt to take some new tyres, of course. And I'm going to opt to lower the front downforce. So that's hopefully going to mean we can carve our way through just a little bit quicker here. Now, I'm not expecting this to be the only safety car of the GP, so, I mean, yeah, we're not trying to do it in terms of getting to the end on strategy, but I'm hoping, yeah, it's going to make us a little bit quicker. I feel like we just weren't, I think we were running a bit too much downforce in qualifying, but yeah, now we've got to try and make some moves happen, though, as we're going to be restarting right at the back. Well, admittedly, the Minardis probably aren't going to be our best comparison for straight line speed in a Grand Prix, but yeah, let's just wait and see how quickly we can make our way back through the order then. We have taken a huge gamble here. Jacques Villeneuve, his early great start, unfortunately got completely evaporated as well. But maybe we could do with there being less chaos throughout the rest of the afternoon, as we are green flag racing once again here at Silverstone. And first up, going to be the only man that hasn't scored a point this year, Fernando Alonso. Down the inside immediately we'll go to turn 1, but boy oh boy, we have got very little in the way of front-end downforce, as you would expect in this car now. Can we have a look down the inside of Jarno Trulli? Yes, we can. And, well, they will try and switch me on the exit of the corner, but that's 2 places gained quite easily. Again, though, it is the Minardis. They're about 2 seconds a lap slower than anybody else. But looking at the straight line speed, even down in towards the old turn 1, we have got a lot of it now. Or Jensen Button. Again, I don't want to, take any unnecessary risks trying to carve our way through some of these backmarker cars. There, JB, of course, never even got a podium here at Silverstone during his time in Formula 1. I don't think that's going to happen today. That Arrows car is not looking particularly racy here. As, yeah, kind of this circuit really does isolate your backmarkers a bit more. It's so kind of power-orientated and obviously really tests the high-speed aspects of a Formula 1 car as well. As you can see, Johnny Herbert, who obviously got that podium last weekend for BAR in the Styrian Mountains. That was quite a feel-good story for both he and the team. Just trying to defend from his teammate Kimi Räikkönen there, as around the outside of Juan Pablo Montoya. Another driver had a very good Austrian Grand Prix, his first ever Formula 1 points last weekend. Next up is another rookie. You don't often see moves going through there, but hopefully we can try and switch Kimi Räikkönen off of Luffield there. Maybe have a look for a move down the inside at the old turn 1. Of course, at this time, there's nothing really wrong with this. It's a bit of a scary move to go for, but there's no kind of assumption as to what might happen with that, like there would be 20 years further down the line. Next up then, Johnny Herbert way off the line as we make our way through the next couple of corners there. I can see Schumacher battling it out with Alex Wurz, and I'm not too sure, it might be a Sauber car just in front. So that Ferrari, again, is an absolute missile in a straight line, but just has nothing through the corners there. It's, yeah, Jos Verstappen in that Sauber. He gets relegated to P11. The grip we've got through 1 and 2 is ridiculous there. We were a good half a second behind Alex Wirtz when we made our way into that first corner, but by the time we're through turn 2 there, we're alongside and we're past. And we're up then into P12. Annoyingly, not getting any data about what fastest laps people are doing, so we've done a 1:33.2. I've got no idea if that's any good or not. Verstappen's Formula 1 career has absolutely been rejuvenated. Making the move to the Sauber team. He's been a little bit overshadowed by Marc Genet there as he almost makes contact with his old Benetton teammate Michael Schumacher. We will try and get the run off the exit of the corner there, and no matter how little downforce we run or how many upgrades we bring, we've definitely not got the same straight line speed as that Ferrari car. As watching these two go wheel to wheel, it's not often that we get a lot of wheel to wheel battles inside this game, but still Schumacher desperately trying to hang on in that Ferrari there. I mean, if I was them, I'd just be completely sacking off this year and focusing on their 2002 car. Clearly, they have not gone the right way with the upgrades this year, but can we try and have a look past Jos Verstappen? Yes, we can. To the inside once again at turn 3. That's probably going to be our best place to make overtakes all day. I've got to admit, it is nice for the first time ever inside this game to feel like we have truly got a car quicker than Ferrari there as well. Schumacher, he wanted to try and defend it, he wanted to try and hook it up around the outside through Maggots and Beckett's there, but not going to happen for him. And we will immediately get in pursuit of his teammate Mika Häkkinen. It always had to be the case though, didn't it, inside this series, that once we finally get Häkkinen and Schumacher, two legends of the sport alongside each other, Ferrari give them a dog of a car. Well, I wonder if Häkkinen has any regrets about leaving McLaren at the start of this season there. The fact that he's gone to Ferrari that have dominated the last 3 years, and suddenly it's McLaren that are the ones with the fastest car there. I mean, he's got experience of driving some pretty terrible cars inside this series. Of course, that 2000 McLaren didn't take a single victory, so probably a good explanation as to why Häkkinen seemingly has done better than Michael Schumacher so far this campaign. Villeneuve, though, is at the front still, setting high 1-minute 30s. Our best lap of a 1:32.3. We are still losing time to the Canadian. We try and get the power down against Jan Magnussen there, as there we go, 1:31.5. So we are building up more and more confidence.
We need to look after the tyres. We won't be making another pit stop.
Already our engineer then talking about not pitting again, as we will send it to the inside of one of those Jags. And up, I mean, we're already up into P8. We have really carved our way back through. I really hadn't processed just how quickly we carved our way back through the order early on in this race. Is Schumacher of the Ralph variety. Oh, he actually dives into the pit lane there, so we won't watch him battle with Rubens Barrichello as we get a big moment through the final couple of corners. Are we going to be able to get close enough to that Jaguar to have a look down at turn 1? As, yeah, we're not seeing that many cars into the pit lane just yet, so I think cars are slowly going to trickle through. You can just see the confidence we've got there. We need to really hang on to the car through 1 there, and that opens up the line through 2. And we've gained another one then. Coulthard, though, already 10 seconds up the road. Well, there we go. DC in, so that is a little bit earlier than I was expecting him to. Especially when you factor in we've already had a safety car in this race, but yeah, the team obviously already mentioned about how we probably should try and effectively no-stop this Grand Prix. I mean, there's always a roll of the dice to be had inside this game. There's already Frentzen 13 seconds up the road in P2. I reckon we've got to at least try it if we want to have a shot at the win. We are setting new personal bests every single lap at the moment, whilst we've enjoyed some clear air over the last few, but still, those Williams cars pull away. Oh, that is terrible news for us. Who's gone? I got no idea, but that is heartbreaking. Well, I tell you what, for a struggling Minardi team this season, this is not what they needed. Alonso trying to have a look around the outside of his teammate, completely misjudges it, and the Minardis have come to blows, and Alonso is out of the British GP. Well, this does potentially really harm our Grand Prix so far, because of course it effectively means Williams are going to get a free pit stop and still be out in front. What I'm going to do, therefore, is actually join them in the pits and hope that we can just outpace them in the second half of this Grand Prix there. I assume we're going to see Giancarlo Fisichella into the pits as well, so we're just all going to take it nice and easy on the way in there. Make sure I don't run into the back of Giancarlo here, but yeah, Frenzen's going to lose out a little bit of time in the pit stops. Barrichello and Jan Magnussen obviously are also going to have to double stack down there, so I'm hoping we can just come out ahead of one of the Ferraris here. So hopefully we get a nice clean tidy stop. Come on, let me go. There we go, that's fantastic. Might have ran over a Ferrari mechanic's leg, but we'll, you know, kind of not worry about that one. So where will David Coulthard come out? Raikkonen's going to stay out there in his BAR. Clearly they want another podium. But I was expecting Coulthard. There he is. Now just showing up on a relative. He's going to be up in P4. Oh, it's Johnny Herbert once again. He's going to roll the dice with the safety car. And he's just gone out between myself and Giancarlo. Well, Williams then have a golden opportunity here to bolt away, as David Coulthard will have to try and find a way around Kimi Raikkonen. Obviously, weird to think that those two were teammates for a couple of years in the sport as well, but about to go green flag racing then once more with 10 laps left of the British Grand Prix. It is still Williams leading the way at the front of the order, but McLaren with their all-British lineup, I can't help but feel that the fans would rather see us take the victory than either Villeneuve or Frentzen, as we try and make our way through turn 1 and turn 2. Not close enough that time around there, as we've got to try and put some heat into the tyres. Just see a little bit all over the road, and already those Williams cars absolutely bolting it, as Coulthard can't find a way around Kimi Raikkonen either. Can we get a run on Johnny Herbert as we make our way down the Wellington Straight? Let's just wait and see in towards the next corner there. He does run a little bit deep on the apex. Maybe we can go round him through Luffield there, as Coulthard trying the same thing against Raikkonen just a little bit further up. We will find the grip though, and we will get around the outside there. But Herbert, he's not going to give up on this. Johnny Herbert, our former teammate, is really putting up a good run for his money at the moment. As around the outside though, we will swoop. As you can just see there. Now we've got yellows out. That must be a car a little bit further back. Green flag racing once again. As we've got a VSC. As Fisichella then can't get around Kimi Raikkonen. And Coulthard, that gap between him and the Williams, gets, well, it won't go up anymore. Really not sure what BAR's plans are in this Grand Prix at the moment. Why neither of their drivers have still pit. So you don't get any red flags or anything like that inside F1 2020, so they're really just trying to stretch it as far as they can, I guess, hoping that they'll have a massive tyre delta towards the end of the GP there. You see Fisichella now really trying to hang Raikkonen for that P4 position, as we will try and look around the outside of the Italian there, get the power down on the exit of the corner. But again, that Benetton is pretty quick inside this series. You can already see the Williams bolting away at the front of the order, as we will try and go slow in, fast out through the old turn 1. Here goes Giancarlo though, trying to look for a move on Raikkonen, who was going to really squeeze him. Somehow Giancarlo Fisichella though will find the move, and that is a beautiful little overtake there, as we almost run into the back of the BAR as well. Raikkonen will hang on, as we've got another driver at the Grand Prix a bit further back. Down the inside though, big send past Kimi Raikkonen. We've got another safety car. What on earth is going on? Can't actually see what's happened on this one, but I'm slightly concerned it's the Ferraris that have come together. Because Michael Schumacher, I believe... No, this is Hakkinen, isn't it? Schumacher just up in front. Hakkinen's lost a wheel. And yeah, I reckon he has collided with his teammate. What that is going to do is it's going to allow BAR to now try and claim a cheap pit stop in this Grand Prix late on in the day. It's also going to allow Coulthard and I to close back up to those Williams once more. But yeah, Giancarlo Fisichella in the way. I just cannot find a way around him. But it felt like a lot of the races early on in the season had plenty of safety cars early in the race, and then there just weren't enough safety cars left. Last couple of rounds, it feels like they've all started to happen right towards the end of a GP there. But Jacques Villeneuve, once again, will lead the field through the final couple of corners. I've got to try and get around Fisichella as soon as I possibly can, as we will put the power down at that final corner once more. I expect we're going to see the Williams just try and run away a little bit, but make sure we're a lot more planted through 1 and turn 2, and down the inside of Giancarlo will go back into P4 of yet another Grand Prix. We've had 2 P1s, we've had 2 P2s, we've had 3 P4 finishes so far this year. I do not want another one. Oh no, we've got more yellows out further back. Please don't be yet another safety car late on in the day. Nope, I think we're okay, as Villeneuve will set 29.5. So yeah, your top runners all getting quicker and quicker towards the end of the GP, but we've got to try and find a way around David Coulthard. He's often been the quicker of the 2 McLaren drivers over 1 lap, but as soon as you get into the races, we just seem to have the edge over the Scotsman at the moment. He's able to keep up with Heinz-Harald Frentzen. It is only really Villeneuve that's pulling away. Well, I certainly feel that the setup tweak we made early on in the GP has been worthwhile in trying to allow us to get a little bit extra speed over a lot of other drivers, but will it help us out against the other big names so far this series? You can just see by the time we get towards the end of the hangar straight there, we just cannot get any closer to David Coulthard here. And although it is 4 British cars fighting at the front, it's only 2 British drivers, or say drivers from the United Kingdom. So David Coulthard would have words to say, as Villeneuve again 8/10 faster than us on that last lap. At the very least, I just want to try and get a podium today. As you can just see, trying to dip a wheel in the grass just to find any more grip. Oh, come on, David Coulthard, man. At least let me have a go against Heinz-Harald Frentzen here. If I can't get past him, I'll give you back the place right at the end of this. But McLaren, we have got to start making the difficult decisions. We have got to start using me, you know, as the number 1. Use Coulthard as a rear gunner a bit more. I know, obviously, it's very, very easy for me to say, being in this position right now, but we've got almost 100 points on our teammate in the opening half of the season. Surely it's time. Oh, Coulthard just makes a little bit of a mistake with 2 laps to go as he tries to put the power down out of the loop there. And I was just about to talk about how just quick Giancarlo Fisichella has looked in that Benetton today. He's just, yeah, really seemingly proving himself as the best of the rest over the last couple of races. But suddenly our attention turns to David Coulthard once again. And can we try and find a way around our teammate on the last lap of this Grand Prix? So just try and make our way through the old turn 1 there. Just see how much downforce you lose in these older cars. So much more difficult to try and follow each other around the circuit right now. But as we'll try and get the power down out onto the hangar straight there, he's nowhere near close enough to be in the slipstream of Heinz-Harald Frentzen. And once again, Williams have just got that little bit more. It is so frustrating how close we feel we can stay, but just not quite able to do anything against them. And well, no matter how many upgrades we bring, they always just seem to have a little bit more there. Villeneuve 29.0 on that last lap. We do a 29.5, but will we be close enough through 1 and 2 to try and have a look past DC there as we throw the car in through 1? He's got the grip through at the second corner there, and we just, you know, we cannot afford to send it because the AI will turn in, and especially obviously against our teammate, we cannot afford to have an accident, especially on this last lap. Williams, of course, I believe with this result will reclaim the lead of the Constructors' Championship as well there, but obviously it's looking like it's going to be yet another 1-2, but who will be joining them on the podium as we try and have a look right the way around the outside of DC through Luffield there, just see if we can throw him off on the exit of the corner. That hasn't quite worked out for us. So as we make our way back through the old turn 1 for the final time there, really chucking the car onto the curbs. Of course, early 2000s track limits were a lot more forgiving than modern day Formula 1 there. So as we just try and dance the car through, I think we might be out of opportunities there. DC again struggles to put the power down though, off the exit onto the hangar straight. We are gaining, but it's not going to be enough at the moment. Will we be able to do anything in towards these final few corners? Jacques Villeneuve, he is going to claim his 4th victory of the year there. Heinz-Harald Frentzen will make it yet another Williams 1-2. Coulthard will hang on, and for us, it is an agonising P4.
Plenty of action here at Silverstone. It was a memorable race, and what an impressive victory. Anthony Davidson, a resounding victory today. What set them apart from the rest?
It was a question of right place, right time today. We were looking at an entirely different race before the safety car came out, but they were able to take full advantage after the field had been bunched up.
Red Bull put up an outstanding fight for the front position today, and it's great to see it paid off for them. They do so much for the sport that you can't help but be delighted by today's race win.
Well, there we are then. Jacques Villeneuve will claim victory here at Silverstone ahead of his teammate Heinz-Harald Frentzen. And Williams, well, for the first time in a couple of Grand Prix, they will walk away with a 1-2 there. David Coulthard in third ahead of myself. Ultimately, yeah, we just did not quite have the pace when all is said and done, and maybe actually qualifying was where this car looked stronger this weekend. Fisichella, brilliant drive to P5, ahead of Schumacher, well, both Schumachers even, in P6 and P7 there. Barrichello, Jos Verstappen, and Jenson Button, once again, will get a point on the board for arrows as well there, so a really good job done come the end of the day. Hakkinen, Magnussen, Genet, Wirtz, Alonso, and Alesi, who all failed to see the finish there. But what does that mean to our championship standings? Well, it means our gap at the top has been slashed to just 11 points ahead of Villeneuve there. Frentzen still a little way away ahead of David Coulthard, with Barrichello now ahead of Giancarlo as well, there, who gets the jump on Marc Genet, and of course still at the rear of the field. It is just Alonso yet to score a point. Williams re-jump us as well, 10 points in that battle, the gap though, so hopefully we're going to be able to try and just keep on them throughout the rest of the campaign, but still, we need more and more upgrades if we want to have a chance to fight. Thank you all so much for watching this video though, and to everyone as well, obviously, that only watches this series. I believe, if I haven't messed up, this will be the last video from this series going out in 2024. I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone for the support as well. You know, it really does mean the world to me. And like I said, I reckon 2025 is going to be an even better year. But yeah, that's going to do us for this one. And we'll be back very soon when I believe we head to the Hungaroring. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 9 of our F1 2001 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here at the Hungarian Grand Prix, and I believe, if I've done this correctly, the first race in this series here in 2025. Of course, we've got a few more months before F1 25 launches. I'm hoping to get the 2001 season wrapped up, and then maybe we can try and get 2002 done before the new game drops, and of course then all focus will be on the new title for a shorter period. But of course, obviously, if you're new around here, please do make sure you get yourself subscribed. I don't really know exactly what kind of sub goal we want to achieve this year. Maybe we can try and get closer and closer to 200k, but yeah, ultimately there are a lot of things kind of out of my control which will kind of decide that, but we'll give it our best shot as to what we can do. Of course, if you missed out on the last video from this series from Silverstone, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We lacked a little bit of pace around the British Grand Prix. We've still had no finish worse than P4 so far this season, but half of my finishes have been that 4th place. Weirdly, we've never had a P3 yet in this campaign, which is quite funny considering no other driver has finished P3 more than once. So there are quite a few little oddities as we head into the second half of the year there. We've got just an 11-point buffer over Jacques Villeneuve. Constructors-wise, Williams lead that by 10 points over ourselves. So yeah, it is very much looking like Williams versus McLaren is going to be the fight throughout the rest of the season. We are desperately trying to bring more and more upgrades to the car over the next few weekends. Kind of ignore the vehicle performance chart. It doesn't quite work as you would expect it to. So yeah, we're going to need to earn some more R&D before we can do any more upgrades here. But yeah, let's head out then into qualifying here at the Hungaroring. Well, the sun is meant to be shining right away throughout the weekend here at the Hungaroring, and I tell you what, yeah, the weather has certainly been much better in 2001 than it was in 2000, but I'm hoping this is going to be a good track for us. Obviously, quite high downforce, and so far I know Spain and Monaco have really been the circuits that have suited our car so far this campaign, but Have Ferrari potentially brought some upgrades as well? Michael Schumacher leading the way through Sector 1. It seems like Ferrari, when they get the qualifying laps hooked up, they're really good. And then it just absolutely falls through the floor almost kind of immediately. They make one little mistake and it will cost them like over a second in a single corner there. But currently it's our teammate David Coulthard, of course, took pole last weekend. Sorry, didn't take pole last weekend at Silverstone, narrowly missed out. It's still Williams that have had every single pole position this season. But we have opted for a very, very high downforce setup here, as you would expect us to around a circuit like this. Could we finally put an end to Williams' dominance of poles here as we make our way in towards the final couple of turns? It still looks like it's DC at the front of the order there, but as we try and mash the throttle down, it is looking incredibly tight for P1 there. We have sailed it into that final corner. Can we get the power down on the exit? Will it be P1? Yes, it finally will.
Excellent lap. We're really pleased.
After more than 50 attempts, we finally got pole in this series. Well, if you ever needed more evidence about how much of a two-horse race this season is going to be, yeah, I mean, both Williams, both McLarens covered by a 10th.5. Ralf Schumacher barely a second away from pole position there, but by 2/1000ths of a second, we have claimed pole position here at the Hungaroring. That felt like a pretty decent lap in the end. We struggled a bit in Sector 1, but we had good pace through Sector 2 and Sector 3. Hopefully we can carry that momentum into the race.
Formula One on ITV in association with Texaco.
It's race day in Budapest as we get ready for another round of the Formula One World Championship. We don't expect too many retirements at this track. There are plenty of current and former drivers with flawless finish rates here. In particular, Ralf Schumacher. He made it across the line in all 10 of his Hungarian Grand Prix starts. 14 corners then for our drivers to navigate at the 2.7-mile Hungaroring today. It's 6 lefts and 8 rights around a lap here, with average speeds in the region of 120 miles per hour. Also here, of course, is Anthony Davidson. Let's talk about Mr. Monaco. What do you make of their performance so far this season?
They've been avoiding mistakes and have had solid pace, so it's been a good season so far, but whether they can keep that up long term remains to be seen.
Well, so far this series, Anthony Davidson really doesn't seem to believe in me, and if anything, we've only ever been consistent. It's how it's got us into the championship fighting positions, and it's why we've got the championship lead this season as well. Taking a look, though, it is meant to be sunny skies right the way throughout the Hungarian Grand Prix today, and for the first time ever, we have got a nice clear view in towards Turn 1. Safety cars, though, can really change up these races, but starting from pole, our starts haven't been great this year. It's going to be 5 red lights. Not a long hold at all, but it is going to be lights out, and away we go there as immediately Frentzen and Jacques Villeneuve will try to capitalise in towards Turn 1. Can we just try and keep it fairly clean and tidy there through that first corner, trying to get late on the brakes, and it hasn't worked for us. Looks like it might be a fairly clean start up and down the order there, but from P1 straight down into P4 is a pretty disappointing getaway. As we said, we haven't got the straight line speed of plenty of our other drivers here. We've just really focused on trying to make sure the car is comfortable through Sector 2 as well. Through Turn 4, they're a little bit sketchy on the way in, but Heinz-Harald Frentzen, of course, he's taken 1 win so far in this campaign. I'm sure he'd love to try and get another here this afternoon. What can we do, though? Obviously, we've only had 2 wins so far, which, you know, isn't bad going. But it has been a little while since we stood on the top step of the podium. And just like Silverstone then, we find ourselves in P4 behind our teammate and potentially about to watch those Williams bolt away. Well, let's see what kind of run then we can get out of the final corner. This is obviously where we claimed that pole position, that huge send we made through that final turn there. But have we got the straight line speed to really fight with DC? We can stay pretty close to him. So try and have a bit of a look down the inside of turn 1 there. And again, just leaving myself a little bit vulnerable on the exit. So yeah, Coulthard will hang on for now. Just I panicked for a second that I'd lost the gear, but it was just me accidentally double shifting. But yeah, we can definitely move past DC pretty quickly. We've said it before a couple of times recently. I do feel that McLaren need to start trying to play the #1 rule. Obviously, it's not quite like Papaya rules in last year's campaign. It's already, yeah, team reporting issues for other cars a bit further back. Not sure I'm too bothered about that one there, but we're just watching those Williams. They haven't quite got as big a margin as you would expect them to around a lot of other circuits. As I mentioned, this, he's one of our best shots at a good result, but over the last couple of weekends, Williams' qualifying pace has actually got worse, and their race pace has got better relative to ourselves. And we now get the switch on DC at the final turn there, as they're already down in the low 23s. We do set a 23.4. Are we going to see Coulthard try and go defensive? Yes, we do. We will try and have a look around the outside of our teammate. And again, there just is not the grip. Come on. We need to get on the radio to Ron Dennis. Tell him to let us by. Team already recommending a new strategy to us then, and that's actually to extend this first stint. So I was thinking about potentially going the other way, but I would quite happily extend this first stint. Obviously, we know how good the tyre wear is in this mod, so could we try and go long and maybe overcut Coulthard? Oh, come on, this has got to be the run. This has got to be the run. I mean, Frentzen is just setting fastest laps each and every time there. We've got to force DC defensive, but we will send it to the inside of our teammate there. Get the power down on the exits. We go wheel to wheel off of the corner. We are still alongside there, and we cannot afford to back out. Down the inside we'll go. Oh, there is wheel banging between ourselves and David Coulthard. This is not what we need as a team, but we finally do make it through there. That was incredibly sketchy. I have no idea, again, how we kind of survived that bit of wheel banging, because that could have easily been both cars at the Grand Prix. But finally up into P3. Let's go hunt down those Williams. Villeneuve there sets a 22.9. We set a 23.1. So those two Williams cars, yeah, definitely just starting to trip each other up a little bit. But it just seems now like we've got the pace to match them. I am still slowly building up more and more confidence in the car, though. So that gap, yeah, 5 seconds to Frentzen. Let's just see when they pit. Oh, there we go. DC then. DC's the first into the pit lane. As I mean, still Villeneuve just seems to have about an extra 10th a lap over me right now. When we absolutely nail it, we can go quicker. But yeah, that's going to be very, very interesting then. So David Coulthard will come out in traffic, so we shouldn't be vulnerable to an undercut from him.
4.5 seconds.
But I think, yeah, our best course of action here is going to be to try and go longer than the Williams cars. See if they get held up in some slower stuff, and kind of really try and move from there. Well, we are really just trying to smash out the laps right now, and it's just not getting anything for it. Frentzen and Villeneuve still going faster and faster pretty much every single lap now. The gap to Villeneuve's opened up to almost 5 seconds. So I guess for us, we kind of want to hope that Frentzen does win this race and tries to keep Jacques Villeneuve at bay there, as Alonso will let us by down in towards turn 1. It's just those little moments as well. I think we're going to have to try and box soon. Maybe try and do the undercut again on those front runners. But I think unless we get a safety car or something like that, which I'm staggered with we haven't had so far, I'm just not sure we're going to be able to even get a look in against those two. Well, still no idea where David Coulthard is on the road, but we are going to take the opportunity then to pit at the end of lap 14 here. Maybe try and undercut those Williams by just a little bit. Make sure I don't get done for speeding, but hopefully we're going to be out ahead of Giancarlo Fisichella here. The gap was about 20 seconds. It's not the longest pit lane in the world, but it's also not the shortest either, so I think we might be quite close with the Benetton as we make our way down the end of the pit lane here. Still can't hear him, but he is definitely taking time out of us. As out the pit lane will go. But he's going to be close there, and I think Fizzy will just so I get the jump. Oh, I could have tried to have been brave there and keep the nose up the inside, but I'm just not convinced we would have held it. As David Coulthard now is out, so we've barely pulled away anything over DC in all these laps, but we will enjoy fresher rubber to the end. We've got to try and find a way around Giancarlo pretty quickly. Luckily, of course, we do have a huge tyre offset and a much better car through the corners. Benetton, though, like we said, Giancarlo Fisichella is really maximising everything out of that car, it feels like at the moment, and they should be able to mount a challenge against Sauber in the second half of the year as kind of best of the rest. So that's going to be another interesting fight to watch out for in the second half of the campaign there, is really trying to send it off of those corners. Down the inside we'll go there, tipped it in a little bit too early, but we'll make the move. Well, as we round our way through the final couple of turns, clearly the undercut does seem to actually be the way to go here, half a second up by the time we get to the end of Sector 2. So this is hopefully going to be a new fastest lap of the day, and there we go, a 1:21.8. Now, I don't know what strategy Red Bull are going with,
3.0 seconds.
but there's a chance now that we could get really close to them when they do finally pit. Poor Fernando Alonso is basically spending all afternoon with blue flags there. We'll once again get around the Minardi, but you must just think, on weekends like this, what's the point? Well, Williams have clearly seen what we're doing and are going to give Jacques Villeneuve the priority pit stop here at the end of lap 17. I did wonder if they were going to continue to try and extend that first stint, but I think they'd rather cover me off and our fast lap times right now. So this is going to be really interesting to see whether Villeneuve will get the jump on his teammate Frentzen as well. Result, we've got a safety car. What on earth has happened? It's been a fairly quiet afternoon so far, but I believe this is Jenson Button in his arrows just having a mechanical failure then. It really has been a quiet day in terms of incidents, but that works out beautifully for Frentzen. Well, as mentioned, that's going to give Frentzen basically the opportunity to try and get a free stop there, and well, if Williams were trying to orchestrate that in Jacques Villeneuve's favour, it's really not worked for them. So we round our way through the final couple of turns. I guess it's going to bunch up everybody for the second half. Yes, I'm well aware how the deltas work there, Markers. There we go, Frentzen just out ahead of his teammate Jacques Villeneuve. But yeah, we are going to be right up behind them once again. And this time, we don't have a David Coulthard to navigate. Oh, okay. That's going to be a very, very late call then by the FIA, but apparently safety car will be coming back in at the end of this lap. We've got to try and find a way around Jarno Trulli, but yeah, Frentzen will have clear running through that final turn there. Has desperately got to try and get some temperature into the tyres, and look at that, we might actually have a bit of a run on Jacques Villeneuve there. There won't be much opportunity to try and look past him, so I guess we've got to go for it into that first corner there, and down the inside we'll go, and up into P2 then of the Hungarian Grand Prix. I'm not so worried about Frentzen. He can win this if push comes to shove, but as long as we can try and outscore Jacques Villeneuve there, that is absolutely critical, and just capitalising with the back marker in the way. And we are suddenly back ahead of our championship rival for the first time since, well, the start of this Grand Prix. Oh, there we go, another new fastest lap of the day. I'm still expecting Frentzen to be quicker towards the end of this, but I certainly feel, unless we make an error, we have got the pace to hold Jacques Villeneuve back. Though, you know, it's those little swings, as we saw last season, that can be the difference between World Championship glory and, well, World Championship disappointment. Well, with 10 laps to go then, it really does look like this battle is going to be between Frentzen and I, just like we saw in the last few laps of the Austrian Grand Prix, but we definitely just have a little bit of extra pace over him right now. Another new fastest lap of the day. It's going to be so difficult to make a move, though, so I guess we've just got to try and force him into an error. Well, either our car has got much stronger on the harder compound, or that Williams has got much slower relative to our own pace there, but we are hounding Frentzen. Another new fastest lap of the day. The only, like I said, the frustrating bit is he's that much quicker down in towards turn 1. And that really is our only proper overtaking place. We're going to have to get very, very creative otherwise. Well, one thing I've absolutely learnt about this car so far this season, and I think it's just because of all the electronic gizmos that these early 2000s cars had, you can get them right up to the limit pretty easily. You can really feel confident. But as soon as you just try and push any more, they just get slower and slower. You know, you get a little bit of traction bog, a little bit of tyre slide like that, and you just throw away more time than you could ever gain. So it's kind of weird always having to drive it at like 98%. But at the moment, I mean, we've got, what, 6 laps to go. I just cannot find a way around Frentzen, as that was the perfect time for the Williams to set a new fastest lap of the day. I'm just now leaving the car and reach everywhere. We got the spare fuel. We're just going to lean on that traction control as much as we can, and it looks like it's working for us. On 1 minute 20.8. And you can just see again those Minardi cars not that far up the road. If we're right behind Frentzen, could we see him get a little bit held up like we saw with Jacques off the restart? And maybe try and do something. Come on then, Jarno. What's he going to do? Where's he going to go? On the road there, you can see Frentzen already just getting a little bit held up by it, but we're all struggling in the dirty air there. Jarno truly will just about peel out the way. So we are as close to Frentzen as I think we have been in a long while, but we've still got Alonso to try and navigate as well. I don't believe we'll get anywhere near the arrows or anyone like that before the end of this race there, but just trying to get right under Frentzen's gearbox through that final corner there. Fernando Alonso, is he far enough in front? I think he's just going to let the German by. Are we going to see him? Yeah, Alonso just lets him through. We need to try and find a way around that Minardi as quickly as we can there. He'll dive out the way through turn 1, but we get all kinds of squirrely as well. And actually, that might just have worked out for Frentzen towards the end of this race. He's just starting to get the gap. As we make our way in towards the final few corners then to start the last lap of this Grand Prix. I think we've just completely overworked the tyres over these last few, because now we've got Jacques Villeneuve all over my gearbox once again as Frentzen will start the last lap and looks set to take his second race victory of the campaign. It was a slow start to the year for the German, but he really has come alive in the last couple of races there and showcased that he has got the pace to compete there as Villeneuve. Oh, tries to look around my outside there. He's actually dummied me in towards turn 1 there, and Villeneuve's mugged me off down at that first corner there. I just outbroke myself a little bit through that first turn, and surely there's going to be no way we can try and find a way back around him on this lap there. And I cannot believe these tyres have absolutely hit the cliff towards the end of the race. No idea how DC's hanging on just a little bit further behind there. But yeah, just overworked the tyres in the dirty air of Frentzen. And Jacques Villeneuve looks like he's set to capitalise here. So I'll just see tipping it through. Just have not got the grip at the rear end anymore. This is really, really odd. Traction control seems like it's logged out with a couple of laps left to go with this Grand Prix. But through the final couple of corners, Williams, they're going to return with yet another 1-2 finish inside this series. We've proven we can beat them over one lap, but still, we keep saying it, our race pace, we just need a little bit more out of this car there. Through the final couple of corners, Heinz-Harald Frentzen is going to take the victory, but could that little mistake cost us come the end of the year? Villeneuve comes through for P2, and we only walk away with third.
It's a performance to be proud of today from our Hungarian Grand Prix winners. So Anthony, what made the difference out there today?
I think that smart tyre management on track and very smooth driving definitely assisted in their victory today. That combination meant they got the absolute maximum out of their tyres at all times.
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everyone at the team.
Well, there we go there. Similar story to last weekend. Both Williams 1 and 2, both McLarens 3 and 4 there. But inside both teams, the drivers have swapped over, and we claim our first P3 of the campaign as well. There, Giancarlo Fisichella, another great race to finish 5th, ahead of Barrichello and Ralf Schumacher there. Both Saubers inside the top 10 once again, with Schumacher from 18th on the grid. A decent recovery to a top 10 points finish there. Hakkinen 11th, ahead of Jan Magnussen there, and you can just see at the rear of the field, Trulli and Button both failing to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our championship standings? Well, it means our gap at the top again just getting cut down a little bit more. 8 points now, the gap over Villeneuve, but Frentzen, he's slowly bringing himself back into the fight as well in this championship. There you can see Schumacher jumps Marc Genet in the Drivers' Championship. Jos Verstappen also gets ahead of Jenson Button, and it is still Alonso, the only driver yet to score. Williams now have a 26-point lead in the Constructors' Championship, of course. We've got a little bit of time over the summer break to really now try and figure out this car, but I tell you what, the Constructors' battle behind between Sauber, Jaguar, Benetton, Jordan and Ferrari could look very, very interesting come the end of the year. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Belgian Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 10 of our F1 2001 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Belgian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from the Hungaroring, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. And I just want to say as well quickly, this is the first video back I'm doing here on the main channel, so obviously I haven't played F1 in like 5 weeks at this point, but a massive thank you to everybody for the continued support. Of course, it was a lot of work to try and get all those videos ready before I went away, but yeah, to everybody that has obviously still enjoyed them, you know, massive thank you. I hope everybody had a wonderful Christmas and a happy new year as well. 2025, I'm hoping, is going to be a big year here on the channel as well. And of course, you know, one of the earliest big series obviously we've got going on, of course, is this great title fight with Jacques Villeneuve. 7 races left of the campaign, including this one today. We have an 8-point buffer at the top of the table. McLaren have a 26-point lead in the Constructors' Championship, obviously after their back-to-back 1-2 finishes in the last couple of GPs. The last time Williams didn't win a race was all the way back at Monaco, which of course we claimed victory. So I'm hoping at some point in the near future we can return to the top step of the podium. Of course, obviously our car has tended to suit the higher downforce circuits a little bit more, so Belgium and Italy, I'm not going to hold my breath, but yeah, Singapore, Japan, Kota, Mexico and Brazil, hopefully we're going to have some tracks that really suit us between now and the end of the year. I think, you know, our first goal of 2025 has got to be 140k, so yeah, if you're not already, please do make sure you click that sub button. Hopefully I'm not going to be too rusty, and let's do this thing. Well, last weekend then at the Hungaroring, we took our first ever pole position inside this series. I'm not expecting the same though today. Obviously with such long straights around this circuit, it is going to make our qualifying effort a little bit more difficult here. This session is likely going to be far more about how close to those Williams cars can we qualify. However, of course, you know, the huge straights here might help Ferrari out as well, obviously, especially Monza next weekend. They'll be looking to try and return to form around probably their best shot all year. But yeah, if you guys remember, obviously, the race here last season, we almost backed a 1-2 with our teammate Johnny Herbert, who was absolutely flying along in the full wet conditions. This season, we are meant to see rain again, but it is meant to be changeable conditions as we head into the Grand Prix, so making the switch to and from the wet compounded tyre might be absolutely critical here, but around such a long lap, the times, they are really going to spread out there. Still looks like Villeneuve and Frentzen are battling for pole position at the moment. We are down in P6, but that could easily just be behind the Williams, the Ferraris, and our teammate here, which honestly, as qualifying efforts go, I would probably take Williams. I would expect them to be absolutely dominant around a circuit like this. But as we make our way up in towards the final couple of corners there, I mean, look at that. We're 1.2 down on Villeneuve, but we are still only P4. This gap would cover most of the 2024 grid in a qualifying session there, but not in 2001 as we slam on the anchors at the 100-meter board there. Just a couple more corners to try and navigate, avoid getting too much traction bog on the exit. Didn't do a great job there. That's going to cost us P4. We will only line up down in P5. Well, there we go then. Villeneuve pole position ahead of Frentzen there, but even Coulthard only a second away come the end of qualifying. We should have ended up P4, but once again, the very fast Giancarlo Fisichella will line up on the second row. Schumacher down in 10th, Mika Hakkinen all the way down in P14 there. He was slowest of the non-backmarket cars. Trulli, 6 seconds off a pole in that Minardi. That thing is just not fun to drive at all.
We're in Belgium once again for today's round of the Formula One World Championship. It's a race the great Ayrton Senna won 6 times, and in 2019, Charles Leclerc became the first driver to take their maiden win here since Michael Schumacher in 1992. Spa-Francorchamps today, a circuit that spans 4.35 miles. There are tons of elevation changes along the way too. 19 corners making up this circuit, with 9 of those to the right and the remaining 10 to the left. This track is a great one for fans of pure speed. The average lap speed comes close to a whopping 145 miles an hour. A warm welcome to Anthony Davidson, who's beside me in the commentary box today. Let's talk about Mr. Monaco. That was a great podium in the last race. So can they keep that momentum going this weekend?
It's always nice to come into a Grand Prix weekend on a high, but your expectations are based much more on your practice and qualifying runs. So it's the momentum from those sessions that they'll be hoping to carry into the race today.
Well, lining up then down on the grid, ready for the Belgian Grand Prix. Formula 1 here in like the late 90s and early 2000s was always ridiculous. And it looks like the same is going to happen today. They're changeable conditions. It is meant to get wetter and wetter as the afternoon goes on. But we're going to start on a set of the dry compound tyres. Hope that we can extend them to that wet period. What will everybody else do though? We need to try and lose as few points as possible to Jacques Villeneuve. Lining up P5 on the grid. Ready for the Belgian Grand Prix. It is going to be lights out, and away we go there, responding really, really nicely, actually, to those lights, and it's obviously only a short run down in towards turn 1 there, and we've got a safety car immediately. Apparently, I've had a severe collision with Jos Verstappen, and I've got 2 illegal overtakes as well, so not too sure what to make of that one, but like most races so far this year, there has been chaos at turn 1. Well, I can only really see the aftermath of this accident, but it looks like one of the Jaguars is out of the GP as well as Mika Hakkinen there and the other of the Benetton cars. So yeah, quite a lot of chaos down at turn 1, but I think we have only lost those 3 cars. What it will mean, though, is the wet period is going to become even sooner. Oh, under the safety car, Fisichella's gone. That was very, very early on in the GP. Where on earth is he going? Hopefully Fisichella will stay out of the way, but gutting for Giancarlo then. He's been arguably one of, if not the best drivers so far this year. But yeah, he is out on just lap 2 at the Belgian Grand Prix. It has also promoted Jos Verstappen up into P4. Teams still believe then the rain is about 15-20 minutes away, so we are going to get some dry running still in this Grand Prix, but it is going to be Villeneuve then who's going to lead us away at the end of lap 2. So a very, very short safety car inside this series there, but Williams with a 1-2. Surely Frentzen is just going to act as rear gunner for him over these next couple of laps. We need to try and find a way back around Ralf Schumacher as soon as possible as well there. And of course, at some point, we are going to have to serve that 5-second penalty, obviously, when we make our pit stop later on in the GP. But immediately, we're going to try and go on the attack there down the inside of Ralf Schumacher. A little bit too late on the brakes down at turn 1. Like I said, I'm a little bit rusty inside this game. It will take me a little bit of time to get back into the swing of things there. But how does the Jordan look in a straight line? Of course, one of my former teams inside this game. That car looks fairly decent in a straight line. We're trying to use our rich revs though. 207 miles an hour by the time we make it to the end of the Kemmel Straight. There you go, another update on the rain there, but just not enough to find a way around Ralf, who of course almost won this race IRL in 1998. We will find an avenue though down the inside there as Jos Verstappen makes a little bit of a mistake further up. Drivers are really struggling. Well, that Sauber has been a real giant killer on more than one occasion this season. You can see already how quickly Villeneuve and Frentzen are pulling away. I think it's just going to be another weekend where this car just does not quite have the pace of the Williams. We are still always doing the upgrades behind the scenes as well. But yeah, that tiny bit of contact between myself and Jos on the run down towards turn 1, really not sure how that warrants a 5-second penalty for the pair of us there. I think we both quite happily agree that, you know, especially in this mod, how easy it is to damage the car, that neither of us really felt we lost out anything from that moment. But again, we've said it so many times, that Sauber car is such a weapon in a straight line. This will be where Verstappen, though, really struggles to make our way down in through Sector 2. They see runs very, very wide. We'll try and fill his mirrors up as best as we can. See, Coulthard isn't getting away as quickly. But yeah, we've got to try and capitalise through the twisty bits. So I just see again there, Jos. Oh, he was way slower off the exit of the corner than I was expecting him to be. We will get all the way around him on the exit of Pouhon there. And well, up into P4 then. Now we've got a bit of clean air just to enjoy ourselves and build up more confidence. Well, I was very lucky to get to go to 2 separate Belgian races last year. Neither of them were the Formula 1, but the World Endurance 6-hour and obviously the 24-hour Spa as well. And, you know, we always talk about this place and how weird its climate is. Look at just how quickly the dark clouds have descended over the Ardennes forest here. We are definitely going to see rain very, very soon. Currently, though, those Williams cars are running over 2 seconds a lap faster than me. Even Coulthard has definitely got the legs on me at the moment. So we are really, really struggling for pace against the top runners. But the rain might be the great equaliser here. I have set the car up with the changeable conditions in mind. So I'm only hoping it'll give us the edge. Oh no, I think the rain is about to arrive. We've had one eye on the sky over the last few laps there, but I can just see a little bit of moisture now running over the front of the cockpit. And there we go then, the rain has started here in Belgium. How will that affect our pace? How will that affect the Williams pace as well over these next few laps? Only time will tell here. Of course, this is about the time though that most AI would be considering a pit stop onto another set of the dry tyres. Surely now everybody has got to try and wait until the wets are ready. Well, in a race like this, I think it's probably better to be slightly too early than too late making the move over to a set of the wet compounds. So we are really just trying to hang on at the moment. Haven't seen anybody else, though, into the pit lane just yet, but we have got that gap now up to 5 seconds over Jos Verstappen. But yeah, it's just so tricky to try and keep the car on the island. Do not bin it there. That is a very, very bad place to have an accident, just like Kimi Räikkönen did in 2008 there. But I think, yeah, that huge lockup into the final corner, that is our sign that now it is time to make the switch and head over to the wet tyres. Of course, we've had a couple of very tricky races prior to now. Belgium, Austria even, probably being one of the best examples, as, yeah, plenty of cars flooding past the pit lane there. But will this be the right call? Will we have the grip when we make our way back out onto the circuit? There was a big gap back to Johnny Herbert, who was down in P11 here, so we are going to be knocked out of the points. Hopefully only temporarily, though, in this GP. But as we make our way out of the pits, Oh, just got to try and obviously get some temperature into them as we make our way down the endurance start-finish straight here. As Jensen Button only a second behind, but yeah, these guys aren't really our benchmark there, as that was optimistic into Eau Rouge. I think, though, we have timed this pretty well here. Oh, you just see Montoya immediately struggling just in front of me there. Everybody is struggling to try and, extract grip and obviously keep temperature in the core of the tyre as well. But as Montoya runs deep, you know what? We're going to follow him. Nobody has got any grip at the moment as we're trying to put the power down. I think Alonso has made the switch over to the wet compound as well, so nice to know that we aren't the only driver there. But as we make our way down the inside of Juan Pablo, see, we've definitely got the pace over the arrows, but that car was a good 2 seconds a lap slower anyway than us. But I think we are going to see more into the pits. There we go, our teammate David Coulthard into the pit lane. So that is reassuring to know that, I think we did nail it, because of course we would have lost time by having to stack up behind our teammate there, but getting right up towards the wall on the exit of Stavolo here. We should be back up then comfortably inside the points. I just don't think we'll have gained enough, annoyingly. Obviously, especially with that 5-second penalty, we've probably gained nothing against our teammate. Just see Kimi Räikkönen. Oh no, Räikkönen! Because Johnny Herbert's diving in, Kimi having to stay out here for yet another lap then. I think it would probably been better just to double stack in the pit lane there, but you can see loads of other cars in the box. So Verstappen is kind of the big one for us. As long as we're still out ahead of Jos, that is very, very important. There, as you can see, there is Jos Verstappen and Ralf Schumacher. Of course, Schumacher didn't have a 5-second penalty, so he will have done quite well as well in all of this. But look how quick now and how heavy the rain is beginning to fall around this venue. A little bit of a wobble again as we make our way out of the top of Eau Rouge there, and you can see Verstappen trying to close in on me a little bit more. These conditions really helping Michael Schumacher as well. I mean, look at how much Räikkönen is struggling, just forming a train of cars behind him, as we will try and utilise this to capitalise and get around the outside of Ralph there. Not quite going to be able to do so. He thinks about having a look down the inside of Räikkönen. Again, we're just going to get a little bit caught up behind the fin there. More wheel banging between ourselves and Ralf Schumacher. This is utterly ridiculous. So Kimi Räikkönen, he's just got no grip at all there down the inside. On the exit of Pouhon we will go. We finally make it through. I think those AI are 3 wide behind us, so it is not going well for them. But yeah, Jean Alesi, Marc Genet, I believe, are 2 drivers still out there. So hopefully if we get past them, we will be back up inside the top 4. But I'm just looking, how much time will we have lost to our teammate here? Coulthard, he's going to be a good 20 seconds up the road at this stage of the GP, as we just seem to be battling it out with kind of the top midfield cars at the moment. How on earth has Schumacher got the speed there? So we make our way up in through Blanchemont. Again, a little bit of a mistake as we try and put the power down there. As, just see again, got to be way more careful on the brakes in towards those final couple of corners there. But Genet and Alesi into the pit lane here. What will the gap be to David Coulthard? He's up about 18 seconds up the road. So, yeah, we are really not having a good race of it at the moment. But will we have the pace throughout the second half of the GP? Hopefully we're going to build up confidence, as now we've got both Schumachers breathing down our neck. I tell you what, with less than 10 laps to go then, we are really going to have to go back to the drawing board and work out what's gone wrong here, because we are just losing bags of time. Coulthard, admittedly, I think might now be the fastest car on track, because he's actually taking a little bit of time. Oh, sorry, no, that's Frentzen in front of us even. Coulthard's in P2. How would I not notice that up to this point? So Frentzen, yeah, sorry, is still the fastest driver on track. He would have obviously had to go 1 lap longer than his teammate, of course, because, Williams are obviously going to prioritise Villeneuve with having the better pit stop. So I've been looking at completely the wrong car in terms of our gaps. Either way, we just do not have the pace against those Williams and our teammate here. So, I think as returns go in this series, this was always going to be quite a tough one, especially with the changeable conditions. But the fact that we've barely got any pace over Ralf Schumacher or Jos Verstappen, That's quite alarming. Well, I really am hoping for our Constructors' Championship hopes that David Coulthard is able to hold off Jacques Villeneuve towards the end of the GP here. But yeah, these are the really, really difficult races in a World Championship. This is what Verstappen was able to do so well in 2024. On the days where your car is not up to it, you've just got to try and scrape together as many points as you can. And well, like I said, we need to go back to the drawing board and work out what Coulthard has done differently this weekend relative to ourselves. But less than 6 laps to go of the GP. We are just trying to limp around the circuit, make sure that we bag this P4 and the 12 points that go along with it. Unless something crazy happens towards the end, I think we are just going to be trying to bring home this, well, yeah, lack of a trophy, annoyingly. Not often this year have we finished off of the podium. Well, as we get ready then to start the last lap of the Belgian Grand Prix, I'm going to be really interested to see just how much Jacques Villeneuve has won this race by when all is said and done, because he has absolutely controlled this one at the front of the order. I don't think he's actually ever... I think he's led every single lap of this Grand Prix, apart from obviously the one that Frentzen led, obviously because Jacques had pit. So, yeah, it's been a pretty good day for our main World Championship rival, and especially on a day where I have really struggled. Now, towards the end of the afternoon, the pace deficit to Coulthard does seem to have come down a lot. We're only losing sort of about 0.6 a lap, which is still way too much. But I think we can say that some of my lack of pace today might just be a bit of rust and remembering kind of how to drive these 2001 cars as well. Because there is a lot of nuance. There are a few kind of weird little tricks as well you've got to try and utilise with these machines. So, you know, it's not ideal, but we will hopefully still be able to continue on the fight over the next few rounds. I think, like I said, Italy next weekend is going to be tough. But after that, then hopefully those final kind of 5 races of the year, the pace difference between the Williams and our McLaren should be a bit less there. But through the final corner, Jacques Villeneuve will come through for a dominant win here at the Belgian Grand Prix. They're battling his way through the changeable conditions pretty much all afternoon. He has been the quickest car on the circuit. Will Frentzen be able to find a way around our teammate David Coulthard, or will McLaren stop Williams' streak of 1-2 finishes through the last couple of rounds? I think Coulthard's done it. He will come through for P2 ahead of Heinz-Harald Frentzen there, who narrowly misses out and finishes in P3. But for us, for the second time in 3 Grand Prix actually, we have just lacked the pace against our big title rivals there. We've got to try and figure something out in this car. Through the final couple of corners, though, we have survived the Belgian Grand Prix. My first race back in 2025. You know what? We'll take it.
That's the end of the race. We'll see you in Parc Fermé.
Victory for the team from Milton Keynes then, after a quality performance. Anthony Davidson, how do you think they were able to set themselves apart today?
Well, keeping their tyre temperatures up in the tricky wet conditions was really important. There's not much grip out there at the best of times, and it's 10 times worse if you're out there on cold tyres. So the way they kept the rubber in its proper operating window was a huge advantage today.
Red Bull put up an outstanding fight for the front position today, and it's great to see it paid off for them. They do so much for the sport that you can't help but be delighted by today's race win.
Well, there we are then. Jacques Villeneuve by 23 seconds will take victory here in the Ardennes. Heinz-Harald Frentzen in P3, though, did claim fastest lap bonus point, so a good job by him there ahead of ourselves. But yeah, 58 seconds back behind Villeneuve. That is certainly a much bigger gap than I ever would have wanted there. But we did still come through for P4 ahead of Ralf Schumacher, Jos Verstappen, Barrichello, Marc Gené. Michael Schumacher does pick up a couple of points, with Johnny Herbert getting a point on the board in his BAR as well. There, of course, all that carnage early on. Wirtz Mats Hakkinen and Jan Magnussen there were only joined, obviously, by Fisichella, who had that mechanical failure on lap 2. So after that, everybody else made it through without any issues throughout the rest of the afternoon, despite those tricky conditions. Championship-wise, Villeneuve reclaims the lead at the top by 5 points over ourselves there. Could Frentzen be a late championship threat still, ahead of David Coulthard? Barrichello still in 5th, ahead of Ralf Schumacher and Giancarlo Fisichella, who just seems to have so much bad luck inside this game. Marc Genet still ahead of Verstappen, who now gets ahead of Michael Schumacher, back down into P10 in the Drivers' Championship as well there, and it's still just Alonso yet to score. Constructors-wise, 37 the gap now between Williams and McLaren. I think it would be hard pushed for us to get the jump on them in the Constructors there. Sauber still ahead of Jaguar and Jordan there. Benetton still ahead of Ferrari with Arrows, BAR there, and Minardi, of course, rounding out your Constructors there. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns, ready for the Temple of Speed at the Italian Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 11 of our F1 2001 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here at the Temple of Speed for the Italian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live back on Monday, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We went to Belgium. It was a pretty interesting race, my first race back in 2025, but we did ultimately lack a little bit of pace against our big rivals. Still just 5 points in it between myself and Jacques Villeneuve, with 6 races left to go of the campaign. You could even make the argument that Heinz-Harald Frentzen could try and get himself back into the fight as well there. We've still finished no worse than 4th all season, but yeah, certainly Villeneuve has had the pace over me on more weekends than not. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs here at the moment. But yeah, this circuit I am very, very nervous for. The Williams is a much better car than ours in a straight line. I'm really hoping we can get through this weekend, maximise the result, and then hopefully the final 5 races of the year are going to help us out just that little bit more. Barcelona, for example, or Monaco, we were really, really quick at earlier on in the year. But anyway, we've just got to get on with it. I love this circuit anyway. Can Ferrari finally return to form this weekend? Only time will tell. Well, we have got one little problem setting up the car around this circuit. I think it's an issue with all of these cars, but the gearing just simply is not long enough on this McLaren. So we can basically run as much downforce as I want, because we're going to be hitting that 207 mile an hour VMAX pretty much everywhere around this venue. So I've tried to find a setup that will hopefully give us a bit more a bit more cornering speed even over the AI. Of course, I'm expecting Williams to be very, very quick here, but also Ferrari. They need a good result here. They've got no chance at a World Championship this season, so they kind of just want to try and get a good home race result as well at this point. But I tell you what, Jordan, he seems to be looking very, very quick in a straight line through the first half of the lap there as we try and chuck the car through the Lesmos. Ralf Schumacher challenging Jacques Villeneuve up at the front of the order. We are slowly shifting our way towards the front, up into provisional P3. So we make our way down in towards Ascari. We'd love to try and qualify there after a bit of a rough run. Whoa, last time out in Belgium is just a huge mistake through the Ascari chicane there. That's going to really cost us down in towards the final corner. Just a huge amount of oversteer that we had no real chance of trying to catch before it happened. But one more corner to go then. Can we try and recover just a little bit more as we try and get the power down as early as we can? It's going to be P7 on the grid here. That is really disappointing. Well, big mistakes from both myself and David Coulthard there in qualifying. No one got within a second of those Williams at the front of the order, but Ralf Schumacher, Marc Genet, and Alexander Wurz, I'm sure all will be very, very happy with their qualifying efforts. Giancarlo Fisichella, he'll be disappointed to be down in P17, ready for his home Grand Prix. Ferrari, they do get both cars inside the top 10, but still nowhere near where you would expect the Maranello-based squad to end up.
Formula 1 on ITV in association with Texaco.
We're back in Italy once again for another round of the Formula One World Championship. And what a great race is in store for us today here at the oldest circuit on the calendar. Monza hosted its first race all the way back in 1922. We're 12 miles northeast of Milan for today's Grand Prix at a Monza circuit where we can expect top speeds of around 215 miles per hour. 11 corners on this 3.6 mile track, with 7 of those coming in the form of chicanes. And with a good slipstream and DRS open, there should be plenty of opportunity for some passing here today.
Well, here we are then, lining up down on the grid, ready for the Italian Grand Prix. I'm going to try and go for a very aggressive strategy here, softer mediums. But, you know, this circuit, the tyre wear shouldn't be too bad around here. Big news, though. Obviously, Mika Hakkinen for Ferrari has taken a grid penalty, but far more importantly than that, so has Jacques Villeneuve. So Heinz-Harald Frentzen now lines up on pole, so he's going to have a golden opportunity to properly catapult himself back into the World Championship hunt here. But we line up P6 on the grid, 5 red lights here at the Italian Grand Prix. And it is going to be lights out, and away we go. They're trying to respond nice and tidily to the lights. Oh, there's going to be contact immediately. And we've got a virtual safety car. And we've got a 5-second penalty for a collision with Jan Magnussen. What on earth has happened? Well, watching the start then from Jan Magnussen's POV, tries to go down the middle of myself and Michael Schumacher, and just nowhere to go in that incident. Not too sure what's happened behind. There's been even more chaos. I believe that's our teammate David Coulthard that also got involved then. So you'll just see the 3 cars in front get caught out. And Coulthard into the back of Jacques Villeneuve. So Villeneuve very lucky not to be out of the Grand Prix. Hakkinen's gone as well as I believe homeboy Giancarlo Fisichella, one of the Minardis as well. But that has been chaos before we even got to turn 1. Very reminiscent, I think, of the 2003 start here. For the second weekend in a row, we've picked up a 5-second penalty before we've even made it to turn 1, so that is very disappointing for us. But yeah, somehow only a VSC rather than a full safety car for that one. Normally this game, very happy to throw out the full safety cars as often as it possibly can. Yeah, Michael Schumacher then straight up into P6 at the start. My goal is just to try and beat Jacques Villeneuve. But look at Juan Pablo Montoya, he's running up in P9 for arrows. Oh, Schumacher's gone. What on earth was that? Down to the final corner, Ralf Schumacher's made a mistake, and Jean Alesi's been caught up in it. And we've got another 2 or 3 cars out on lap 1. Ralf Schumacher, he was having his day of days yesterday, but just a little lock-up at the final corner. Hits the Benetton and takes his teammate out of what was easily one of their best chances in this campaign there. And more chaos on lap 1. I think someone else got involved in it as well. I can't quite see who. But we are down to just 13 runners in this Grand Prix. It's as chaotic as it was last season. Well, luckily, it seems like we've got the straight line speed over Rubens Barrichello. We both get up to 207 miles an hour by the time we get down in towards turn 1. The AI very confident on the brakes. But I will force our way past Rubens there, back in towards that first apex. So back up into P5 then. We have made a little bit of progress early on. Juan Pablo Montoya's up to 7th. Well, here we go then. I can already tell just by watching Michael Schumacher through the Lesmos, that Ferrari, it has struggled all year with just no front end. I mean, look how quick it is in a straight line. That is easily that car's only saving grace. But into the corners, Schumacher just cannot put that car where he wants it to. And that's why it's been, you know, upwards of 2-3 seconds off the pace on some occasions here. So surely, if we keep it clean and tidy, we're going to be able to get the run on him. I think Frentzen has already checked out of the front of the order, but I mean, look at that. Michael, he just cannot get anywhere near where he needs to be. Well, Alexander Wurz and Marc Genet trying to put a show early on in the GP. Both of them looking for a podium here. But they're going to get very vulnerable very quickly, as we'll try and have a look down the inside of Michael Schumacher. The German will not be a fan of that one, but we've got to try and keep as many cars as we can between us and Jacques Villeneuve there, as we have definitely got the straight line speed over the Sauber side by side into Ascari. Oh, that was scary, but we'll make it through and up then into P3 of the GP. Annoyingly though, on the exit of the corner, we're not quite going to be able to get the run there, as here comes Michael Schumacher 3 wide in towards Ascari again. Genet decides he doesn't want anything to do with that one. Schumacher, luckily on the inside, will back out as well. As, I mean, Heinz-Harald Frentzen, he's just setting fastest lap after fastest lap up at the front of the order. Again, as we make our way back in towards turn 1, the slipstream is so powerful in these cars until you get to 207 miles an hour. But luckily, all this battling is allowing, well, sorry, kind of holding Jacques Villeneuve back. I believe he's up to P6 already, so he has absolutely flown through the start. Well, I don't know how many times we've seen it in this series. Oh, because VSC. What on earth's happened? I think, is that Genet gone? We're riding on board then with Marc Genet into the chicane there, going wheel to wheel with Villeneuve, and again, Villeneuve gets very lucky to get away with that contact here. The second of the Jaguars there, that's Barrichello, just left with nowhere to go, and Montoya on a fantastic race so far. I mean, it's just chaos behind, isn't it? Loads of cars have gone in yet again. But what on earth is that? I think if you're going to look at positives, I think Minardi are probably going to score some points today because no one else is left running. I mean, already then, we are down to just 8 runners in this Grand Prix. It is pretty much a race of attrition, just like last season was here. Monza doesn't really seem to work very well with this mod. You'd think it's a modded circuit, based on the way the AI like to drive around here. But anyway, making our way through the final couple of corners.
Maintain your pace until the green flag. VSC ending. Wait for green.
There we go, green flag racing once again then, and hopefully now we're going to get the run on Alexander Wurz back into turn 1. To the outside we will go, and up then into P2 of this GP. I can see Jacques Villeneuve running up in P5, so yeah, somehow Villeneuve feels like he's been involved in every incident so far, but has got away with absolutely all of them. But yeah, Frentzen, unless he breaks down, I think he's going to win this. Oh, that's not what I want to see already then. Your top 3 in the World Championship back to your top 3 in the current running order. Villeneuve has found his way around Alexander Wurz, and I don't think it's going to be long before he tries to find a way past us as well. We've only got 2.5 seconds in the back pocket over him. And yeah, say, now we've got some clear running. I've got a better idea of what the pace is like in this car. We are about a second a lap slower than those Williams, just based on straight line speed. That Williams car, it can probably, I think, push about 210 miles an hour, and that just makes such a difference around here. Well, the other thing I had completely forgot to factor in, of course, is that 5-second penalty that we picked up at the start. So yeah, a bit disappointed that is going to make our life 10 times more difficult. But yeah, if Jacques Villeneuve thinks because he's got the pace over us that I'm just going to let him by, he's very cruelly mistaken. Frentzen's done a 23.9 best lap. We're down to a 24.3, so when I absolutely nail it, we are not that far off. Oh no, here comes Villeneuve. Jacques Villeneuve on lap 9 then. He's going to try to look down the inside. Is he going to be able to make it happen? No, he's not. We will absolutely hold firm there through Ascari, and you know, these are the races where World Championships can be won or lost. We just got to keep doing that, keep holding him back for as long as we can. If anything, it's in our best interest probably here to make sure that Frentzen wins. I just want to know how Williams have got that little bit of extra speed in the back pocket. I understand the drive off of the corners. They've just got more raw horsepower at the moment. BMW, it's safe to say BMW knew how to build an engine when they were in Formula 1, but this Mercedes power unit in the back of this car isn't bad either. It just doesn't quite seem to have the pickup off the corners like that Williams does. This is why I was so worried about Monza, but why I'm a bit more confident for the final few Grand Prix. Obviously, Formula 1 makes its debut in Singapore next weekend. That circuit will hopefully really steer in our favour. Again, Villeneuve, we've just got nothing against him. Admittedly, he's not much quicker at the top end, but wheel to wheel in towards turn 1. I mean, look how late he is on the brakes. They're actually too late on the brakes by Jacques Villeneuve in through turn 1, but round the outside he'll go, similar to Hamilton against Kimi Räikkönen all the way back in 2018. But yeah, Villeneuve then up into P2. Schumacher going to be our first front runner to peel into the pit lane. But yeah, I just can't help but feel that we're not going to be able to do much against him here. Annoyingly as well, obviously I'll have to take the 5-second penalty in the pits. I can't take it at the end of the Grand Prix, so I can't even really try and undercut Villeneuve again I think our best bet here is just to try and stay out, and maybe we get a lucky safety car. Oh, there we go. Villeneuve into the pit lane then, so he's actually been given priority still over his teammate there, as into the 1 minute 23s we go. Admittedly only just, so the slipstream, yeah, really helping us out just a little bit. But yeah, like I said, I'm just going to stay out here as long as sensibly we can. Of course, the problem we have with trying to get a safety car is there's not many cars left that can crash into each other, so that's going to be a bit difficult. But Wirtz then will move up into P3, so Villeneuve's had a pretty slow stop. There we go. As well, Fredson into the pit lane then, so admittedly it's only going to be temporary. But we are going to take the lead then of this GP. Fredson's not even come out that far behind me. It goes to show, I mean, there's been so much chaos in this race. He's seen absolutely none of it, but at least he's not going to lead every lap this afternoon. We will deny him that. Well, everybody's lap times are still getting quicker and quicker then as the race goes on, as the fuel burns off. Coming up towards Jenson Button then, who's running in P7, so it's going to be a few more points on the board for Arrows if he can see the checkered flag. I can only guess then that a Minardi is also running in this race still, but pit. And obviously I've lapped them temporarily here, as we're going to see Barrichello and Button side by side into turn 1. Of course, the Brawn teammates a few years after this, as Barrichello then is going to get out of my way as well. So, yeah, I would assume obviously everybody else is pit. And Button has jumped the Jaguar on merit there. Luckily, he will hopefully get out of my way as well. Thank you very much, JB. As we approach the end of lap 20 then, I just don't think we're going to see a safety car by the end of the afternoon, so we may as well dive in now and stay out the way of Heinz-Harald Frentzen now. I've been monitoring the gap. Villeneuve actually has been taking a lot of time out of him for quite a few laps, but it seems like that gap now has started to stabilise again at around 11 seconds here, so I don't think Villeneuve's going to have enough to get back to his teammate by the end of the afternoon. But what a recovery drive it's been. Still able to get the better of us, and it's kind of reminiscent of Verstappen at Belgium, how Red Bull would often give him grid penalties there because they knew he could try and carve his way back through the order pretty well. Williams have utilised that very effectively here this afternoon, but we are going to return to the road then, still in P3. We'll still have a fairly comfortable gap over Michael Schumacher behind, despite serving the 5-second penalty as well. P4 for him and Ferrari is definitely one of their best results of the year up to this point, but still nowhere near where they would want to be. Well, on to the last lap then of the Italian Grand Prix. The pace between myself and Jacques Villeneuve has been getting quicker and quicker towards the end of the afternoon, finally down to a 23.1. Villeneuve, I believe, is done about a 22.7 at this point. But yeah, it's not us two, though, that have shone today. It is Heinz-Harald Frentzen in what will be a critical race victory for the German here if he wants to have a shot at the Formula 1 Drivers' World title this year. With me down the order, Villeneuve with grid penalties, he had to win this race to get himself back in the fight. And that is exactly what he is going to do here. Has controlled this race. Basically has been in the lead or net lead from start to finish there, and Williams once again have enjoyed a very, very fast race car here. For us though, I'm looking forward to Singapore. We haven't won a race since Monaco, and Singapore is definitely the closest example left on the calendar this season, so I'm hoping we can return to the top step of the podium there. Heinz-Harald Frentzen though will win the Italian Grand Prix, and a two-way drivers fight has now become a three-way championship. Jacques Villeneuve, another fastest lap on the very last lap of the Grand Prix, but through the final corners, again, a day of maximising the result we're capable of. Again, it is going to be P3 on the podium. You know what? We'll take it.
There it is then, victory in the Italian Grand Prix, an historic race and an achievement they can be immensely proud of. Tell me, Ant, how do you think they were able to deliver such an incredible result today?
I think a large part of the result comes down to temperament. They were able to keep their heads when everyone around them was losing theirs, and that's allowed them to get the best out of the car, to maximise the strategy, and to stay out of trouble.
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everyone at the team.
There we go then, Heinz-Harald Frentzen takes the victory by just 8 seconds ahead of his teammate in Jacques Villeneuve there. We come through for P3 ahead of Michael Schumacher, who, because of the weird glitch, will claim fastest lap on the very last lap of the GP there. Wirtz in 5th ahead of Barrichello, Button, and Alonso finally gets his first points on the board of the year. I mean, it was basically just a race of survival for him. But, you know, he survived, and that's the most important thing there. Johnny Herbert, Marc Genet, Montoya, Raikkonen, Jos Verstappen, Ralf Schumacher, Jean Alesi, Coulthard, Hakkinen, Fisichella, Jan Magnussen, and Jarno Trulli all failing to see the checkered flag. But what does that do to our championship? Well, it means there's just 8 points now at the top of the table between myself and Villeneuve. Frentzen now, the gap has been cut down to just 28 points with 5 races to go then. Schumacher up ahead of Marc Genet and Jos Verstappen in the Drivers' Championship with those points on the board. And now, yeah, Alonso back ahead of Kimi Raikkonen in P19 overall. They're still 2 points back behind our other rookie in Juan Pablo Montoya. Constructors-wise, Williams now with a 65-point lead at the top of the table. They're looking pretty good for the Constructors' Championship. But the battle behind us is looking absolutely mad there. Sauber on 86, Jaguar on 82, Benetton and Jordan tied on 68, and then Ferrari not too far behind with 64 points as well. They're genuinely, any of those teams, I think, still could finish P3 by the end of the year. But yeah, that's going to do us for this one then. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 heads to its inaugural race out in Singapore. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 12 of our F1 2001 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Singapore Grand Prix. Marina Bay, it's come to Formula 1 a little bit earlier than it did in real life, but I thought it was going to be a cool track to add, and I always figured Singapore V10 cars, that would have been certainly a sight to behold. So yeah, I've brought Singapore in ready for this season, and hopefully we can have a good event around this venue. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live towards the end of last week from the Italian Grand Prix, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We are currently 8 points back behind Jacques Villeneuve in the Drivers' Championship, but we've made it through what I'm hoping will be the worst segment of the season for our car. We've got quite a few high downforce venues between now and the end of the season, so I'm really hoping we can try and get our championship back on track. Constructors-wise, Williams have got a bit of a healthy buffer, 65 points as we head into this weekend, so we're going to need a bit of a miracle if we want to beat them in the Constructors. But yeah, Heinz-Harald Frentzen as well, let's not forget, just bringing himself back towards contention in the Drivers' Championship. If he can string together another couple of wins, then it is certainly game on between now and the end of the campaign. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs at the moment. But yeah, let's do this thing. Well, of course, we're also tonight on the classic version of Singapore, so that includes the double chicane right towards the end of the lap, so that's going to make things even more difficult for us here. But obviously, hopefully, will actually play into our McLaren's hands there. And I mean, if we can't fight for pole today, then we've got big issues between now and the end of the season, because on paper, this track should suit our car more than any other between now and the end of the campaign. Obviously, the last victory we got was back at Monaco. That was another very high downforce venue. We've just been very consistent, and that has allowed us to keep up with Jacques Villeneuve in the Drivers' Championship as well. They'll still be ahead of the second Williams of Frentzen, but as we try and navigate our way down through the middle sector, you just see the AI. They tend to run a little less downforce around this circuit than I will, so we are a little bit quicker through some of the slower speed stuff. It's just all about trying to keep the car planted as well, not getting too many moments of oversteer and things like that. But David Coulthard at the moment, he looks to be absolutely dominating so far in this qualifying session. No idea where kind of Jacques Villeneuve is, well, in comparison, as drifting the car right the way through that complex of corners. But qualifying pace has not been our strong one this season, and that trend looks set to continue here as we navigate our way in towards these final few corners. Under the grandstand we go. Obviously now we recognise this part of the lap once again. And we are still a little way down the order. Through the final couple of corners we'll go though. Where are we going to end up on the grid? Oh, big moment through the final corner. It is P5. On the one hand, a big positive that David Coulthard has taken pole by almost half a second. On another hand, Ferrari. Are they finally back for the final 5 races of the campaign? Mika Hakkinen there will line up P2. Michael Schumacher will line up between your top 2 in the Drivers' Championship as well there. Villeneuve will qualify P3. We did stay ahead of Heinz-Harald Frentzen in the second Williams car. So it is all to play for as we head into the Grand Prix. But boy oh boy is it going to be tough.
Against the spectacular backdrop of the Singapore skyline, Formula One returns once again to do battle in what tends to become something of an endurance race, with the notorious sauna-like temperatures in the cockpit making for an extremely physically challenging Grand Prix. The Marina Bay Street Circuit then has 23 corners, 13 to the left and 10 to the right, taking us a total of 3.1 miles around the landmarks of downtown Singapore. An average lap speed around here, just 107 miles per hour. And I'm joined once again by Anthony Davidson to bring you the lowdown for today's race. Let's talk about Mr. Monaco. What do you make of their performance so far this season?
It's been a really solid year so far. There have been some incredible standout performances, but what's really impressed me has been the consistency. With this kind of form, I'm expecting another great race today.
Well, here we are then under the night sky, ready for the Singapore Grand Prix. Then lots is at stake this weekend, and especially when you head to a new venue for the first time, anything can happen here. Obviously, Coulthard, he's got a great opportunity. Ferrari, they look to be quick around here, but for me, it's pretty simple. We just need to try and beat Jacques Villeneuve, whether that's for 1st and 2nd or 6th and 7th. Either way, we just want to try and make sure we're ahead of him come the checkered flag. Start just cutting into his admittedly small championship lead. 5 red lights here on the grid. And it's a mighty long hole, but it is lights out and away we go for the inaugural Singapore Grand Prix there. Hakkinen will try and cover Villeneuve off into turn 1, but won't quite manage it there as Frentzen gets a lightning getaway past myself and Michael Schumacher down at turn 1 and turn 2. Coulthard just trying to open up an early lead there as we all go wheel to wheel with Jos Verstappen off the first couple of corners. Dive it down the inside before we get to the Raffles Boulevard, and just remind him, you know, he's not quite in the same level as us at the moment there as the Williams and the Ferraris go wheel to wheel up in towards turn 5 and turn 6 there. That's Frentzen trying to look for a move on Jacques Villeneuve, so maybe Williams have told their drivers they're allowed to fight. They're allowed to, you know, they're both with a shot of the world title, and Frentzen going to try and make that shot count there as well. Everybody just checks up. So we make our way down in towards what used to be the Singapore Sling, but was after this, and I don't really know. Around the outside of Schumacher, no, not going to happen there. Just did not have the confidence to give me the room on the exit as we head over the Anderson Bridge. So yeah, it really has been Frentzen then that's been the big mover after the start. Coulthard, Hakkinen stay where they are. Frentzen's up 3 places. And then Villeneuve, Schumacher and I have all just lost the 1 to him. So that Williams absolutely flying here. I'd be really intrigued to know what more races would have been like around this venue. With obviously refueling, especially with these V10 cars. Could have been a really, really interesting race of strategy. But yeah, we've just got to try and settle in. Got to try and make sure that we get up to speed while in the car. And just don't make a mistake. I mean, Schumacher, we saw it at Monza last weekend. That Ferrari really struggles to find its apexes. Luckily, he's got plenty of speed back down towards Turn 1. But he's just never quite figured out that car at the moment, Michael Schumacher. And, well, I will absolutely capitalise on it. That Ferrari can be quick when it's working, but it just doesn't work very well. I really, really need to get braver with underfueling the car inside this game. It must have been the first Grand Prix in at least the last 4 where we haven't seen a safety car on lap 1. So hopefully we might just get clean green flag running throughout most of the evening here. But yeah, Hakkinen then is already starting to slow down those 2 Williams cars as well, which works really nicely because it means Coulthard can try and break free at the front of the order. As there we go, new fast lap of the day then, as here goes Frentzen to the outside of Hakkinen in towards Turn 1. Not going to be able to pull that off there, and now suddenly we are breathing down the neck of Jacques Villeneuve, Ferrari, Williams and McLaren. This was the iconic battles of the early 2000s, and I absolutely love to see it. I don't love to see that wall. Oh, here we go. Oh, Villeneuve, I thought about it. I thought about it over the Anderson Bridge, but kind of figured if he turns in, well, then that's both our races ruined very, very early on here, and I feel like we've got a better opportunity than the Williams today, so maybe he's learnt from his battles with Schumacher towards the end of the 1990s, but yeah, for me, it is really, really important that we try and make sure that we finish this race. So you just see how much Hakkinen is struggling in that second Ferrari. It's all, well, it's got too much power for its own good, that car. You just cannot get it slowed down into the apexes, and after years of struggles with McLaren, Hakkinen's gone to Ferrari, and it's just the same story all over again. It's got to be where we try and get the run, though, on Villeneuve at that final corner. We don't quite have the same straight line speed as the Williams car there, but yeah, we're just kind of waiting for Hakkinen to trip over himself again. Just back these 2 up, and then hopefully we can try and make a move. Well, Hakkinen then is running about a second slower than I can in clear air right now, so who knows what kind of pace Coulthard's setting. He's already gone up at the front of the order, so I could be tempted to try and undercut, but ultimately the overcut as well works pretty nicely inside this game because the tyre wear is so low. I think it would just depend on when we're going to start seeing the AI pit. Worst case scenario is that one of the Williams tries to undercut Hakkinen, then we might be in big trouble. I think if none of these guys dive into the pit lane then at the end of the lap, we're going to take the gamble. We're going to try and push for the undercut here because Hakkinen, well, we just had a new notification through that Coulthard is setting fast lap after fastest lap. Oh, and Hakkinen's the one that does pit. So that's really annoying for us then. So Frentzen now is going to be out and released. And you can immediately see just how quickly the Williams try and go for it. But yeah, that does not bode well for us. I wonder when they're going to pit. And obviously they'll be trying to get the undercut on Hakkinen as well. Frentzen and Villeneuve have both just unleashed the pace then. So we are now just trying to keep up with them to make our way through these final couple of corners. Will we see one of those Williams cars into the pit lane? No, we won't. So Williams have got a good idea with the strategy as well. Coulthard's dived in, so going to be up into the podium places. But yeah, immediately though, onto a 1:47.3. It's only about 4/10 off what our teammate's fastest lap is. Well, we're having to get a little bit creative with the fuel modes we're using at the moment. We've actually got a just complete redundancy of fuel there, but trying to mix it up between rich and medium revs there, just to make sure that we get the traction on the exits of corners, but that we can also get the power down in a straight line. So yeah, it's a bit of a gamble. It's quite a lot of work, but it is allowing me to go quicker than those 2 Williams cars in front. I'm just waiting for them to pit. We wouldn't be able to get out ahead of the likes of Fisichella and Barrichello. I've got no idea whether Coulthard is potentially getting slowed down by some traffic as well. So this might really work for your top 3, and that might as well. We've lost someone. Oh no, it's Coulthard. We're riding on board then with DC. It's almost going to be 3 wide into turn 1, and Coulthard into the side of the arrows. Chaos behind. I mean, I think he was a bit optimistic in that one, I'll be honest. I think, to be honest, I think he was just trying to get down the inside of the Jaguar. But he defended from it brilliantly, had to send it. And well, there we go. That is our first retirements of the evening. I'm surprised that hasn't been a full safety car, because it's taken 5 cars out of this Grand Prix. But we are now green flag racing once again. I was going to gamble it there. If the VSC had stayed out just a bit longer, I would have dived into the pit lane. But I still think, unless we get that gap to Fisichella up to over 20 seconds, I don't think we can afford to pit. But it does always make me chuckle, the fact you come off of the Italian Grand Prix, which is one of the shortest in terms of time on the calendar, and then you come here to Singapore, the lap times are 20 seconds slower. Are we? Is that a thing? Did not know we were doing that. Car looks okay. But obviously, yeah, you come to Singapore, the lap times are 20 seconds slower, and you've got 5 more laps to do in the Grand Prix. So, yeah, it's a very much a different kind of test here, but I'm just starting to think the Williams, they might be going really, really long in the first half of the Grand Prix. So I think unless one of them's in now, we're going to go for it. We're going to finally peel into the pit lane, try and work the undercut here, and just see what we can do. Make sure I don't get done for speeding on the way in. I think we might come out behind Fisichella and Barrichello, but hopefully we're going to be ahead of the Ferraris. All I'm thinking is that maybe when Coulthard caused that chaos behind, is that it opened up a bigger gap behind Barrichello, because I believe he was running in about P6. It might have been P7 actually, because Wirtz is right there as well. Need to be ahead of Johnny Herbert though. Do not want to be behind too much slower traffic. And as we make our way then back at the pit lane, got to be really, really careful not to get all 4 wheels out over the white line. But now we need to push. Oh, there we go. Fisichella's in. Fisichella's in. So are we now finally start seeing the AI into the pit lane? Villeneuve's into the pits. There he is. There's Jacques Villeneuve. So I did not realise that this was going to be a critical undercut lap in this Grand Prix. There as we run a little bit wide through turn 1, but round the outside we'll go. And ahead of our main championship rival, Jacques Villeneuve. And up into a net P2 then of this Grand Prix. So the undercut is working for us. And now we've got to try and see if we can get past Frentzen as well then. Gonna have to try and defend from Villeneuve down the Raffles Boulevard. We know how quick that Williams is, but just not quite quick enough as no!
The safety car is out. We need to form up at a reduced pace. Keep a close eye on that delta time. Make sure to keep it positive.
Oh, I think one of the Saubers has gone, but that has ruined our chance of an undercut. I can only really see the aftermath of the incident, but yeah, one of the Saubers then, I'm pretty certain that Benetton has just come out of the pit lane, but the Sauber car just running into him, and then, well, that's a rather stupid incident, and that's another one. Yeah, 3 cars out down at the first couple of corners, and Frentzen, well, he will be in control. We've had a mechanical failure. We've had a mechanical failure. We've just come out of this corner. And the engine's gone. No! I thought it was just like a weird glitch or something. That's why I went in to replay it. But, I mean, can we see any smoke out the back of the car or anything? No, I think the gearbox is gone. The gearbox is completely gone in this car. And we can't rewind, we can't flashback, we can't do anything. That was really, really weird here, but yeah, I mean, we didn't hit a wall. I don't believe we hit a wall. So we make our way through. The car's just shut down on me. Yeah, I can see there is smoke out the back. It's only a tiny little bit of exhaust smoke. There you can just see at the bottom corner. But for the first time ever, I didn't think it was possible in this mod for us to have mechanical failures. But it could not have cost us at a worst possible time.
It's never easy to make it across the finish line here in Singapore, but they've done so with some style here today to take a remarkable victory. Anthony, tell me, What was it that helped them achieve this success?
Without a doubt, the safety car changed everything today. The key to their success was keeping calm and reacting to the situation quickly. We've seen teams in the past throw away wins because they were too hesitant, but here they were decisive, and that's allowed them to take the advantage.
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again.
Well, somehow, in all of the chaos then, Michael Schumacher comes through for Ferrari's first win of 2001. And of course, we got no idea how he did it there. Jacques Villeneuve in P2 ahead of Frentzen in the end, so gutted for us that championship lead is going to be wide open with just a handful of races to go. Johnny Herbert, a brilliant race in his BAR car to finish fourth ahead of Barrichello and his teammate Kimi Räikkönen. Fisichella, Jan Magnussen, Wirtz and Alonso gets another point on the board with just 11 cars seeing the checkered flag this weekend. Both McLarens, both Saubers, both Arrows, both Jordans, and Mika Hakkinen all failing to see the checkered flag. But that means in terms of the bigger picture, a 26-point deficit now to Jacques Villeneuve to try and overhaul with just 4 races left of the campaign. Schumacher leapfrogs his way straight up into P6 ahead of Fisichella and his brother there, so good result for him. And yeah, every driver still with points on the board. Constructors-wise, Williams, well, they've got one hand on that trophy now, haven't they? As Jaguar and Ferrari both jump Sauber. BAR jump Arrows as well with that huge haul of points, so Arrows will be gutted to be back into P9. But yeah, the first time ever inside this mod that's happened. Like I said, we've done, what, 3.5 seasons, almost 60 races now, and I've never had that before inside this game. Thank you all so much for watching nonetheless. We will come back stronger, and hopefully we can get back in the title fight. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 13 of our F1 2001 career mode. Yes, we return this weekend here for the Japanese Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live earlier on in the week from Singapore, I would highly recommend going back and check it out. One of the weirdest races we've actually ever had inside this game. And spoiler alert, we had a DNF. It's never happened before in this championship. We went back to watch an incident from another car, got back in our car, and the gearbox, something on the engine, had completely gone. Now, the weird thing is, engine wear and things aren't properly simulated inside this mod, so I don't even know what component broke. So I'm just going to put new ones in everywhere between now and the end of the year. So, yeah, we're going to have to order a new gearbox ready for the end of the campaign. It means we've now got a 26-point gap to Jacques Villeneuve in the Drivers' Championship. Funnily enough, actually, if you guys check the comments on these videos, we've got one lovely gentleman who keeps posting the 2001 scoring system for this mod. If we were running the 2001 points, I'd now be behind Heinz-Harald Frentzen as well. So we've got 4 races left to try and overhaul this advantage that Villeneuve has built up at the front of the order. He hasn't finished lower than second since the British Grand Prix, so it's going to be a difficult one. Like I said, get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs here on the channel, and yeah, let's do this thing.
Up everyone. They've announced that the technical regulations are changing for next season. Now there's a risk a lot of our hard work could be undone if we're not careful, so let's figure out how to mitigate this. Drivers, take a look at the developments we have and let us know what you want to invest in protecting. Alright everyone, let's get on top of this.
Well, fun fact there, inside this mod, it is Mahave Raghunathan that is David Coulthard, but as you can see, huge development changes ready for next season. So we're going to have our work cut out between now and the end of the campaign, trying to earn the R&D, both on the powertrain side of things and the aerodynamics. You guys have been asking me plenty of questions about my plans for next season. At the moment, I'm still undecided. If an offer came through from Ferrari, maybe I would accept it. But McLaren are looking pretty strong right now, so I could also be tempted to stay. Anyway, let's head out into qualifying. Well, heading into qualifying then, once again, just like Singapore, this hopefully will be a good chance for us. We're very, very quick through the first sector. It's just the second half of the lap where things get a bit more straight, that we seem to be struggling just a little bit more. So let's see what we can do then. Of course, David Coulthard bagged the team's second pole position of the year last weekend. Can he get our third as well? One lap pace has never been my strong point inside this mod, but maybe today can just be a little bit different there as we try and put the power down up the hill. It's been a pretty nice, tidy Sector 1. Now we get into the Degners. You can see DC definitely not running as high downforce as me either. So he has done a really good job through that first sector, but there comes Jacques Villeneuve straight back into the fray. Of course, if we won, and it's a big if we won all 4 races between now and the end of the year, obviously depending on fastest lap bonus point, there'd be very little that Jacques Villeneuve can do, but he has been a little bit sketchy at a couple of points this season. So you never know what might happen before the end. They're just running a little bit wide through Spoon. But this will be where that Williams car absolutely comes alive as we make our way down the back straight in towards 130R. We just basically now are setting ourselves up for the Casio Triangle. 6 tenths back behind that Williams isn't as bad as I thought it could be. But nice and tidy on the way in. Plenty of curb on the way out. Trying to get the power down. Shortest run to the line. It's a better qualifying effort than we've done recently. It is P4. Well, as always, we have focused the setup more on race pace there, so not a surprise that we were a little way away come the end of qualifying. Villeneuve, though, takes yet another pole position ahead of Heinz-Harald Frentzen, DC in P3. Ferrari, after a strong weekend in Singapore, they're back to normal here. 12th and 15th on the grid, ready for this GP, so they're in for another tough time of things as well. But anyway, let's head then into the race.
Formula One on ITV in association with Texaco.
Welcome along then to the magnificent Suzuka International Circuit, a stone's throw away from Issa Bay in the beautiful Japanese countryside. What surprises lie in wait for us today in the Japanese Grand Prix? 18 corners make up a lap of the incredible figure-of-8 Suzuka circuit, with 10 to the right and 8 to the left, for a distance of 3.6 miles. Average lap speeds around here are fairly quick. If it stays dry, then expect somewhere in the region of 136 miles per hour. And I'm joined once again by Anthony Davidson to bring you the lowdown for today's race. Let's start by talking about Kimi Räikkönen. Looks like they've got a tough race in store today, as grid penalties from changing power unit components has forced them further down the field.
But on the bright side, at least those fresh components can help them maintain the power they need to come through the pack. I expect to see them take a more aggressive approach today to make up for the compromised start.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the Japanese Grand Prix. I'm looking forward to this one. I feel like the car hopefully will be quite strong. Going to be very difficult to overtake those Williams on the road, so strategy, I feel, is going to be important today, and I need to be aggressive with the fuel. We're far too lenient with the fuel on this game. I'm going to gamble it and hope we get a safety car later on. We're going to go a lap under. It's a big risk. I mean, we've basically just got to do this if we want to have a shot at the world title. But ready then, here, P4. We got Mark Janage and Carlo Fisichella just behind. It is 5 red lights. How long was that hole? But it is finally lights out and away we go. And looks like Villeneuve actually struggling a little bit. Coulthard getting off to a good start down towards turn 1. I'm just going to try and cover off those cars behind in towards that first corner there as Cat Coulthard go the long way around Frentzen and immediately try and upset those Williams rhythm. Oh, I just seen there Frentzen trying to give him a big old squeeze, but not quite able to. I think we've had an incident behind there, but round the outside of Frentzen will go as well. And immediately having to try and use the aerodynamics, but we've already got a car gone. Well, I believe this is Johnny Herbert then. Lap 1, he's actually had a little bit of contact with his teammate, as you can see. And when his teammates just pushed him into a spin, straight into the wall he goes. And on lap 1, one of the BAR Hondas, Home Grand Prix, let's not forget, is out after a contact between both of them. Well, we are getting to the point where it is do or die for our World Championship hopes, so we are going to have to take big gambles. Okay, I was not expecting DC to brake check me. Well, that's okay. 5-second penalty? That seems a bit harsh. Luckily, we haven't taken DC out of this, but I was planning on pitting anyway on lap 1. But I guess that's kind of forced us into doing it then. Luckily, I think we're going to be at the back of the field anyway. So we'll serve the penalty immediately. We'll get a new front wing on as well. But yeah, that has been a bit of a disaster. But we're going to have to try and get on with it then off of this restart. These next few laps are going to be pivotal for our Grand Prix because we've got to try and get ahead of Jacques Villeneuve when he does finally pit. Got one of the Menardis though first up. Actually, to be fair, Jarno Trulli and the other one's done a really good job of trying to get around some other cars. So can we get a run on Alonso? Well, almost immediately. Yes, we will. And that Minardi has basically got the worst of both worlds. It's got no straight line speed, but also it's got no cornering ability either. So that explains why that thing is often 2 seconds off the pace of anything else come the end of a qualifying session. John Alesi, I believe, served some grid penalties after qualifying, so that explains why he's so far down the order. So try and go the long way around up through the S's. Not quite going to happen that time. We will get underneath him though at the top of the hill, of course, where he had that huge crash for Kimi Räikkönen. I believe that was in the real life 2001 Grand Prix. There's Jarno Trulli, how much he's struggling here, already holding up both of those Arrows cars. But really, yeah, just, I mean, he's basically just hoping for chaos, isn't he, and that he can keep them back for as long as possible here. But as we've seen so many times before, because the damage model in this mod is so absolutely ruthless, you know, it does make you take less risk. It does force you into being a little bit more careful. Some people hate it, some people love it. I think it's probably a little bit too aggressive, but still certainly adds an extra level to this. It's 3 wide, down in towards 130R. I said about taking risk. That was a pretty big one there, but we'll make it through. And now we've got a little bit of breathing room. This car honestly feels so good as we try and make our way up through the S's there. I mean, we were pretty much ran into the back of Johnny here, but I was just not expecting us to have as much straight line speed as we did. Of course, our former teammate, hopefully he's not going to make my life too difficult here, as we'll try and have a look down the inside, down at the hairpin. We'll just about slide on by there, but Johnny will come back at me on the exit. It's kind of that awkward thing if you have to send it in against the AI so they don't turn in on you. But still wheel to wheel with the BAR. We should have just a little bit more straight line speed. Definitely a lot more confident on the brakes. And we are back through and into unlucky 13th. You would really expect that unpredictable understeer that Ferrari have had all year long. You know, you'd think 2 drivers like Michael Schumacher and Mika Häkkinen would be able to drive around that. There's rumours swirling that Häkkinen could be retiring come the end of the year, which would be a bit of a shame to see, obviously, the Flying Finn not pick up a World Championship inside this game mode. It's admittedly has been a little bit crash prone quite often, actually, inside this series. Just trying to look down the inside of Benetton of Alexander Wurz. Oh, he wanted to turn in. We absolutely were not backing out of that one. But yeah, these Ferraris are going to be so difficult to get around unless I can do it through the S's. Look at that, they just run so deep in through the first part of the S's that it really does compromise them through a lot of the rest of it. And that Ferrari car is just so bad through there. Round the outside of Michael Schumacher. We have to pounce where we can. And again, Häkkinen, he doesn't get a particularly good run off the corner, but raw horsepower will kind of carry him there. As almost into the back of the man that we replaced over at McLaren. Can we get a run down in towards the hairpin? We'll absolutely go for it yet again. Way too far in, though. Oh, can we slow it down on the exit? Just about there. Make sure we don't lose a spot to Michael as well. But yeah, around the rest of the lap, this is going to be near impossible. Unless somehow he makes a mistake down through Spoon. Of course, obviously, we've already had problems with Ferrari down there. Of course, last season, coming to blows with Pedro De La Rosa, which ultimately still gave us a shot at the world title come the end of that season. But, I mean, this has just been a Ferrari. I mean, it just encapsulates Enzo's ideology so perfectly, didn't it? That aerodynamics is for people that can't build engines there, as Hakkinen not wanting to make it easy for me. Around the outside we'll go, though, and we are back into the top 10.
Check your MFD for a new strategy option.
I mean, that thing's just ridiculous. Even Schumacher's going to have a look back past me in towards turn 1. That's not the line, though, Mika. And, oh no, I think the Ferraris have crashed. Yep, there you go, immediate safety car. I mean, look at this run. It's like I'm standing still against Hakkinen. Back down in towards turn 1 there, but way too optimistic on the way in. Schumacher thought about it, and both Ferraris gone in an instant. I mean, yeah, I mean, they're both just out of control, aren't they? How Ferrari haven't fixed this, I will never know. And again, it's a double DNF for the team in red. This does potentially really screw us over here, because of course now Jacques Villeneuve, Heinz-Harald Frentzen, they're effectively going to have the chance of a cheap pit stop as well. So I've got no idea whether we're going to come out ahead of them. I would assume basically everybody is going to dive it in, so well, it's not too bad for us. We should still be able to get somewhere near the front.
Slow down. Your delta is negative, which means you are too fast. Reduce your pace.
Just make sure though that we don't run into the back of another car. Oh, okay. The Jaguars have opted to stay out then, so not quite sure how that works. Coulthard's in, but I don't believe the Williams pit. How odd. Well, both Williams, both BAR cars, and I think Jenson Button all have not pit yet in this Grand Prix, but this has surely been a huge gamble by Williams. And, well, at the moment, I would say it's a really bad error, because obviously it's allowed us to be right back with them again. But obviously they've still got a pit before the end of the race. Mark's still talking about us pitting again, or Jeff even I should say. But that's definitely not going to be happening, as if we can try and find a way around these two BAR cars nice and quickly, that would be useful. But I mean, Frentzen, is he being told to be a rear gunner here for Jacques Villeneuve? Has he been told just to try and get the gap up a little bit? As we will find the grip around the outside of Rubens there, but a very popular move for me so far today. But yeah, we can afford to really push on in these next couple of laps as Jan Magnussen are running up in podium contention right now. I mean, what these guys would need is a red flag, but this is F1 2020. You don't get red flags. So yeah, real problem for them. But Villeneuve is trying just to run away. We don't stand a chance of getting a run on Frentzen down this back straight, but the Jaguar car we surely will. So yeah, Stuart Grand Prix, formerly known as. And past him we will go there.
Nice overtake.
Happy with that one then, but are we going to see Villeneuve dive into the pit lane at the end of this lap? No, we're not. Frentzen opts to stay out as well. I wonder if they started this race on the harder compounded tyre, so they know the softer tyre couldn't get to the end. That's what they did at Singapore. Didn't quite work for them either there. Michael Schumacher, of course, somehow took victory. I mean, look at how little grip Frentzen's got through there. Look at the lack of confidence. We will absolutely punish him for it. Up into P2 then. The highest we've ran so far this afternoon. But will we be able to hold him off around the rest of the lap? Oh, there we go. Villeneuve's in. Villeneuve's in. So that is critical then in this Grand Prix. So is Jan Magnussen. So back out into P1 we'll go. And, well, hopefully from here it's going to be the quietest second half of a race ever. I'm praying we just don't get a safety car between now and the end of the afternoon. But, I mean, could we be... dare I say it, could we be on for the team's first 1-2 of the year? Coulthard's up to P3, but obviously Frentzen has to pit as well. There we go, Frentzen's in. Frentzen and Rubens Barrichello are now in. So we can have a better look at what our top 5 is currently looking like. So Ralf Schumacher's up in P3. Chenet and Fisichella, they were both very good in qualifying as well. up to P4 and P5. I would expect Villeneuve to at the very least get back past Fisichella by the end, but of course every position he can't gain could massively help us out in the driver's table. Well, Jacques Villeneuve then, he's running mid-131s right now, and he's about 12 seconds back from us at this stage of the Grand Prix, so his lap times are still looking very, very impressive. Not enough to get to us by the end of the afternoon, but Jos Verstappen now up into P5 of this Grand Prix, so yeah, I'm just looking at the gaps. I really do wonder whether Jacques can get back to Ralf Schumacher by the end of this race. David Coulthard and myself, we've got the pace out front. We're looking pretty safe unless something crazy happens. But Villeneuve knows every place he gets will just make those last 3 races a little bit easier. Oh, there we go, Villeneuve. Villeneuve is back on the radar, only temporarily though. Jos Verstappen clearly doesn't want to make it easy for him. And quite funny, of course, that obviously the AI, so Villeneuve effectively in this game is Max Verstappen. So you could kind of make the argument that Verstappen is fighting with his dad. Well, I'm sure Genet feels pretty powerless to try and stop the advances of Jacques Villeneuve at this stage of the Grand Prix, but I'm just hoping he can do it for a couple of laps longer, just so maybe Ralf Schumacher has a chance to hold on. If somehow after all of this Villeneuve still gets a podium, I mean, it'll still massively help us in the table, but not as much as it could have done. I'm getting slightly nervous, though, towards the end. It's looking very overcast around this Suzuka circuit. And David Coulthard is right on my gearbox. I believe he still has not won a race this year, if I remember correctly. And unfortunately, at the moment, I'm hoping Ron Dennis gets on the radio and tells him to hold station. Come on, just over 3 laps to go, and Coulthard has definitely been told he's allowed to race this. Really not what we need at the moment, especially when we got a lapped car that we're coming up to quite quickly. It is, of course, Fernando Alonso in the Minardi, and I don't think Jarno Trull is that far in front of him either, as Villeneuve now moves up into P3, so Villeneuve is still going to bag a podium from this GP. Alonso is going to let us buy in towards Turn 1. I think he's going to do the same, though, for DC, because he is all over my gearbox. Luckily, we're a bit better than our teammate through Sector 1. The different setups that we're using this weekend, I mean, he's just got so much more top end. Come on, Jarno Trulli, we just need him to try and give us a little bit of breathing room ahead of David Coulthard here. You can just see Jarno hanging on. Oh, he's not going to let us by before Spoon. I mean, he shouldn't have to, he's still way in front. But it just means, again, that DC is going to get past him as soon as we do as well. There is Jarno Trulli. Does kind of peel off the racing line. We'll try and get a bit of a slipstream off him as well. And through he will go then. And yep, David Coulthard has come straight by alongside us. 1/10 in it as we make our way through 130R. He's going to have a look for it. Down at the Casio Triangle, David Coulthard having a look for a move for the lead of the Grand Prix. This is not what we need at this stage of the afternoon. The team need to get onto him to work together here, because I mean, we can't afford to back out of it, but we might not have much choice. David Coulthard around the outside in towards Turn 1 and up into P1, and McLaren, you know, this isn't papaya rules, but David Coulthard is through, and if we lose this World Championship now by what, less than 7 points, that might be the difference maker. I mean, that is like multi-21, Seb, 12 years before it happened out in Sepang, and David Coulthard, as he starts the last lap of this Grand Prix. Now, I understand it from his perspective. He's had a torrid season. He wants to try and get a win on the board, but sometimes you've just got to play the number 2. It's what he had to do with Hakkinen, obviously IRL in the late 90s, but he just has refused to today. We'll make that move happen with just 2 laps left here. Jacques Villeneuve, luckily, is way too far back to do anything. But as we wind our way up through the S's one final time, if we can't get a run here, which we're certainly not going to be able to, don't think we're going to be able to get a run anywhere unless his tyres, or he just starts to struggle a little bit towards the end of this race there. But let me know what you guys think of that down in the comments below. You know, 4 rounds left of the season, Villeneuve guaranteed P3. If you were the team principal of McLaren, would you say Coulthard's allowed to fight at the moment, or would you just say, you know, we've got to focus on the constructors, we've got to pick up the big points as a team? I mean, constructors-wise, We're going to make some big gains on Williams as well here. I think we're probably going to need a bit more luck to try and get back to them in that championship there. But as we make our way through Spoon one final time, it has been another dramatic race here from Suzuka. But down in towards 130R for the last time, David Coulthard. I can't remember the last time he won a race in this series. Honestly, I think he's only ever won a couple. But through he goes. He is going to take the victory here for McLaren. I'm sure he will be happy with that. I'm sure there will be conversations after the race as well. David Coulthard will win the Japanese Grand Prix.
Another action-packed Japanese Grand Prix comes to an end. And what a magnificent drive to take the win here today. So Anthony, what made the difference out there today?
Well, this was a real team victory. They put together a solid strategy today that appeared well suited to the conditions out on track. The driver did everything that was expected of them in the moment to really execute the team's plan to perfection. A shining example of how F1 really is a team sport.
After an excellent performance at the Grand Prix, I'm sure there'll be plenty of celebrations tonight amongst the Mercedes team. And they certainly deserve it.
There we are then. David Coulthard will take the win. McLaren, you know, we've got to be happy that we've bagged our first 1-2 of the year, but certainly not in those circumstances. It is not what we would have wanted there. Jacques Villeneuve comes through for P3 in the end, so what could have been a 10-point gain is only going to be a 3-point, cut down of his margin, so I'm a little bit disappointed there. Ralf Schumacher in 4th, ahead of both Saubers. Both Sauber and Jordan look very good this weekend. Jean Alesi from 17th on the grid, recovered to 7th, ahead of Jan Magnussen, Frentzen down in P9, and Johnny Herbert rounding out your top 10 and your point scorers there. It was only Raikkonen and the Ferraris that failed to see the checkered flag. Both Minardis ended up 1 lap down in the end. So in terms of your championship, then 23, the gap still between myself and Villeneuve. It could have been 16. That would have felt a lot more useful. Frentzen, not the weekend he would have wanted there. Loses a fair bit of ground. And actually, yeah, Coulthard, if he can get another couple of wins on the board, could get close to him by the end of the year. Barrichello still ahead of Schumacher. The second Schumacher, only 10 points back now behind Rubens. So that battle for best of the rest is still looking very, very exciting. Giancarlo Fisichella in 8th, still ahead of Genet and Verstappen there. Further down the order, any other movers? Looks like Jean Alesi got the jump on Wirtz and Hakkinen as well. Hakkinen is down to P16 in the championship in a Ferrari. I never thought we'd see that inside this game. Constructors-wise, still a 72-point buffer for Williams. They could actually wrap that up next weekend if they can outscore us by 16 points as well. Ferrari still ahead of Jordan and Benetton, but for how much longer, only time will tell. 4 points in it between Sauber and Jaguar there. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon ready for the US Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 14 of the F1 2001 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the US Grand Prix in Texas. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live over the weekend, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We've got just 3 races to go of the season, and I want to try and get them all done this week if things run smoothly. So yeah, like I said, 3 rounds left of this absolutely wild campaign that we've seen so far this season. Currently, Jacques Villeneuve has a 23-point lead at the top of the table after quite a lot of McLaren controversy last weekend. David Coulthard closing in on me towards the end of the Grand Prix for just his 2nd race victory of the year. I thought the team would turn the whole station, and with 2 laps to go, DC decided to send it. So we lost out on what might well be 7 critical points come the end of the year, and if I lose the World Championship by 7 points, then I know what I'm going to be blaming. I still have not won a race since Monaco, all the way back in round 4 of the campaign, so consistency has really just kept us in this fight against Jacques. Goal number 1 is get to Brazil, still with a shot at the world title. Goal number 2 is to try and beat him here in Mexico and also, here in the US and in Mexico, to try and make sure that gap is as small as we possibly can. Of course, get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs as well here on the channel. But yeah, let's head out then onto the Texas circuit. Fingers crossed, the car's got pace. Well, it certainly would have been interesting to see what track limits would have been like around this venue if this place had existed in the early 2000s, because, well, track limits didn't really exist in Formula 1. It would probably look something like when IndyCar races here as well in recent years. But yeah, once again, I'm hoping this is going to be a decent track for the car. Maybe not as good as like Suzuka was, but I'm hoping, yeah, especially through like the S's and things like that here, that we can try and get a good run. Of course, David Coulthard has been very, very competitive with those Williams. It might actually be Sector 3 where this car comes alive as well. But of course, yeah, we're not going to, you know, enforce strict track limits around here. We're not going to allow people just to do whatever they want. But we're going to hopefully still have a good, fun, and ideally not controversial weekend around this circuit then as we make our way out onto the back straight. We're actually a long way back down the order right now. Qualifying has not been my strong point, but as always, we have set the car up strictly for race pace. So hopefully, even if we qualify a little bit further down than I'd like, we're still able to capitalise as we move into the GP there as well. A little bit of rear locking as we try and make our way in through this tight switchback section of Sector 3. David Coulthard, can he try and make it a second pole position in pre-Grand Prix? This should be where our car absolutely comes alive. They're trying to balance it on the throttle through that section of corners. They're a little bit wide through the penultimate corner, but we have reined back in the time against our teammate. They're out of the final corner. Where are we going to be on the grid? It is P3. I am very happy with that. The entire grid actually pretty bunched up around this circuit. It really does feel like, yeah, those upgrades we brought to the McLaren car recently have brought us right back in line with Williams. Jos Verstappen only half a second off pole there, just ahead of Michael Schumacher and Marc Genet. Hakkinen down in P15, that's not so much of a surprise, but the fact that the top 16 cars only covered by 1.5 seconds, there was a lot of races this year where nobody could get within a second of Williams.
Formula 1 on ITV in association with Texaco.
Here we are then in one of the fastest growing cities in the United States, the fabulous Austin, in the great state of Texas. The circuit itself 14 miles southeast of the city centre and home to the US Grand Prix since 2012. The latest in a long list of iconic tracks to have that honour. We're racing today then in Travis County, Texas, around the 20 corners of the wonderful Circuit of the Americas. We'll be reaching speeds of around 200 miles an hour, and there are plenty of good opportunities to pass, especially through the 2 DRS zones into Turn 1 and the very long back straight into Turn 12. Anthony Davidson also joins me in the commentary box today. Let's talk about Mr. Monaco. They've been involved in a number of costly incidents lately. That's got to affect their mindset going into this race.
It's not an ideal situation by any means. When you get into a bad run like that, there's always a risk of frustration creeping in, which can cause more mistakes and locks you into this vicious cycle. Hopefully today they can get through Turn 1 cleanly and stay calm for the rest of the race.
Just 3 races left. You can still win the driver's title, but you need a strong performance. Come on, Let's give it our best shot.
Well, Jeff there is always giving us some motivation, but yeah, not too sure. I mean, I guess Anthony Davidson, why have I suddenly forgot his name? That's really alarming. I've suddenly forgot. David Croft, of course. Obviously, I only had David Coulthard in my head. But yeah, we got a penalty in Belgium. That was, I think, a little bit harsh. We got a penalty in Monza. That one was a little bit more fair. And then obviously we had that mechanical failure in Singapore. But Japan last weekend ran pretty smoothly, although we did crash into our teammate very, very temporarily. But anyway, 5 red lights on the grid, though, here in Texas. Hopefully we can keep it clean. 5 red lights, and it's going to be lights out. Oh, and away we go there, off to a fairly bad start. Look at Jos Verstappen going straight past us. Might even try and get past Villeneuve into turn 1. Nope, Schumacher's going to send it. And I think Villeneuve's been involved. No way! We've somehow managed to escape all of that, but there has been chaos at turn 1. Well, let's take a look at this then from Michael Schumacher's point of view in towards that first corner. The second Sauber actually go down the inside of him there. So that was Genet as well, wasn't it? In towards turn 1. Far too late on the brake. Straight into the side of Villeneuve. And our big championship rival out of the Grand Prix there. Every other car having to just sprawl to avoid it all down in towards turn 1 there. I mean, we were 4 wide temporarily. I just backed out of it. All the chaos on the inside. McLaren suddenly have got a 1-2. And suddenly our chances of a world championship have swung back in our favour. Look how many cars are having to sprawl everywhere to try and get around the chaos. They normally say fortune favours the brave, but, well, down into turn 1, we were certainly not brave, and fortune certainly still favoured us here as we get ready to go green flag racing once again here in Texas. I mean, we have got a golden opportunity down at McLaren, and, well, let's not forget, there is still a Constructors' Championship at play. Admittedly, I thought we were basically out of it, but especially with Frentzen way down the order as well, and Villeneuve obviously gone, that has suddenly been made a whole lot easier, as we almost go and drop it down in turn 1 by ourselves. That could have been very, very bad, even if Fisichella had just ran into the side of me or something. So what I've got to done, rather kindly, just given Coulthard a little bit of room to manoeuvre. And then we'll try and just settle into our own pace. That was definitely what I was trying to do there.
VSC deployed. The virtual safety car has been deployed. We need to keep a positive delta here. Slow down, maintain a positive delta.
I think that's Hakkinen. Well, he certainly wasn't Hakkinen, sorry. It was our old teammate Johnny Herbert down in towards the final couple of corners of Sector 2. And I mean, he's under pressure from Hakkinen. That's why I thought it was the Ferrari. But just completely missed his braking point. The Arrow somehow survives that one, but another car out of this Grand Prix. Well, if we were to bag a 1-2 in this GP and Frentzen came third, it would still mean we take nearly another 30 points out of Williams in the Constructors. I mean, that still seems like a tall order, but with a little bit of bad luck on their side recently, the momentum is definitely swinging, especially with how quick David Coulthard's looking towards the end of the year. I mean, he's been quick quite often this campaign. He's just had so many retirements. It would be nice if we could somehow drag that out as well to Brazil, even if we needed basically a miracle. We know we can go quicker than DC then around this circuit. Frentzen has appeared on the relative now, so obviously happy that we were able to qualify him. But it's going to be interesting to see whether the race pace is going to be enough to hold the Williams back as well. I mean, he's still trying to find his way through some of the slightly slower traffic. But yeah, that gap already up to about 5 seconds as... Well, yeah, we didn't really feel like we had a pace advantage over DC last weekend. Here, it really feels like we might, as we already have crossed 1/3 distance then of this GP. I mean, Coulthard and I, the gap is just staying level in the big picture at the moment, holding at about 2 seconds. I think we're starting to enter a game of chicken of who will pit first in this Grand Prix, because I don't think either of us want to be the one to deal with some of the other traffic. But yeah, Frentzen, he can't even find a way around Giancarlo Fisichella right now. That Benetton's pace looks very, very good around this circuit.
We're coming in this lap.
Does the team want me into the pits at the end of this lap? I don't think that's going to happen. But I really can't work out whether Coulthard's just pushing a lot extra or I'm just getting a little bit slower at this stage of the race, because he's opened up that gap now suddenly to just over 3 seconds here. I want to believe he'll be into the pits at the end of this lap. We're starting to see some other cars in, and I'm just going to try to extend this stint. If we get a safety car or something like that, fantastic. But otherwise, I just don't want to have to deal with slower traffic. There we go. DC is in. David Coulthard into the pit lane then. So for the first time this afternoon, we're going to take the lead of the Grand Prix. I mean, he's just set a fastest lap on the way into the pits there. That surely can't count. But yeah, Frentzen, though, the gap's floating still at about 5 seconds. He's now up into P3, and he is going to try and extend as well. And looking at that then, Coulthard has not come out in traffic. David Coulthard has come out in clear air, so McLaren have nailed that pit stop for our teammate. We would have been a little bit potentially caught out by Alexander Wurz behind him. So it's a good job we didn't pit first. I want to know where this pace has been for Coulthard when Jacques Villeneuve's been the one to beat. Why is it suddenly now when I'm battling him for victories? Is David Coulthard suddenly becoming rapid inside this game? But in through, into the pit lane? No!
Obvious corner cutting.
Well, that might really do us damage by the end of the afternoon. 3-second penalty for corner cutting as we make our way in. So that's going to, really set us back towards the end of the afternoon. But yeah, whatever we got to do, we just got to try and get back on with it. As Coulthard, another new fastest lap of the Grand Prix. I'm hoping we come out ahead of Alexander Wurz, who has also got a penalty. I would assume that was for the chaos at turn 1. Although admittedly, Wurz wasn't really involved in that. So suddenly Frentzen now has got a bit of a lifeline. He doesn't actually need to get past me. He just needs to stay within 3 seconds by the flag. Oh, no! Oh man, we got another car gone and we got a safety car. I mean, I've got no idea what's going on here between the two Arrows cars. Just down the inside of turn 1 and a little bit of contact, and well, one of them's gone. Couldn't even tell you which one it is, to be completely honest. We'd probably get a better look from the Minardi behind. Oh yeah, just met in the middle on pit lane exit. It's a really clumsy one, but of course it happens just after I pit. We are still technically in a race against the clock then as we make our way through these final couple of corners, because Frentzen now will obviously dive into the pit lane, and Coulthard and I are going to have to drive below the delta here, or we're meant to drive below the delta. As through the final corner, Coulthard will close back in on your leader. Will we still be ahead of Frentzen? I think we should be, but only just. Barely, just over 10 laps left then of the US Grand Prix here, and unless we can find a way around Coulthard really quickly and then try and pull away, we are really just at the whims of the pace of the cars around us here, because Frentzen behind, I think to pull a 3-second gap on him towards the checkered flag is not going to be easy then. Got to be ready to go right behind DC there. Maybe we could try and look for a move down in towards turn 1. I'm certainly not going to risk too much either there, as out of the final corner will go. Oh, look at that, Coulthard, he has made an error. So Coulthard went and then had to back out of the throttle. So we might be side by side in turn 1. He's got way more straight line speed than me. But we have got way more downforce in towards that first corner. David Coulthard there barely gives me the room on the inside line. Frentzen thought about it on the exit, but will leave us just to battle it out as the top 2 there. But that was our opportunity to try and get past David Coulthard. Just did not have the confidence that he was going to give me the space there. And well, the last thing we need was a crash that could potentially invite Frentzen to an easy Grand Prix victory here. But can we keep the pressure up? Could we maybe find a way around him if we can force him into an error? Well, I really found that earlier on this year, the McLaren was such a slippery car. It would slide around far too much if obviously we didn't run enough aerodynamics on it. It feels like obviously because we were running more aero that we had a big advantage over DC, but later on this year where the power figures have continued to climb and obviously the aero and the chassis, we have made big improvements. It feels now that, yeah, David Coulthard's more straight line orientated setups are really, really working for him here. I'll be honest, the annoying bit for me, I think we'll be able to keep Frentzen back to the checkered flag, but that penalty will force us behind him. As long as we get a 3-second gap over Ralf Schumacher, that's kind of the one I'm more looking at right now, because there's just not a lot else I can do. I mean, how on earth is Coulthard doing that? 37.8 out of nowhere towards the end of this race. The only thing I am noticing is that Frentzen just starting to struggle to keep up with the relentless pace of both our cars. That gap was up to 1.4. Could we somehow stretch that? Well, if this is a sign of things to come in the future, David Coulthard, he could be about to make our 2002 season very, very uncomfortable. Oh, we got yellows, we got yellows. Someone's got issues. That's not Coulthard in front, I don't think. Oh no, we're good again. I think, yeah, no, Frentzen. Frentzen's gone. So Williams, they're not going to get either car to the checkered flag, and Heinz-Harald Frentzen is out of this race. I mean, looking at it then, he hasn't had any accident, he hasn't done anything else, but Williams' reliability suddenly, towards the end of the year, is going to haunt them. Villeneuve out lap 1, Frentzen out with not long to go. Well, as I was saying, yeah, if Coulthard can keep this pace up in towards next season, then, well, we could be in for a bit of McLaren civil war, but, I mean, yeah, on a larger championship scale, DC has been with this team through thick and thin. Can't help but feel they might show a little bit of loyalty for his many, many years of dedication and hard work. Sadly for me, though, well, actually, sorry, gladly for me, though, with Frentzen gone, does mean we're under much less pressure towards the checkered flag. We're just not going to be able to beat DC. But it looks like, yeah, McLaren should be pretty safe for back-to-back 1-2s. No, that might really screw us towards the end of the GP. I believe this is going to be the Benetton then of Giancarlo Fisichella as he makes his way out onto the back straight. Oh, it's the Jordan in front of him, sorry. Engine's gone, and Fisichella's just gone into him. He's just driven at him. What on earth is that by Giancarlo Fisichella? You can see the Jordan up in front having to retire from the race as well. That's Ralf Schumacher, but a late safety car, and our penalty might completely screw us again. We're getting ready to go green flag racing then with just 2 laps to go now here in Texas. This has ended up being a very, very crash-driven race, to be honest. 10 cars left running. Häkkönen's almost on for a podium here, which would be quite an impressive feat based on the season he's had, but we just need to try and run away from Barrichello, Häkkinen and Wirtz behind. I'm not going to try and challenge DC. I just want him to get on with it and hope that we can follow in hot pursuit there. Is he going to make the same mistake as he did last time round at that final corner? Looks like he's able to get the power down a little bit better that time. So we're going to try and bolt with him here. Barrichello already 7/10 back. So we make our way in towards turn 1, but we need to pull out over a second a lap because we've got to get that gap back to 3. Oh no, Häkkinen's moved up into P2. Actually, that might work well for us. That might work really, really nicely for me because Häkkinen, I'm sure, will not be able to keep that car anywhere near the apexes. So if those two can start battling behind, maybe, just maybe, there's a chance here. But in fact, no, look at that. Häkkinen is managing it. How suddenly is that Ferrari able to be driven here? We'll still gain a little bit of time on corner exit. Maybe it's just through the higher speed stuff he struggles. Yes, he does. You see immediately that gap rockets up to about 1.3, 1.4 seconds then. But starting the last lap of the US Grand Prix. And, well, David Coulthard, it didn't quite all go his way last weekend, but certainly here, things have worked out fantastically for him. And I tell you what, he's had a terrible year this season, but heading into 2002, he could be one to watch. I think if he can just clean up some of his battling wheel-to-wheel with other cars, then he has got a fantastic opportunity if McLaren can keep the pace and keep the momentum that we've developed towards the end of this year. Gap to Häkkinen behind, up to about 2.3. We're still going to need a little bit more, though, by the end of the race, especially as Barrichello is still hanging onto his gearbox. This might be critical come the end of the year. We're going to take points out of Villeneuve, but the question is how many points can we take out of the Canadian here? David Coulthard, again, he's not going to play the team game. He's just interested in trying to get as many wins as he can on the board before the end of the year there. The gap to Häkkinen, back under 2. He will gain masses of time down that back straight. You still cannot compete with Italian horsepower inside this game at the moment, but as we navigate our way through the final few corners, we've just got to try and nail our lines do everything we possibly can. Just get round to that checkered flag in the quickest way possible. Will it be enough, though? Gap to Barrichello's up to 2.8 seconds, so we might be able to stay ahead of him there. 3 seconds. The gap goes up to Rubens, but what's Hakkinen doing? Through the final couple of corners, we just need to nail the apex. DC's going to take the win. Will it be P2? Will it be P3? It is third.
So, another fantastic victory for the Silver Arrows. So, Anthony, what made the difference out there today?
Well, they played the safety car to absolute perfection. There are so many factors to worry about once the race is neutralised. I mean, do you pit for fresh rubber? Do you have the space behind you? How much fuel can you save? If you answer all of those questions correctly, you'll have a good chance. And that's exactly what happened today.
After an excellent performance at the Grand Prix, I'm sure there'll be plenty of celebrations tonight amongst the Mercedes team. And they certainly deserve it.
There we go then, when all is said and done, we didn't finish P3. Somehow Barrichello just able to hang on in the end, so that pit stop blunder that we made proved critical come the end of the GP there. He hung on by just 0.2 of a second. Hakkinen, though, definitely my driver of the day, 14th on the grid to P2 come the checkered flag there. Jaguar, I mean, both cars inside the top 5 is very good going, especially when you factor in both McLarens there as well. But yeah, that means we've taken a lot of points out of Williams in the championship. We'll take a look at that in just a moment. Raikkonen, Button, Wirtz, and then both Minardis as well, seeing the checkered flag. So a handful of points for them come the end of the GP. Both Jordans, both Williams, both Saubers, the Benetton of Giancarlo Fisichella, Johnny Herbert, Juan Pablo Montoya, and Michael Schumacher all failing to see the checkered flag. But that means in terms of the Drivers' Championship, the gap has been cut again now just to 11 points with 2 races to go. It is pretty much now a 2-horse race. Coulthard is mathematically out of it. He has been for a little while. But Heinz-Harald Frentzen as well basically needs Villeneuve and I to crash into each other in these last couple of GPs. Barrichello still in P5 will extend that gap over Michael Schumacher, as the battle actually between the Schumachers still raging on towards the end of the year there. And yeah, Hakkinen with that result will leapfrog himself up into P13. Still not great for a Ferrari driver inside this game there, as Alonso now tied with Montoya down in P19. Constructors-wise, though, the gap down to 34. So if Williams continues to have some more stinkers towards the end of the year, we could definitely get to Brazil with a chance at that title. Benetton and Jordan, apparently Jordan are up now into P6 as well. There is 4 points in it still between Sauber and Ferrari. I'm just hoping Jaguar hang on to P3 as well there. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. A very chaotic race here from Texas, but we'll be back very soon, ready for the Mexican Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, where today we return with the penultimate round of our F1 2001 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here, back in Mexico City, for the Mexican Grand Prix. If you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago from COTA, I would highly recommend going back and check it out. With just 2 races to go, the season is getting very, very intense. Just 11 points in it between myself and Jacques Villeneuve at the top of the table. But had David Coulthard let me win the last couple of races, you know, playing the team game, then we could be top of the World Championship. The big goal this weekend, of course, is to make sure, first and foremost, that we head into the season finale with a shot at the World Championship. We have still finished no lower than 4th all year, excluding that one DNF we had back in Singapore, but I keep mentioning it in every single race. I just can't seem to win again inside this series. We haven't won a race since Monaco. To be fair, Villeneuve hasn't won a race since Belgium either. It has just been Heinz-Harald Frentzen and David Coulthard taking wins recently, and Schumacher in Singapore somehow. But yeah, get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs at the moment. But yeah, 2 races left. I'm going to try and get the finale out on Saturday, so you definitely want to watch that. But let's do this thing. Well, huge thunderstorms are meant to be battering the Mexico City over the course of the weekend. So rain both on Saturday, and we're meant to see rain throughout most of the Grand Prix on Sunday as well. So, I mean, it potentially is a great equaliser. It should on paper suit our car, but I've got no idea what is going to happen as we head into the rest of the weekend here, as you can immediately see. Yeah, we have not opted for straight line speed in the car. I've just tried to make it as stable as I possibly can through the corners, trying to avoid the wheel spin as best as possible. But yeah, that is going to be much easier said than done, of course. Everybody has got traction control, but the AI have obviously got traction control built in on top of the traction control. It's very, very weird to try to explain. But it basically means, yeah, they are very, very good around this circuit. But I'm just hoping, obviously, as we navigate our way around, that we can get into a rhythm, work out what these conditions are like before we head into the race there. As I mean, these conditions seem to be suiting Ferrari so far in this one-stop qualifying. Schumacher and Hakkinen both doing a pretty good job there, as I think everybody else as well just struggling to put the car where they need to. Rubens Barrichello there goes straight up into P1. And yeah, our qualifying time at the moment just isn't looking fantastic there. Frentzen now all of a sudden appears at the front of the order. As long as it's not Villeneuve, that's the big one for me there as we try and make our way through those final couple of corners. This will probably be one of our worst qualifying maps of the year in terms of final position, but putting the power down on the run up towards the line. P15 here. That is shocking. Well, there we go then. Williams, despite the treacherous conditions there, still bagged themselves a front row lockout. Juan Pablo Montoya in the Arrows is up in P6, so that is a mega effort by him. Jenson Button's in 9th, so clearly the Arrows car working very, very well in these slippery conditions. We line up down in P15. Coulthard doesn't even get inside the top 10 there, and the Minardis both go quicker than the BARs as well, so this has certainly mixed up the grid as we get ready for the race. But like I said, I've completely set the car up for race pace, so the fact we're only 1.2 seconds off pole sounds like a lot, but I want to remain confident.
Formula One on ITV in association with Texaco.
Here we go then, it's time to race in Mexico City, a place which gave Honda their first ever victory back in 1965. American Richie Ginther won from 3rd on the grid. And what are the Honda-powered cars this year? Well, Red Bull have been going strong here in recent seasons, so can they keep that record going today? 17 corners then at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez, 10 to the right and 7 to the left, and all of them will have to be tackled in difficult, wet conditions here today. No DRS assistance either, at least not for the start of the race, but the best overtaking opportunities will still be down into turn 1 or shortly afterwards into turn 4. And with me as usual is Anthony Davidson. Let's talk about Mr. Monaco. No grid penalties, no mitigating circumstances, just a poor qualifying performance and a very disappointing start position for them today.
It's not a nice feeling, I promise you. They've got a quick car underneath them, but they've got onto the grid today and they need a pair of binoculars to see the start lights. They'll be desperate for a good start to make up for some of that deficit.
Well, this is a big afternoon for our World Championship hopes there. Jacques Villeneuve, he will just be praying that he doesn't get collected at turn 1. But looks like the storm is meant to go away later on in the GP. So maybe there's a chance here that we could try and get a bit of a better result. So I'm actually going to opt for the intermediate tyres early on. And then obviously we'll try and make the switch over to the dry compound later on. It's a little bit weird with the graphics inside this game, but I think we've figured that out well, ready for the start of the GP. It might be we're slow in the first few laps, but hopefully the pace will come to us as the race goes on. Anything can happen here today in Mexico City. It is 5 red lights. Oh, mighty long hole, but it is finally lights out. And away we go. They're off to a fairly clean, tidy start. Of course, the longest run, I believe, in Turn 1 inside this mod. So who knows what's going to happen by the time we get down there. I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I think there's going to be a safety car. As everybody just barrels in. It only takes one car to lock up with this damage model. And someone will have problems there, as surely this isn't going to be the weekend. Everybody gets through the first couple of corners cleanly. I've already dropped down to last place off the start, and of all the races we've had recently, the amount of safety cars we've seen this season on lap 1, how is it this weekend everybody makes it through Turn 1 clean and tidy there, as we will go back down the inside of Jarno Trulli, through Turn 4 and Turn 5, around the outside of our former teammate Johnny Herbert as well. I mean, suddenly now the grip starting to come to us here. Just got to try and, weirdly, you've got to keep the car in a low gear. That's kind of the big goal, is keep the car in a low gear around this circuit. Is just trimming the apex slightly too much to get down the inside of Kimi Räikkönen. As always, though, scared of just quite what the AI are going to do in through those first couple of corners, but no idea what's happened at the front of the order. You can already see Fernando Alonso had a pretty good start, actually. Starting to drop some places there. I think Alonso actually found an avenue around the outside through those first couple of turns, as Marc Genet there, well, does give us the room. A little bit of wheel banging on the exit of the corner there, as again, it's going to be a little bit cheeky. There weren't as many cameras back in 2001. You know, I'm sure those kind of things did happen from time to time. But Villeneuve will lead the way at the end of the first lap. Barrichello's already into the pit lane, so his fantastic qualifying effort is all for naught then early on. Straight line speed in this car, not bad going. And we got yellows out down at Turn 1. Oh, we got a roadblock. No idea what's happened. It's Villeneuve. Villeneuve has gone, and we're into P1 somehow. Can't even see what's happened here, but I think Frentzen has gone down the inside there, and you can just see. Oh, here we go. So, Frentzen on the inside of Villeneuve down at the first corner. I mean, if you're Williams, you're telling him just to hold station here. But they just meet in the middle, don't they? You just see that little bit of contact. I'll try and get a better camera angle of it. So, both BMW Williams in Turn 1 just come together, nick the rear wheels. That spits Villeneuve back into his teammate. And then further behind, there's just a sprawl of cars everywhere. I think a few of them have had retirements as well. I think Montoya's up into P2, but we're somehow in the lead. Well, this feels like a race from early on in the season. 14 cars involved in that one. So I think we've got, yeah, myself, Schumacher, Montoya, Magnussen, Alesi, and I would hope Barrichello's made it through, considering he was in the pit lane. What I'm actually going to do, though, because, let's be fair, I shouldn't have kept all those places, is I'm going to let both Schumacher, Montoya, Magnussen, and Alesi by. If it is Barrichello that is the last one running, then yeah, I won't let him by because obviously we were ahead of him anyway. But yeah, not going to claim those freebies like that. But I mean, that is just chaos there. I mean, Schumacher, Montoya might be into the pit lane anyway at the end of lap 2. So we might be straight back into the lead either way there. I think Schumacher should be okay. So yeah, we'll let Magnussen and Alesi by, and we'll get ready for the safety car restart. Schumacher then leading the way ahead of Juan Pablo Montoya in an Arrows car. Could they be on for a historic podium here in Mexico? Why can't I put the power down? That was very odd. I had my foot welded to the floor, and the team just weren't letting me go anywhere with it, or the autopilot just wasn't allowing me to do a thing. But out of the final corner then, there are just 6 cars left running here in Mexico. The goal now for us is just to survive, because even if we finish 6th there, we'd still close points in on Villeneuve in the World Championship. And I'll level with you guys. Occasionally this season, if we've had like a huge pile-up or something like that, that has taken out most of the runners, I will just restart the race because, let's be fair, often, 6 cars left running is not a particularly enjoyable way of racing. But because Villeneuve and Frentzen caused it, they would have been out anyway. So, because the championship fight is on the line with Jacques Villeneuve and, of course, the constructors against Williams, I'm kind of there going, they've caused their own pain here. If they'd been involved in someone else's wreck, pretty much everybody else had been, then maybe I wouldn't. But this is Formula 1. Probably would have been a red flag, IRL. But, this is Formula 1. What happens, happens sometimes. And, well, I'm hoping that the rest of us can try and see the checkered flag. Because, well, even if we finish, like, 4th, we'll be ahead of Villeneuve in the world title. There is still a long way to go, though, this afternoon. But surely, with the competition left running, we can win today. Forgot to mention as well, it was Kimi Räikkönen that was the last car in the train. So obviously we were already ahead of the BAR car before that safety car happened. Magnussen and Alesi both opted to dive into the pit lane, hence why we stayed in this P3 position, because obviously it's where we would have ended up anyway, had we just parked down at turn 1 behind that whole queue of cars. But I never thought I'd say this inside this game, but an Arrows is challenging a Ferrari for the victory here. And, well, we're just kind of sat in trying to settle into a rhythm. Remember, we are on inters relative to most people on wet still. But these guys are definitely getting into the groove. Well, as a rookie campaign, Juan Pablo Montoya, it feels like he's done pretty well this season down at Arrows. Of course, obviously, probably, is it fair to say the best rookie they've had since, obviously, we were there? All the way back in 1998. That feels like a very long time ago now inside this career mode. But boy, oh boy, have we had a lot of fun with it so far. I really never knew when we started this series whether I'd try and get all the way through to the end of 2007. But we're almost at half distance already. And I am still loving it there as well. Juan Pablo making just a little bit of a mistake in towards the stadium section. That will invite us to have a look down the inside there, send it through. But immediately, he will just play the patience there. The Colombian will just switch back underneath me on the exit of the corner. How does our top end speed look back into turn 1? I'm trying to avoid wheel spin because the wet tyres, their wear is really high on this game. So we've only done a few racing laps and we're already up to 24% here. Can we get a run, though, on Montoya back in towards turn 1? Gaining on him, but not quite close enough. Come on then. Come on. Surely now we can get the runners. Oh no, we've had an incident behind, I think. Maybe Räikkönen is out of the Grand Prix. Yes, he is. Kimi Räikkönen's gone. As again, too busy focusing on that rather than on what I'm meant to be doing. And Juan Pablo Montoya will hang on to the position. Oh, again, Montoya. We've definitely got the pace over him. It is just about trying to get the run at the right part of the lap. Oh, down the inside. Oh, Montoya, I mean, you're lucky to get away with that little bit of contact here. And I mean, surely Arrow's got to be saying to him as well, there's a big opportunity. The McLaren is not your fight. No idea what's happened to Jean Alesi as well. He's way down the order, or way behind the rest of us that are still running. But he is setting fastest laps. Again, Juan Pablo, again, just a little bit of slipping and sliding. I mean, the problem is, on the brakes, he's very, very good right now. And I'm, well, as you can tell, not doing so well. Trying to scrub off the speed. I mean, it's just that horrible thing of locking up the rears here, but circuit is definitely getting dry. Yeah, so I would assume that Montoya and Schumacher will be in pretty soon. Jan Magnussen now has set a new fast lap of the day. As here we go. Yeah, I think that was partly down to how much our battling with Juan Pablo's going on, but round the outside of the Arrows, man. Surely the team aren't suggesting that we move to dries. Well, they want us to go to dries, but not for a few more laps. Well, now we're not stuck looking at the back of the Arrows car. The pace is really starting to come alive here towards the end of this intermediate stint. And Michael Schumacher, he is definitely still struggling along in that Ferrari car. I mean, Magnussen now has moved past Juan Pablo as well as new fast lap of the day for us. So finally then, this McLaren car starting to look good here and starting to get it into a window that we're happy with. Maybe didn't set the car up as well for the rain as I'd originally hoped we would, but then again, the AI just there's so much kind of weird nuance with the way this mod works. It's always quite fun. But Schumacher, you just see they're struggling to put the power down at the first couple of corners. I don't think, I was hoping we could get to the front of the order in this race. But I didn't think we'd be, battling for the lead legitimately after about, well, 1/3 distance. Schumacher and Ferrari keeping that winning streak alive. They always have won a race every season. I'm trying to think how far back that must go to. Probably, I think, 1992 or 1993 would be my guess. I think Ferrari have won a race every season since then onward, even in this alternative timeline. But yeah, Schumacher, though, obviously got that win in Singapore. Would love to get another one, I'm sure, here today in Mexico City. And a lot still could change, but at the moment, he does not seem like the fastest car there. In fact, he's actually going to dive into the pits right on my nose. I think we've got a couple more laps in it there before I'm willing to take this pit stop, but it's definitely going to have to happen soon. Is Schumacher, though, having to move to another set of wets? Has he not looked after his tyres as well as he needed to? I think he is. So I think, yeah, Schumacher there in a bit of bother has maybe cooked that set of wets, and he's going to have to use another set. Meanwhile, I plan on moving straight over to the dries. Well, we saw, courtesy of Rubens Barrichello yesterday, just how quick that Stewart car can be when things work for it. Or Jaguar, even, I should say, in 2001. And, well, Magnussen now wasn't a likely protagonist, I think, coming into this Grand Prix, but that team have been quietly very consistent over the course of the year. And look at this, Jan Magnussen, he's going to make the move past us down the inside and up then into the lead of the Grand Prix. Again, just make a tiny bit of contact there, and again, we will just about get away from it. But yeah, tyre wear up now to 64%. I think we can afford one more lap before we're going to have to make the call and move over onto a fresh set of tyres. Oh no, that is such a bad time to tell me that, Mark. They reckon it's time now, but I certainly couldn't box then. Well, we are definitely going to dive into the pit lane then at the end of this lap. Not much spray being kicked up at all now, and ultimately, yeah, the tyre wear so high that I just don't want to risk getting a puncture or something like that. Again, even if we finish P5 in this race, it would still be decent points out of Villeneuve there, and of course against Williams as well. I see we should be able to take that constructors fight to the season finale. Is yep, both myself and Magnussen into the pit lane then at the start of lap 16. So onto the dries we're going to go. I would assume he's going to be doing the same thing. It's a big gamble though, as Montoya as well into the pit lane. And Magnussen, oh, he's on Michelin's, isn't he? So yeah, those are the dry Michelin compounded tyre as well. Schumacher and Alesi have already dived in as well. But yeah, Magnussen, he's actually got a very good pit stop. So the plan now, according to the team, is drag these tyres to the end of the race. But yeah, you can see no spray being kicked up. So I think we've timed that pretty much perfectly. Magnussen does a 25.5 here. We can only do a 26.6. And I tell you what, this storm that has battered Mexico over the last couple of days, ever since Friday night, finally going away. And the sun just starting to poke through those clouds. But that Jaguar, I tell you what, it's very, very quick in a straight line. But it's also got enough speed and downforce through the corners. They've continued bringing upgrades to that car towards the end of the year. They've often kind of been not that far away from your top two teams. I'm genuinely struggling to keep up with Magnussen here. Unless he needs to pit again or something like that, he might genuinely win this one. You guys know in this series I never back down without a fight here. Magnussen even 22-1. We are finally getting the pace out of this car now. 21-7. And that will really send a firing shot over to Jaguar and Jan Magnussen. I mean, I think they have won a race in this series back in either 2000 or 1999. You know, they had a very good car, even when they were Stewart Grand Prix through 1999 as well. Obviously, they were our big rival, obviously, when we were down at Jordan. But, I mean, today, that car, genuinely, I know we've obviously got a slightly compromised setup here to suit the wet conditions, but that car is flying along. I mean, we are just setting fastest lap after fastest lap right now. And Jan Magnussen, well, that gap's now finally under a second. Only problem I have got is that Jaguar is very, very quick in a straight line. Doesn't seem like that time around he's using as much of his fuel in towards that first corner, but even if we get past him, he might still be able to attack back against us. In 2023, there would have been quite a few fairy tale victories in Formula 1. Had it not been for Max Verstappen, Lando Norris would have probably got his first ever win. Oscar Piastri might have won a race as a rookie as well, but ultimately, far too many times, Verstappen and Red Bull obviously were 30 seconds up the road of anything entertaining happening in those races. And that's how it feels today. I'm hoping we can get past Magnussen, but whenever, you know, it's one of those horrible things. We need the points for our championship. Like, we absolutely need to leave here with the world title lead. But you just feel bad denying, you know, a driver a historic win or a team a return to the top step of the podium. Well, let's try and get a good run out of that final corner. 0.003 of a second away from setting a new personal best of the GP. But because I'm running such high wing, obviously to suit the car in the wet conditions, you can just see even at the top end, even with the slipstream, that Jaguar just has got a little bit more over us. As Magnussen again making his way through these first couple of corners. So tricky. We're actually much quicker than him through the twisty parts of the circuit. So if I wanted to make a move, it's probably Sector 2 or Sector 3 that is going to be where it happens. Because, well, down at the first couple of corners, it is going to be near impossible. They just see how much we are exploring the circuit, trying to find grip anywhere, trying to see if we can fill his mirrors and throw him off the line. But Jan Magnussen, he's a very experienced driver at this point. He is just soaking up the pressure. Well, the goal, I think, has got to be just to fill his mirrors and surprise him, and that's exactly what we're going to do here. To the inside of Magnussen. We just about get the car slowed down. You know what? I wasn't expecting that to work. We get a warning for a collision with him. I didn't know we actually made contact with Jan there. So I don't know if he's picked up front wing damage or something has happened. Further back, Schumacher now has found a way around Juan Pablo Montoya, so the podium dream, I think, for Arrows might be slowly getting crushed. But yeah, I think there was contact between ourselves and Magnussen there.
Damage. We should be able to pull a gap.
Well, there we go then. So that certainly wasn't my intention. We just sent it to the inside of him there. Thought I'd made it cleanly by. But Jan Magnussen then, he might have to pit here towards the end of the afternoon. And with just 11 laps to go, we are finally back in P1. Oh, no. No! Oh, Juan Pablo Montoya. He does so well to make it this far in the Grand Prix. I think he might still be classified because he's done as close to 90%. Or he's done enough of the Grand Prix. I think he'll still technically be finished. Because obviously, if it's 36 laps, it'll allow you 4 laps from the flag. Which would be lap 33. But after such a good race for Juan Pablo Montoya, it has all come to an end, agonizingly close to the checkered flag. If he doesn't get the 10 points for that, I will be so sad for him. Well, looking around this Mexican circuit now, you would never guess the last 36 hours the amount of rain that has fallen around this venue. The crowd still came out, though, in their thousands to support on. And what a race weekend it has been. Terrible qualifying. Honestly, I've completely botched the setup this weekend. It's been not particularly fantastic in the wet and, well, actually, I suppose in the dry conditions, it has been fairly good around this circuit there. But as we start the last lap then of the Mexican Grand Prix, for the first time since Monaco, it looks like we are going to stand on the top step of a Formula 1 podium. I honestly thought it was looking like this season we might do a Kimi Raikkonen from 2003, win races or a couple of races early on in the season, and then never get back to the front. But finally, this season is looking a bit more like Max Verstappen's last year. Win a few races at the start of the year and just hang on in there and get a couple of wins right towards the end, right when it matters. Jordan, they took victory here a couple of years ago, courtesy of myself. That might well be the last win we ever see for that organisation there, as through the final couple of corners, not quite going to get close enough to lap Jean Alesi in today's race. But through the Foro del Sol one final time here in Mexico City, that is critical for our Drivers' World Championship. Out of the final corner, it is P1.
You worked hard for that one. Congratulations.
The thin air here in Mexico City makes this event a brutal one for these Formula One cars. But this team have done a fantastic job to make it to the checkered flag and take a well-earned victory. What do you think it was, Ant, that gave them the edge over the competition today?
Well, Crofty, this was won through an abundance of speed and an abundance of skillful overtakes. Inside, outside, cutting underneath, we saw it all today. And it's really nice to see a Grand Prix won in that manner. A race, surely, that will satisfy the purists today, I think.
So after a magnificent race, we can now see the drivers making their way to the podium. Once again, it's the Silver Arrows who take top spot, a well-earned victory for Mercedes.
Well, there we are then, the end of the Mexican Grand Prix, and luckily Juan Pablo Montoya, first and foremost, does get classified there. 10 points for Arrows, I'm sure will sit very nicely on their tally there. But 31 seconds clear of Michael Schumacher in the end. Jan Magnussen in P3 with Jean Alesi also seeing the checkered flag for Jordan. But yeah, I mean, Williams, they caused their own downfall today, and it has really, really cost them there. Championship-wise, we head to Brazil with a 14-point lead in the table. So all we need is a P4 finish in Sao Paulo. Reminder, we have not finished lower than P4 at any race so far this year there. Fredson still at a Coulthard. Schumacher with that result now moves up to P5. And I think, honestly, this has been a year where Schumacher has shown just how good he is behind the wheel of a car, even when it's struggling. Ralph still in 7th ahead of Fisichella, obviously not much movement further down the order. Jan Magnussen will jump Button, Herbert and Hakkinen though, I guess. And yeah, Juan Pablo Montoya now back ahead of Jarno Trulli as well. He would need a bit of a miracle though in that final race if he wants to get a few more points there. 9 in it between Williams and McLaren as well, though. I would love it if we're able to take home the Constructors' Championship. Jaguar and Ferrari both jump Sauber with that result as well. They're Jordan only 5 points back as well after what was such a strong start to the campaign. Arrows, though, with that result do jump BAR, so those points have been critical. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon for the season finale in Brazil. You guys do not want to miss that. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to the finale of our F1 2001 career mode. Yes, we return this weekend here in Brazil, a place that has seen so many championship deciders inside this game and just generally in real life, and this season we have got another one. Yes, 1998, I believe it was Irvine that wrapped it up with a race to spare. 1999, Schumacher would wrap up the world title against Eddie Irvine for his first with Ferrari. 2000 saw Pedro de la Rosa going up against myself and Michael Schumacher, but it would be the Spaniard that would reign supreme. And this season, well, there's no Ferrari in it, but it is McLaren versus Williams there. Myself versus Jacques Villeneuve. We have a 14-point lead at the top of the table. Williams have a 9-point lead in the Constructors' Championship, though, so obviously it could still go either way in both of the campaigns. Basically, for us to walk away victorious today, we need P4. And if you take a look at our results throughout the entirety of the season, excluding the Singapore DNF, we have finished inside the top 4 every single race this year. Jacques Villeneuve, he's had a bit of bad luck in recent races. Obviously, Cota, he was just taken out on turn 1. Mexico, he collided with his teammate Heinz-Harald Frentzen early on in the GP. So yeah, that, you know, we've seen such a monumental shift in results in the last few rounds as well, and you know, it's really worked out well for us. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. This one I think is going to be a banger. We're going to start 2002 as well, fairly soon after as well. But yeah, let's head out then for the final time this year in our McLaren car, and let's try and come back as world champion. Well, it feels like ever since we got that first pole position back at the Hungaroring, my qualifying efforts have been pretty terrible inside this series, but one final chance today to try and put the car right up towards the front of the order, and just like Mexico last weekend, it looks like we could see rain come race day Sunday there. So that kind of works both for and against us. Of course, last weekend we did really, really well in those wet conditions. But for Villeneuve as well, of course, it does mean there's an extra element of unpredictability as we head into this final weekend. You know, how many times has weather affected the running here at Interlagos, and could it just be one final twist in the tail of the course of this season as well there? Villeneuve and Williams, they have had the best car all season, but they have started to throw away results late on, and it's kind of been, yeah, quintessential Williams bottle towards the end of the year there. I mean, I would love for McLaren to wrap up the Constructors' Championship, their first one, I believe it'll be since 1991, inside, well, this alternate timeline as well there. But out of the final corner, up towards the line, not a particularly bad lap there, only good enough though for P6 when we got to the flag, but I'm close enough to the front that I feel okay. Well, there we go then. Villeneuve, the only driver to go under 1 minute 10 come the end of qualifying. DC, though, will join him on the front row just ahead of Frentzen. Schumacher lines up in P4 and a very resurgent Ferrari towards the end of the year. And again, Jaguar. They have just been very, very quick in these last few races. We will line up P6, though. Like I said, changeable conditions predicted for the Grand Prix. Let's do this thing.
With Texaco.
Welcome along then to the place where heroes and history are made. It's where the 2008 title was decided in the final corner. And it's the place, a year later, that Jenson Button stormed through from 14th on the grid to claim his one and only Drivers' Championship. It's Interlagos, and it's time for the Brazilian Grand Prix. Interlagos, always a very special race here in Brazil. It's a 2.7-mile circuit with 9 lefts and 6 rights for a total of 15 corners. But it's a wet one today, so grip and visibility will be at a premium. And the drivers will need to be careful coming up the hill in Sector 3, the scene of many an accident over the years. And so, for one final time this season, Anthony Davidson joins me in the commentary box.
It's been another great year of racing, but let's not look back just yet. We've still got one more Grand Prix ahead of us. Some of these drivers don't know if they'll be in the sport next year or how competitive their car might be even if they are. So this is a race where every driver should be striving to make the most of it.
We're still in with a shot at the driver's title. It's down to this. Now go out there and come back a champion.
Well, we heard the same radio message at the start of last season's finale here, and sadly, we couldn't quite do it against Ferrari, but I want to believe this weekend things can be different there. Also, I'm going to really miss that intro inside this game. I think that's always been quite cool. And how do they already know who the 2009 champion is going to be? Clearly, evidence there that F1 is a scripted sport and that you shouldn't believe anything you see inside this series. I'm going to go quite aggressive under-fueling the car this weekend as well. But yeah, it is just like Mexico meant to dry out as the afternoon goes on. Let's just see what we can do. 5 red lights here on the grid for the Brazilian Grand Prix. And it is going to be lights out, and away we go there. Schumacher struggling to put the power down. Barrichello will immediately go past him, so will I. As, look at that, I think that was Wirtz on the outside there, down at turn 1. Getting off to a particularly good getaway there as we'll go wheel to wheel. War with the Benetton man, somehow banging wheels, but both somehow getting away with it. Come on. I mean, we're 2 corners in, mate. We don't need to worry about that just yet. But annoyingly, Coulthard actually, yeah, dropping behind Frentzen. So there goes Schumacher trying to look for a bit of a dive down at the bottom of the hill. We will just about hang on to that. around his outside there as Rubens Barrichello already trying to apply pressure to DC as well. But yeah, we never quite got to see what the Williams pace was like last weekend. Like I said, you know, I want to win that Constructors' Championship, but if we're running in P3 or P4 later on in the afternoon, and, you know, Williams have still got a 1-2, I am also interested in my Drivers' World title hopes. That is the big one for me here. You know, people don't often remember the Constructors' Champion as well as they do the Drivers' World Champion at the final corner, though. This is where I expect that Ferrari car to be so unbelievably quick. They're Verts now, trying to look around the outside of Barrichello in towards someone. We've got to defend from Michael there as already our top three just pulling away. Villeneuve, he has got 1 goal this afternoon. He's successfully completed the first part of that. He's just got to try and run away at the front of the order here. Don't give anybody else a look in. And then he's just got to pray that we struggle as the afternoon goes on. I mean, the car is slip-sliding all over the place. But I think we can hold Michael back. The traction control working overtime as we try and get the power down out of the final couple of corners. But, yeah, I mean, this McLaren, we've won the last 3 Grand Prix in a row as a team. Williams haven't won a race since back at Monza. So, again, just a little bit of a mistake through the first couple of turns there as we try and keep Schumacher back. So, Schumacher there, he actually makes contact with us as a Ferrari man. I mean, he's got nothing to lose this afternoon. He's just interested in trying to hang on to that best of the rest position come the end of the GP. As we get another bit of contact there as Fisichella runs into the back of me. But as I was saying, yeah, McLaren, we've won the last 3 Grand Prix. Williams haven't won a race since Monza. So, yeah, really, I was kind of hoping that Coulthard could try and get another win here. And then all we need to do is outscore the other Williams by 2 points. Oh, we've got yellows, someone I think behind. I think that was Hakkinen making an error. And we've got a safety car. One of our cars further down's gone. I think a BAR's been involved. I think it's actually been Jan Magnussen then. Tries to get down the inside of Hakkinen down at turn 1. And one of the Jordans behind him, I think he's tried to send it at the same time there. 3 into 1. Just will not go. And yeah, I mean, that is definitely the Jaguar gone. I think someone else has gone into him, though, as well, a bit further back. Oh, one of the Saubers nicks him. One of the Arrows cars then hits him as well. Plenty of cars have been involved in that one in the end. That was really odd. In fact, kind of a few cars tried to commit further behind. One of the Saubers hits him. One of the Arrows goes in. And yeah, it was the other. I think both Minardis as well have been involved in that. So both Arrows gone. And a Minardi, and obviously the Jaguar as well, Magnussen, but chaos and a safety car. Oh, okay. Okay, bit of an interesting gamble then. Alexander Wirtz and Frentzen both into the pit lane then, so I think Williams trying to hedge their bets and go either way on the strategy. Both myself and David Coulthard will stay out there then, so now we're just 1 spot away from where we need to be come the end of the afternoon. That leaves Villeneuve very vulnerable then. Clearly Williams have the confidence that he can pull away. Well, I've done the maths then in my head, and I'm pretty certain if Villeneuve wins this race, it is impossible for McLaren to win the Constructors' Championship this season. Simply because you cannot rely on the fastest lap bonus point, because the way the AI simulate the last lap, it usually goes to a car that's way further behind. So yeah, Villeneuve wins this. Then Williams look pretty good to wrap up the Constructors. I say pretty good, it's almost a guarantee. Unless somehow DC or I is able to claim fastest lap bonus point. And we'd have to finish P2 and P3, and Frentzen would have to not score. So Coulthard needs to try and attack at the front of the order there. So again, we just make a huge mistake down at the bottom of the hill. It is so difficult to try and keep this car in check. But the circuit is starting, just it feels like, to dry out a little bit. I don't know if we'll see dry conditions today like we did in Mexico, but we might see a switch to inters later on. Oh, Barrichello, oh, Coulthard, they've both almost binned it, and suddenly we are going to find an avenue. Oh, Coulthard almost squeezes me off the road there. I just don't think he could see me on the exit of the corner there, and suddenly, whoa! Coulthard, man, what on earth is going on? Schumacher almost collides with us as well. Jean Lacey will get around me back on the run in towards someone there, and that all got incredibly scary. Our championship hopes flashed before our eyes there, as Schumacher now trying to make the move on the Brazilian at his home Grand Prix. Let's not forget, Rubens Barrichello only ever managed one podium here at Interlagos in his 19 attempts, and that came in the Ferrari F2004, as we will fling one back up the inside of Jean Alesi. After all of that, was still 5th. Schumacher is struggling so much around this venue right now. Barrichello, I mean, that Jaguar seems to be very, very good in these wet conditions there. Got fantastic grip, but has just generally looked like a quick race car in the last couple of weekends. Could Jaguar be a serious threat as we head into 2002? Only time will tell. But I mean, yeah, the way Schumacher has been able to come back after such a terrible year and is still, you know, looking to finish best of the rest overall, that's, again, the sign of, I mean, this year is a 3-time world champion. I think if we could find a way around Schumacher, just like we did at the start, we would have the pace to pull away from him. I think he is just slowing up both myself and Rubens Barrichello at this early stage of the afternoon. As all Rubens, a little bit of a mistake through Jung Sao. And well, to be honest there, I just ran a little bit wide away from the apex, so that kind of worked out fantastically. They were able to move past the Jaguar. Again, though, that thing has got some really good straight line speed. But we are now up into the position we need. Well, it has been so weird the way the performance has kind of ebbed and flowed over the course of this season. McLaren and Williams, well, Williams has pretty much always been fastest comfortably. But then it really did feel like the upgrades we were bringing to this McLaren car was making it, you know, a very competitive fight. Coulthard, there were a couple of weekends where Coulthard was, you know, out and out the fastest driver. We've had a couple of weekends where we were out and out the fastest driver on the grid. But in these last few, feels like Williams have kind of again unlocked just a bit more pace. Obviously, we kind of never really saw the full impact of that in Mexico. But here in Brazil, Villeneuve is so much quicker than anybody else.
If we just move a bit more of that standing water, we might be able to get onto the intermediates.
Well, there we go. Team now starting to talk about the intermediate tyre as a viable option. But yeah, it feels like in these last few races, Ferrari, you know, Jaguar, even Jordan as well in a couple of places, it feels like more and more of those teams that are like the higher end of the midfield, Sauber and Benetton as well, suddenly now are just becoming a bit more competitive, and 2002 could be really, really interesting. We've got some huge rule changes coming for next season, and ultimately down at McLaren we have not been able to get all of our parts sorted, so we might take a bit of a step backwards in terms of performance as well. Genuinely, right at this moment, I'm still not entirely decided whether we're going to stay at McLaren. I feel like we will, but I just don't know. Oh, we've got yellows. We've got yellows. Someone is clearly running into problems here. Don't say that's Villeneuve at the front of the order. I think it's a car behind. Oh, I think it was just Barrichello made a little bit of a slip-up. I mean, if Villeneuve somehow didn't finish any of the last 3 Grand Prix, that would be such a heartbreaking end to what has been, I think, a resurgence that no one expected this year. Obviously, won 1997 against Schumacher, left to go to BAR and various other projects in the last couple of years, has come back to Williams and immediately has been a threat. But as we approach half distance then, the confidence in this car slowly building up more and more, and doing so we have closed up to Michael Schumacher there. The pace for everybody seems to be getting quicker and quicker, but nobody at the front wants to move away from the full wet tyres. Team are telling us we will be moving to inters when we box. But yeah, I'm definitely not going to box just yet. The other issue we've got, of course, the intermediates don't last that long in this mod. The full wets will go, you know, most of a Grand Prix. The intermediates sometimes only last about 10 laps. So I want to make sure when we pit onto them, I won't have to pit again. I mean, the best place for us, I think, to go for moves is actually going to be around these final few corners of the lap there. Schumacher just cannot get the line right on the way down the hill in towards Jung Sao. Seems to be pretty stable and is able to get the power down on the exit, but that is where we get closest to him. Oh, there we go, Villeneuve. Villeneuve then is the first to blink of your front runners. Into the pit lane goes Jacques. And suddenly now, we would win both world titles. Oh, there we go. Coulthard and Schumacher. So everybody now then is starting to dive into the pit lane here. So for the first time today, we are up into the lead of the Grand Prix. And I mean, I've been looking at that gap to Villeneuve. He came out 5.5 seconds back. I'm sure it was just him trying to get the tyres up to temperature. But he's actually dropped time to us. Villeneuve is setting faster and faster lap times behind, but he's now closed up to the back of Rubens Barrichello, who actually seems to be just closing in a little bit of time against me again. I was originally hoping... Oh, VSC! What's happened? I think that's Hackinen's gone. Oh, it's not Hakkinen. It's Schumacher and Coulthard, so I think our constructors' hopes are going to be over here. As you can see, both of them waiting behind one of the Saubers. Coulthard's going to try and go for it. Actually drops the car and will slam into the wall as well. I don't believe there was anybody behind them when this all happened there. But Coulthard, how many times has he binned it this year? It's happened again. And our teammate, I think, has lost the rear wheel towards the end of it. Oh, someone did hit Schumacher. The BAR car further behind. If you just take a look here, I mean, he's gone for him. Not too sure what that's all about, but that's a huge shunt reminiscent of 2003. And we've got at least 3 cars out of the Grand Prix, but it might help us. Well, I've got no idea how that was a virtual safety car, but only 3 cars involved in it. But now, I mean, it's basically we need Villeneuve and Frentzen not to finish in the top 3 if we wanted to overhaul that 9-point deficit now. So I think our hopes of the constructors have sadly evaporated there. And I mean, Coulthard, he's pretty much either won races or binned it this year. And sadly, this one was another crash when all is said and done. I'm just not sure we're on the right ones for the conditions anymore. Team suggesting that we make the switch over to the intermediates, but I want to wait for other cars to do it first. I'm looking at the tyre wear. We could actually do this entire race on one set of wets. But the likes of Barrichello and Jean Alesi, if they didn't pit, I might genuinely not be able to catch them again. Oh, there we go, Villeneuve. Villeneuve has got the jump on Barrichello. So they make their way back into turn 1. They're still actually going wheel to wheel. But I think, yeah, Villeneuve has made that work. He's got back through and up into P2. Like I said, I'm not really interested in fighting him. There's just no point. We have not got the pace to keep up with him. I'm far more interested in trying to keep those other cars back. I genuinely can't remember the last time we had a wheel-to-wheel battle with Jacques Villeneuve inside this series. It has been a titanic championship fight that has swung aggressively in either direction over the course of the season. Villeneuve's definitely had a bit more kind of bad luck, but he has been involved in a couple of accidents that were completely his fault as well as the season has gone on. There's been other times where, you know, that Williams car has been OP, and he's just not been able to maximise it as well there. I guess the other question, of course, is where is Frentzen in this GP? Because, say, for example, if Villeneuve needed to pit again, if he ended up down in, like, P5 or P6, they would also need Frentzen to score points. For now, though, Jacques Villeneuve does not care about that. To the inside, down in turn 1. I'm going to try and give him a big old squeeze there through the first corner. Park it on the apex through turn 2. We know that Williams has got better top-end speed than our car. It's got better grip. He's got more confidence. Oh, Villeneuve, he thought about it. We just got a little bit of a wobble on. Of course, he knows the tactics that Michael Schumacher would employ when they were fighting for world titles back in the 90s. I won't play that game. Not today, anyway, as Villeneuve will make it through. And again, I mean, Barrichello is right there fighting for the win. Well, we are really starting to count the laps down now towards the end of this GP, as we are about to start lap 29 of 36 here. Villeneuve still controlling the pace at the front. He looks safe and set to claim victory today. I'm just still managing those tyres. I'm just getting a little bit nervous. That rear right has definitely got a lot of wear on it nowadays. As, yeah, myself and Barrichello still trying to hang out there. So's Alesi and Raikkonen. I'm starting to look at the gap to Kimi and thinking, well, we might actually be able to box and come out back ahead of him, but I just don't want to risk it. I'm so scared that something might happen that will change this race. You know, we saw last year, I mean, we had such an outside shot The fact that we were able to get the championship to Brazil last year was ridiculous. But, you know, we've had some heartbreak here at Interlagos. I do not want it again. You know what? I'm looking at the tyre wear. I'm looking at the gaps. I think we could end up with a puncture by the end of this race. We're getting 3% wear on those rears a lap. So I'm just thinking now we would be up to about 86% by the end of this race. And punctures on F1 2020 happen earlier than they do on like F1 24 and things. But yeah, that 21-second gap to Kimi Räikkönen here, I just think we can afford to box. Even if we don't quite get out ahead of him, we should be out around him. And then we've just got to try and chase Alesi towards the end of the GP there. Räikkönen has got Schumacher breathing down his neck as well. We need to come out ahead of him. Otherwise, we are going to be in big trouble late on. But, I mean, yeah, even with Villeneuve setting fastest lap at the moment, that would actually mean the gap comes down by exactly 14 points. And I would assume we've only had 3 wins this year. I would assume Villeneuve has had more wins. So I would like to get back to Alesi before this race is done and dusted. Either that, or we try and claim fastest lap off Jacques. As the sun now begins to poke through towards the end of the race. It hasn't quite cleared up in the same way it did in Mexico. But look at that, purple through the middle sector. And we've already taken nearly 2 seconds out of Alesi. I'm sure he and Jordan would love a podium after that P5 finish last weekend. Big points coming for Jordan at the end of the year. But yeah, as long as we can get back past Alesi, I'm then not too worried. But if we could set fastest lap, that would be very handy. At the final corner, then the gap to Alesi now under 2 seconds. So surely we're going to get the jump on him before this race is done and dusted. And new fastest lap claimed from Jacques Villeneuve. So that means even if now we don't get back past Alesi, then we're still looking good to do enough for the World Championship. Ralf Schumacher there has just moved past Kimi Räikkönen. Luckily, obviously, for Michael, that big result last weekend means that Ralf can't beat him in the drivers' table. I assume, apart from maybe 1999, I assume Ralf never finished ahead of Michael in the world title. Maybe actually 2005. Can someone please tell me down in the comments? Alesi really struggling here. That Jordan car, again, is another one that seems to have really found its form late on in the season, but this McLaren is still definitely quicker and on much fresher tyres, quicker tyres as well in these conditions. Just makes such a big difference to round our way down the hill. No idea what's happened to Frentzen in this race as well. Alesi again just has a little bit of slipping and sliding through those final couple of corners. Again, I don't want to risk anything. You know, I don't want to end up in a clumsy accident or something like that. That could cost us here. With just 3 laps to go at Interlagos. We're already doing enough. But can we just find a way around Jean Alesi here? One of the most experienced Formula 1 drivers of all time at this point. Gets a little bit of wheel spin through those first couple of corners. Jos Verstappen now has found his way around Kimi Räikkönen. So disappointment for the BAR driver here. Well, he's still running in the points, which is pretty good going in that car. But yeah, just starting to drop down the order towards the end of this race. But, oh, Alesi, he's wobbling around so much in that car at the moment. Who knows how well Barrichello's doing in the Jaguar up the road. I don't think we're going to get to him by the end unless he gets a puncture. Rubens Barrichello again, though. The pace that he has had today in that Jaguar has been exemplary as well as Alesi. He's actually pretty good down in towards the bottom of the hill there. Bit of rear locking again as he just slides the back end of that car out. And like I said, I want to get past him. I want to pick up a trophy to finish off the year as well. That's another big thing towards the end of this race there. As again, we just dip a wheel on the grass through that final corner. I've done that quite a few times today. But yeah, that one really just costing us the run against the Frenchman here. But 1998 in this series was just like learning, getting the mod set up, everything like that. 1999, had we not had to reset it halfway through, we wouldn't have won the world title, but we would have dragged it all the way to Brazil for the season finale there. Of course, we had to reset the series after a few rounds in because of some annoying glitches with the mod. But yeah, we would have got to Brazil, but not won the world title. which would have been a shame there, obviously. That's exactly what happened as well in 2000, you know, trying to drag that BAR to a big result there, as again Alesi just struggling to put the power down in that Jordan car, as Perez, I don't know who Perez is meant to be. I think that is maybe Raikkonen. Don't quite know for sure towards the end of this one. But yeah, 2000, we narrowly missed out against those all-conquering Ferraris. One driver I feel so sorry for inside this series is Mika Hakkinen. McLaren have given him some terrible cars in recent years. He moves to Ferrari, the dominant force inside this mod. Suddenly McLaren get good and Ferrari start to struggle. 1 lap left though at the Brazilian Grand Prix. This could still be critical for the World Championship here if Villeneuve can pull something out of a hat on this very last lap there. I believe he'd win it if he got fastest lap. He would win the world title on countback by virtue of more wins. We've only had 3 all year. 2 came quite early on in Spain and in Monaco, but it has been just consistent results from us that have put us in this position today, and of course helped by that 1 win last weekend in Mexico as well, though. We have never finished outside of the top 4 this season. To be fair, Villeneuve's only done it once, but he's had, I think, 3 or 4 DNFs to my 1 in this campaign there, as Alesi again just gets slipping and sliding. Can we go around the outside of him on the last lap? This could be critical for the World Championship there. Down the inside, we're going to go against the Jordan. We fire it way too deep in though. Jacques Villeneuve is going to take the win, but he's not going to claim fastest lap. That means this move is now effectively irrelevant, but I want to still get a podium. Alesi again struggles to put the power down out of that final corner. Villeneuve is going to take the win, but we might do it by just a single point here at Interlagos, out of the final corner, up towards the line. Finally, we are world champion.
Fantastic drive, and it means your driver's world champion. What a result. Enjoy it.
It's certainly been an incredible year for Formula One, and our drivers have all pushed themselves this season, making it one of the most compelling years of racing in history. There can only be one champion, however, and here they are now, our new Formula One World Drivers' Champion. Victory today then, but bittersweet emotions, I'm sure, as the championship slips through their fingers. Even so, what a fantastic final race of the season this was. What do you think it was, Ant, that gave them the edge over the competition today?
I'd say it was down once again to good, consistent driving, nailing the corners, working to the track conditions and perfecting the team's strategies. They got all of these things right today, and the results speak for themselves.
Well, there we go then. Jacques Villeneuve dominated the race here in Interlagos, but sadly for him, it is not quite enough there. Rubens Barrichello comes through for second ahead of Jean Alesi there, and I mean, had Villeneuve taken the fastest lap back on the last lap there, we would have absolutely had to send it on Jean Alesi. But in the end, P4 was all we needed to be world champion there. Ralf Schumacher beats out Hakkinen, Frentzen, Fisichella, and Mark Genet. Kimi Räikkönen, he does get a point on the board to finish off the year. Not too sure why Alex Wurz did a 5-stop strategy, but I guess that helped him claim fastest lap very comfortably when all is said and done there. But Coulthard, Herbert, Schumacher, Montoya, Magnussen and Jenson Button all failing to see the checkered flag. But if we take a look then, 1 point in it come the end of the year. But we knew, you know, it was odd because we felt quite relaxed towards the end of the GP. I felt like if we absolutely had to, I could have got a run on Jean Alesi somewhere. And luckily for me, yeah, Villeneuve not able to claim fastest lap means that we just were able to hang on there. Barrichello, with that result, means he gets ahead of Michael Schumacher once more. Ralph in P7 ahead of Giancarlo Fisichella there. Genet and Verstappen both get their Saubers inside the top 10 overall as Jan Magnussen beats out Jean Alesi. Button beats Hakkinen. Yes, that's right, and Arrows beat a Ferrari this season come the end of the year there. Herbert in 15th ahead of Wirtz, Raikkonen and Montoya, and then both Minardis at the rear of the field. It means constructors-wise, Williams do hang on 28 points clear come the end of the season. Jaguar in P3, there are some really good results towards the end of the campaign. Ferrari, they got a bit lucky to finish 4th. I'll say it come the end of the year, beating out Jordan by 10 points there. Honestly, I'd say over the course of the season, Jordan, Sauber, and maybe even Benetton had a quicker car than Ferrari this season. Arrows, though, just hang on ahead of BAR, so it was a good job for them that Raikkonen started to drop back towards the end of the race. And Minardi, 16 points on the board. A decent haul for them, but sadly, after a crazy, crazy season, it still means they're down in last place there. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. I know this series obviously is a little bit more rogue, but you know, those of you that come around and watch all of these episodes, it really does mean the world to me. Like I said, we'll take a little bit of time away, not that long though, before we get back with 2002. Looking forward to see what's next in this career mode. Honestly, even now, I'm not fully decided just yet, but we are finally F1 World Champion.